the Powerpuff Squad, Jolly Good Jackass, and all them crashing out, so I can make them into music.
There you go.
That's like
You
your
could
new
probably,
thing.
you know that guy, It's Luke, that always is screaming in his car?
Yep.
Yeah, you could probably already find a good part of him screaming to turn into a video, because that's literally all he does.
W screaming. We'll find some, and we'll make some good music.
Mm-hmm.
I was on some dude's live before I went to Peachy's. It's fucking. I don't know. Mideast was up there at first trying to argue with him. Some Democrat socialist kid. Bro, it was bad.
Well, Hi Emma is on Tack Trainers Live. The guy follows my main account, but not my backup. Oh, no, she left it. Yeah, she left it. I was going to see. I could probably easily get up there and she would just drop.
I'll be right back. My husband's calling. Save my box.
Okay, bye. See you soon.
So, well, I know we don't have people in here that will probably dime me out right now. My backup account is a play on words for Mr. Tea Drinker, Dark Tea. And I posted a video of Ted Lasso where he's calling that he doesn't like tea. Like nothing but him saying how he doesn't like tea and making fun of tea. That video is like over 500,000 or close to 500,000 right now.
That's awesome.
Yeah, 440,000. Now, granted, I make nothing from it and I couldn't post it here because it's stolen content. You got to like add shit to it. But I just think that is awesome. And I did like play on words with the hashtags like Mr. Coffee Drinker and Dark Coffee, because he calls himself Mr. Tea Drinker and he called himself Dark Tea.
I don't understand. That guy still fucking just makes me laugh how idiotic he is.
Yeah. Like my video of the Houston, I think it was the Houston one, where he tried to say that, yeah, it was a Houston one. He tried to say ice hit the person. I got like 4,000 some odd views off of that. And he's at 1,700. And idiots in his comment are like saying, yeah, like agreeing that ice hit the guy when it doesn't show it in the video. And then the close-up video where he says, see the impact to hit him. It's like there's another angle that's closer that doesn't show that.
Because he just be making shit
Yep, on the daily.
So what's up, Republican Michael? So I'm gonna start calling him Republican Michael.
Was it a skit for real? I've heard that Logan Paul got hit by Tom Brady's slap.
Yep.
Was that a
I just
skit?
seen the video. I don't think it was.
Yeah. I don't know. They got heated.
I personally think it was.
It looked a little heated.
It looked legit.
And didn't this boil over? Like, I thought this all started from shit talking that happened at the flag football game. So this might have manifested from that shit talking.
I mean, I don't know who I hate more, Logan Paul or Tom Brady. So I don't know who to cheer for.
I know, because the Paul brothers are not the greatest, and they tried to apologize, but like better. For who was it, Logan, that showed the body in the forest? Yep. Like, come on.
I remember that. Holy fuck, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, but damn if Jake doesn't have a hot ass wife.
He does. He's married
to
that
the Olympian skater.
Yep.
Like some people are like, who is she? Who is she? And it's like, that would be Jake Paul's wife, my guy. Like, she's an Olympian I don't know. Did she win gold? I thought she placed, but not gold.
I think she got bronze, if I'm not mistaken.
No, but I mean, fantastic. It's just I think she could have chose someone that's a little bit better. I mean, even as a fighter, he hasn't really fought anyone but that last fight that was decent. It was just old timers.
Joshua.
Oh,
yeah.
Joshua.
Yeah, and that's when he didn't he come out and say, "Oh, that was off script."
You're stupid. Anthony Joshua is a fucking menace.
Bro, he destroyed him. He broke his jaw in like 4 different places.
I enjoyed watching that so much. He's a smug prick.
That brought joy to me watching that.
Patrick, what are you doing in the chat? What are you saying?
I don't know. Patrick's insane.
Patrick Star?
How dare you talk about me like that, MAGA?
Okay, who do we got? Nick of Time and the other one, Chubs. All right, Nick of Time. I think you came in first. So, age, state, who'd you vote for in the last presidential election?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I didn't vote.
What's your age?
34.
Okay.
Vote, man.
So, what brings you up?
I voted one time and I regretted it. I voted Mitt Romney against Obama and I realized that it's all a game, dude.
It's a whole game.
What kind of game is it? Like an N64 game, Xbox game, PlayStation?
PlayStation's better, Enzo. Come on.
Well, yeah, I'm playing PlayStation right now, but you know, what kind of game is it?
The game that your president's playing on you.
Oh, okay.
What game is that?
How many times has he said the Strait of Hormuz and Iran was defeated? 40 times?
Well, their military's defeated. Like, they ain't got much of a military right now. No Navy. Nah,
Yet they keep striking all the bases, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, we're striking areas that we see.
Iran is striking our bases in the Gulf states. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, they have areas that they're shooting from that we haven't taken out yet. And as they shoot from them, then we take them out.
Are they defeated or not? He's claimed it 40 times. So
no,
are they defeated yet or not?
Their navy's defeated. They don't have a navy.
Okay, so Iran conflict is justified. How is it justified?
Because they signed an agreement called the NPT that says they would not go for a nuke and they would give all inspections to the IAEA for their military facilities and their nuclear facilities. It never ended. The NPT is a non-ending agreement. They can withdraw from it like North Korea did, but they have not withdrawn from it. But if you do withdraw from it,
the inspections,
the IAEA is supposed to be, but they won't let them inspect.
So we have weapon grade uranium at this point. At this junction.
They have weapons grade uranium. They've had it for a little bit now.
Okay, so they're a threat to us because they have ICBMs that can strike America, or no?
No, they have drones, and they were trying to stage the drones at Venezuela to bring them to attack America.
Allegedly.
Not allegedly.
So was that before or after we extracted Maduro?
That was after. That was like after we got him is when we found that out.
How convenient.
Yeah.
Do you remember
how that type of things go?
Do you remember WMDs in Iraq? Do you believe that?
The IAEA's. Yeah, no, the IA. This week we found chemical weapons. They are classified as WMDs, and the IAEA confirms the amount of uranium they had and how long it would take for that uranium to make a nuke out of it.
Okay, yeah. So that's the separate conversation. So all the false flags throughout our American history, the Gulf.
No false flags. There's been
yes.
No.
Google it. Google the Gulf of Tonkin. That
was War Plan Red never happened. Like the stuff that were under JFK, he stopped it when they were trying to propose it.
Yeah, that was Northwoods.
Operation Northwood. Yes, of course.
It never went through.
Yeah, we've had. What?
Operation
Go ahead.
Enzo.
Yeah, Operation Enzo. That was a crazy one too.
So you're all still pro-Trump, even though he won't
No.
release the Epstein files?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Everything's
Whoa,
been
whoa,
released
whoa,
that we
whoa,
know
whoa,
of.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
don't
Stop
know your
assuming
context.
everything, dude. God.
What kind
Yeah.
of tangent? So, what kind of tangent have we went on? Because we started talking about Iran. Now we're talking about Epstein.
Well, no, I'm saying, so how do you justify our government's actions through all these operational?
So, I mean,
reports and
I could
operations?
care less about the Epstein files. I mean, I would like to stick
Sure,
on
of course
Iran. That'd be
not.
great.
Sure, we
No,
could,
because
but
it has no bearing. It has no bearing on the United States policy, foreign
Yes, it
policy, or
does.
any economic
Yes, it
standing.
does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There's nothing in the Epstein files that has anything to do with foreign policy, economic
Yes, it
policy,
does.
domestic policy.
Have you
Really?
read
So
the files?
I have read the files, and now have you
And you found
read the
what?
files to understand that the entirety of the Epstein files is literally
What is
just
that echo?
Yeah, I hear a bad echo.
It's Will's. It's Will. So have you read the Epstein files to realize that it is literally just raw data that is not either confirmed or denied, that things in there are false, that has not been verified by anything. So you have raw data that you're looking at that you claim to be true, even though you have no proof on any of it at all.
Did I claim
Now,
any fact to be true?
yeah, you would have to prove what you perceive to be a fact. You have
So what do
raw
you consider
data.
in the
You have
Epstein file
raw.
as a fact?
No,
So
it's
all
not
the
a
Epstein
fact.
Files, no, I'm saying all through the 3 million files that were released, 3.5 or whatever it was. Do you claim all of them were false, or do you claim some were
I don't
true?
think it's what you said.
I agree that there are certain things that are true that were used in litigation against Maxwell versus USA. Everything else that is uncorroborated and unverified, where it says in there that this is uncorroborated and not verified, I go with
Sure.
that.
For sure. But it's still there. It's raw data, and so you can
Raw
coalesce
data
what
does
you
not
want from
perceive
that.
a fact
You can
or
coalesce.
fictional.
Sure.
Yeah, accurate, therefore realer. Totally.
Okay, so let's go back to
Yeah,
Iran, and
guys.
let's go back to. So I don't disagree with deport all illegals. I think that if you're here for 10
That's
to
the
20
third obfuscation you've done, dude. Stick to Iran.
Okay, let's not obfuscate. So let's go back to Iran. So where the conflict is justified through what means? Like I don't know your stance. Like I don't wanna
Okay,
hear your
cool.
perspective.
So we have. Where do you want to start? Do you want it to start historically, or you just want to start in the last like 6 years?
The last 20 years. How about that?
Okay, the last 20 years. All right, cool. So let's start in
94.
I don't know, 2003, for example, right? So between 2003 and 2011, at the hands of Soleimani and the roadside bomb, over 600 fucking soldiers lost their lives. The events after October 7th, where we had 150 attacks against United States installations from the October 7th attacks, the John Bolton assassination, the Donald Trump almost assassination, Kamala Harris almost assassination.
Wait. Can we pause? The
Sure.
Donald Trump assassination. Are you talking about Butler?
No, I'm not talking about Butler. I'm talking about the one that was foiled in 2025 that was litigated on in March of 2026, where they pled guilty and found guilty to Iran-backed intelligence assassination plot against the
investigated this?
President of the United
FBI,
States, and the
CIA?
FBI, and the DOJ.
So the FBI is creditable at the FBI and their
Yeah.
current administration is
Federal
credible?
Bureau of Investigation.
So this was already litigated on. He was found guilty and pled guilty in a court of law. So there's no
Okay.
dispute over it.
The dispute is the current FBI administration is corrupt. Do you not agree?
No.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
That's your
so you're-
opinion.
Okay, so you believe the Charlie Kirk investigation? You believe the Epstein
That's a
files?
crazy.
What the
That's
fuck?
a crazy. Hold on. I'm gonna need you to stick on one topic and one topic only.
Yeah, we keep going back and forth.
So hold on.
We're
We're talking
segueing
about. We're
because
talking
it's
about. No,
relevant
we're not segueing.
to
It's
your
not
source.
relevant. It's not
It's
relevant to
your
anything.
source.
No, it's
You
not
sourced
relevant
the
to my
FBI.
source. No,
I
hold on.
question your credibility of your source.
Hold on. Nick of time. Shut the fuck up. It's not relevant to the topic at hand, which is Iran. Just because the FBI is the one investigated does not mean there is room for obfuscation to talking about the FBI as an entity as a whole for
You said
you to deem.
2025.
Yes,
Hey.
again, that has nothing to do with me talking about the justification for Iran. Now keep up,
Right, but they're
okay? All right,
discredited
cool.
through.
All right, how about this? That's
94
fine. Take
Pakistan.
that off. Take that off the table. Take that off the table altogether. I didn't
What a
say anything about the
convenience!
FBI.
What a convenience to take out the FBI from the table when it's
Well, no,
highly
because
relevant.
if that's it's
highly
not relevant. It's not relevant to
You
anything.
quoted
When me
them
talking
as
about,
the
I
proponents
didn't
of
quote them.
this.
All right, so
I-
nick of time. I'm gonna need you to shut the fuck up and actually just listen and stick with the topic about Iran and stop trying to pivot over to something different. You wanted justification for the United States going in there. Now talk on the justification that we spoke about.
How can silence be so loud?
You know, I love it.
Enzo, I was gonna say you probably should have started in '94 with the Pakistani weapons purchase through Chinese officials.
You don't
Then
have
you
to
can
It's
start,
been 20 years, so
but you don't have to
That's why I
start
started
anywhere
there.
but current, because if they're not agreeing to the NPT inspections that they're supposed to have, then what do you think is a justification for the punishment? Like, what would their punishment be? Because you can't sanction them anymore. They've been sanctioned to high hell.
Who stopped the sanctions?
Nobody stopped any sanctions that wasn't with an agreement being made to try to gain peace, but they violated it, so the sanctions are back on.
Answer it directly. Who stopped the sanctions?
Obama?
Who stopped?
Well,
Obama stopped the biggest sanctions we've ever had once we got peace.
and that was from 2013 back-end deals that were conducted in Saudi Arabia, which then convinced into the JCPOA in 2015.
But why are we even in the Middle East? Like
Oh my
everything
Jesus
what's
Christ.
happening in the
A
Western
way
world-
bigger question.
The same reason that we're all up in Europe and Japan.
You're
It's a
switching
stupid
topics like you're
question.
trying to pick a
No,
Fortnite
this
skin, dude. Holy
this
shit.
this is connecting the whole conversation to
It's
why
not.
we're
They
in this
agreed.
conversation.
They agreed that they would not go for a nuke, because in the agreement, if there's a war between countries and you agreed to not go for a nuke, the other country that has a nuke is agreeing they won't use it on you. They're using it as a bullshit agreement where they could say, we're not trying to go for a nuke while going for a nuke, so that if they are in a war with us, then we're not going to be able to nuke them.
And where is the absolute proof that they are producing weapons grade uranium?
They're over
The
60%. The IAEA confirmed it. But then they hid that uranium that's over 60% in the facility, two of them, that the IAEA is not allowed to inspect according to their latest reports. Iran's not letting them in for the inspections.
Okay, well, nick of time. So basically, what I just want to see if I'm getting what your argument is. So is your argument basically
Yes.
It's not nuh-uh. It's why are we
Okay.
there? Why are
It's-
we even engaged?
It's
Who's
not
a
wrong.
threat?
You're right. You're right.
Iran
Your
is not a
argument's
threat
not
to America
it's
until
nah.
No, it's we have conflicted with Iran. We started the conflict. We
We
bombed them.
started-
No, they
Okay, that's
announced
the
war
use
against
of it.
us.
Did we not bomb their soil, their nuclear?
Preventative
silos?
strike is not like a starting of a conflict. It can be
Okay,
started
that
before
would
that.
be
Yeah,
a
and
conflict if they
we-
did it to us, would it not?
We tried a peace agreement with them where we told them to lower their enrichment levels, give up the highly enriched uranium they had, and go back to energy only enrichment, and to stop funding terrorist organizations. And they wouldn't do that. And then when we tried this year, they threatened to make nukes against us.
Well, that's
The
the
only-
leverage. That's
The only time they
That's not
offered to stop
leverage.
funding.
It's absolute leverage.
No,
That's why
they're
we're
not
still
allowed
talking about
to.
it.
They're not allowed
If they
to.
didn't
And
have
now
leverage,
Trump,
they'd be off the board.
it's not leverage they're allowed to have. The NPT is really clear about their uranium enrichment and any other like plutonium that could be used to build a nuke. They're not allowed to.
The NPT
not really
was signed in
disagreeing.
1968, by the way, from after the Atoms for Peace project, when we gave them nuclear power. which then,
What was it,
after the 1979
1979?
revolution and
Yep.
the Iran-Iraq War, their entire nuclear capacity was basically obliterated until the 94 Pakistani purchase of weapons. And then in 2003, they actually tried to compromise. It was the only time they had offered to stop funding Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis openly, and we rejected it. And then in 2003, they also went in pursuing the Project Ahmad, but that's a progression of the nuclear warhead technology, which progressed into 2009. But yeah, Soleimani had the roadside bombs, as Enzo said before, which was also happening at the same time. And as well, we were recovering from the tanker wars in the Strait of Hormuz. But you know, that's again another story. We can kind of get an overall picture that these people are not our best buds, and they have done most of what they could to try and interfere with us. We are obviously going to engage in a conflict with a country that's interfering with fair trade, period. And what they do is they don't strike the United States, they strike Syria, they strike the UAE, they strike Oman, they strike Israel. They can strike anywhere. But they don't strike the United States because they don't have the capacity to. They might strike a U.S. flag vessel. Might. Big on the might there.
Don't touch the boats.
Otherwise, yeah, it's going to be a fucking Indian flag ship that sinks down because they know better. They know that if they fire anything at a U.S. vessel, their mountain will be deleted.
Yeah.
I mean, let's look at CENTCOM's new report of the recent events that just happened. For the 7th day, we've had strikes against Iran. Started at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, with the 7th consecutive night completed at 9:30 Eastern. It was surveillance sites, military logistical infrastructure, underground weapons storage, and the maritime capabilities, which is, and we also are continuing to hold a blockade, naval blockade against Iran. So this is providing more pressure on Tehran, and as well more maritime pressure, which the maritime pressure doesn't actually come from Iran. It comes from the insurance companies not willing to insure the boats that have to go through Iran.
Yep. All right. He's got to respond to something. That's been long enough. You got a response to any of this?
Nick? Anybody
too
in
big brain?
there? Probably.
I need to break it up into smaller chunks, don't I?
I know. I told you you need to dumb this shit down for people.
Yeah.
Somebody break this chocolate bar for me, because I
Break
guess
the
that was too
chocolate
quick.
bar for me, Will I Am. Go at 0.1.
No,
Let's
I
go.
obviously couldn't, so somebody else must.
Like the
No,
biggest
start
thing
at
is
0.1. You just outlined it. Just start at 0.1. You just made that the whole drop. Like, go.
the biggest thing is there's a UN Security Council. We're pretty much the leader of the UN and the Security Council. They agreed with the US Security Council to not build said nuke, and they're violating parts of that agreement as we speak. So we've done everything that we could for a peaceful negotiation. They didn't like that, so now we're doing it militarily.
Right. And when did they establish nuclear grade uranium for their production at the time? Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, what point?
They're supposed to be inspected. You know that, right? We don't have to wait until they get that. They're supposed to be inspected.
What
doesn't
point
make
did they
sense.
stop inspections?
What?
That is hyper relevant. Like, that is a.
What
Mm-mm.
does that even mean?
No.
Went over his head entirely.
So
Yeah,
you don't wait.
You're not catching what we're dropping.
You never wait until a country gets the nuke, because then they can actively use the nuke. If you see they're doing things that would be able to build the nuke, then you stop them.
They hit 60%.
They are at 60% as we speak. They were at 60% in 2023. The Biden administration was telling them to stop trying to get to the JCPOA levels. They said no. Then they funded 2 terrorist organizations against Israel. So sanctions got put back on them when Biden tried to lift them. Hamas and Hezbollah, yes.
So who funded Hamas outside of Iran?
Just Iran, as far as I know.
Israel.
No.
Israel has not funded those terrorist
Google it.
organizations.
Google it. Someone Google
Okay.
it. Nope. Don't gaslight me. Google it.
I don't
No,
have to
no, I
gaslight
have.
you.
I have.
Like,
So
I
no,
know
no,
this
I
for a
looked up the
fact.
name.
And I'm gonna
Simple Google.
drop your ass on
So-
that one.
Drop me if you want.
Show me.
Who's K-Dog?
Show me a verifiable
No, I
source
mean,
that states that.
Not literally drop your ass. I'm gonna say
No, I
You're
just want to
gonna
see
get-
it.
you're gonna
Show
get
me a
your ass
verified
cracked
source
on
that says it, because on the
No,
panel, I'm
no.
the one that has a TSSCI, and I've never heard in any briefings that were said to certain people that they were getting funded from anything but Iran.
Okay, has
Yeah,
Netanyahu
nah.
made a public
Nah.
statement that he
So,
has funded Hamas?
Nick, no, he's never
No, look
stated
up
that they funded.
Netanyahu
Hold on,
publicly
shut
admitted
up, Nick.
he-
Nick,
No, don't shut me up. No, that's
thank you. So no, Netanyahu has never stated that they funded Hamas. The closest thing that you can talk about, the closest thing that you could talk about is when Netanyahu allowed Qatar to give Hamas money for humanitarian purposes. That's
by
entirely separate from Israel funding Hamas. Maybe go read past the headline and you'll see exactly what you're talking
it's
about.
by proxy.
By proxy, really?
No.
Okay.
okay.
So where can I find this? Where can I find this at? Is it at kamaloswallows.org or where can I find that?
Okay, sure. You want to be left, right? Sure. This is.
I mean, I am right. You're making a false statement that Israel funds Hamas.
Realize our military under Section 219 is being merged with the Israeli Defense Force.
Really? Hold on. So hold on. I read through the NDAA the other night. I actually did read through the entirety of the NDAA, all 228 pages. Now,
We're
Section
collecting
219.
data, intelligence, and military. Yeah. Assets.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool. So that's it's so funny how comprehension is not a key concept for you. So that's not what Section 219 states.
I read
at
it.
all.
Read it
Oh
out loud.
snap!
All right, cool. So
Hey, can I
let's look
ask
at
a
this.
question real quick, Enzo? And this
Yeah.
is of you, Enzo.
It's all emotion here,
Has
guys.
this passed?
No, not yet.
So then why are we doing this? Like, I don't even understand having a conversation about something that hasn't even fucking passed yet.
Because the Jews
I mean-
bad.
Point.
My
Like
question is
the
how.
NDA, I think it's freaking crazy that the NDAA of last year for 2000, because this is 2027s y'all are talking
Yep.
about, right? Okay, so 2026, by the time they got done with that shit, was 3,000 fucking pages. So let's just let's debate stuff that's relevant and real right now.
My question is how the hell are the conversations that we're having today is even more insufferable than the conversations we had yesterday? That's my question.
Well, Michael, you
only
just get used
goes
to
up.
it.
It only
Like I said, it's
goes
just
up.
No,
a
it doesn't.
problem that
No, it doesn't. Will. It gets
people,
worse
because I
and
mean,
worse.
this did pass the House, so it
You
is.
guys
the
want to live in your
bullshit
It
Did
has
it pass
passed
the
the
House?
House.
I will leave.
It
I
had,
will
yeah.
leave.
So
You
the
guys
NDAA
want
has
to
passed the
leave.
House.
I'm
Now,
pushing
Section
back. You don't like it.
229. So
I don't like
Section
the pushback.
219. No, it's
Oh,
not.
let's-
It's not the pushback.
It
So right
passed the
here.
House. Literally, Mike Johnson just said it like fucking 3 hours ago.
Okay, and they're
Yeah.
probably trying to push it through before there's a
So-
chance that we lose the freaking Senate. So
Nick,
okay.
don't go. Come
What
on now.
Section 219 and 224 explicitly states United States Israel Defense Technology Cooperation designated an executive agent requiring to report to Congress and deepening cooperation on
Enzo,
missile defense, counter drone,
Nick,
AI.
please be quiet because I'm listening.
Yeah.
Sorry, Enzo, please
I just
continue.
want to you're good. I just want to preface this. What he's trying to say is what everybody on the left and Thomas Massey's trying to say, that the United States military and the Israeli military are coming together and integrating itself together, when the text, it's explicitly stated what this is, where, like I said, Section 219 and 224, which formalizes and strengthens the United States Israeli Defense Technology Cooperation, designating an executive agent requiring reporting to Congress and deepening cooperation on missile defense, counter drone, AI, cyber, and related technologies. The provisions itself does not authorize new aid dollars or transfers command authority, but it does sit alongside separate funding lines, roughly $750 million for United States Israeli cooperative programs, including missile defense, counter UAS, subterranean operations, and emerging tech.
It's for
It's
the
in
Golden
black and
Dome.
white.
That sounds
for the
concerning
Golden
to merge
Dome.
with a foreign entity with the United
So
States.
Nick, so hold on. So you're just a special kind of stupid. Now, where in here did I read
What did you
explicitly what
did you
I
listen
read
to what you read?
explicitly from the bill? I did. Okay, comprehension's not your not your strong
Obviously
suit.
not yours.
So where it says designating an executive agent requiring reporting
Yes.
to Congress.
Yes.
What's an
because
executive agent?
An executive agent is an agent that is executive to the order that he's.
Are you fucking regarded or are you regarded? Holy fuck. Why are you using a word in a definition?
Using
Wow.
the word that you're trying to describe in the
So am
definition.
I
Wow.
gathering that correctly by listening to you that that's just
You guys
sharing
don't-
technology for us to produce the Golden Dome like
We
they
are
have their
sharing
Iron Dome or whatever it's called?
technology,
Yeah, so it's
military,
That goes yes,
AI.
Vic. That does go
Wait,
hand in
Like
that goes
that's,
that does
guys
go
that's
are
what
to
I
answer
so
Vic's
wrong.
question. That does go hand in
That's what
hand,
I'm
yes.
hearing. Like
Wow.
we know that there's been plans for defensive missiles coming into the
Mhm.
United States, and
Wow.
Israel has done a freaking phenomenal job defending themselves with their technology that they have, and so they're sharing it
we
with
gave-
us. Thank you, Israel. Whoop, whoop.
So in layman's
Vic,
terms, so
please.
idiot. So I'm gonna dumb this down for Nick of Time up here, right? So the dumbest way that I can say this to you is so they put a person to oversee the cooperation between the two countries because we do this with other countries where we have cooperative defense programs where other country help us develop said weapon and we share the technology between each other. That's not integrating the fucking military with each other. That has nothing to do with it. It's in black and white, and you idiots are still too dumb to read.
Oh, geez. The fighting words are coming out.
Oh,
I don't play well with
jeez.
stupid. I'm sorry.
Said the
No,
same
I'm
shit
kidding,
I argued.
Enzo. Jeez.
You literally
Oh.
prove my point, and you won't listen to yourself. You're so echo chambered that you can't even perceive what's going on.
Nick,
Like,
I'm literally on your side, buddy. Come on now. Calm down.
I'm not a
Maybe
liberal.
Taco can
I
orate
don't
it better
vote
than me.
because I see how
No,
corrupt
so,
the
okay, so
system
who? Well, no, Nick.
Oh,
So
God.
who's an executive agent, Nick?
is. An executive agent is someone who
Yeah.
executes the
No,
order
no.
we're talking about.
I
Okay,
love
so
the
it's, okay,
definition,
so
bro.
do
It's
you
awesome.
know the three branches of government?
Executive,
Ah, so who does the
Federal.
executive work for?
Did you just say federal?
what is it?
Dude, oh my
What
god.
is it? Did he just say what is it?
No, he just
He
said
just
federal.
said federal for the three branches. Like it, like this is the person that you're having an argument with.
Yeah.
You
sure.
ask him what the
Fine, it
three
does.
branches
Just
are,
keep
and he
saying
Cool.
says, and
You
he says
literally read the
executive
thing I was
federal. What's the
arguing,
third
and you
one?
proved my point.
No, he
You
didn't.
proved
No,
my
you
point.
you are no. Do you know what the Dunning
I don't
Kruger effect
vote.
is?
I don't vote.
Thank
That's a
God.
separate problem.
Thank God.
Thank God.
God.
Thank you, Jesus.
I wouldn't
Yes.
vote for liberals, and I definitely wouldn't vote for Republicans.
So what
That's
are you?
fine. I don't
I
want
don't
you to
think
vote at
that's a-
all.
What am
No, I don't
I?
want you voting. No, you
you just-
don't. Do not weaponize your autism. Don't vote.
So,
Damn.
so,
Weaponize
so you
my
just
autism.
No,
well,
I'm totally
Nick of
fine with it.
Time.
Thank you for not
guys are in
voting.
an echo
So,
chamber.
so you just
I'm
hate
not in an echo chamber. I
everything.
literally just asked you the
Rubbing
three
each
branches
other.
of government, and you said federal. Like that's not an echo chamber. Your fucking elevator doesn't go all the way to the top, dog.
Sure, dude.
No, I'm
Jesus,
just saying.
Taco.
No. I just asked you the three branches of government,
How many times
and you said
has Mark
executive.
said
So okay, so an executive officer would
Iran?
work for who?
How many times has your president?
I don't.
Yeah,
Okay, I
he's your
don't.
president.
Okay, no, hold on. I don't want to get off in anything weird. So,
Okay.
an executive officer is going to be someone who works for the president, who's going to have to report to Congress, an oversight committee. That's how that works. Okay, currently right now in operations, who is the IDF flying under? Are they flying under the IDF? Or are they flying under U.S. Central Command?
Would you ask?
Who are they flying? No, who? Okay, so the IDF pilots when they fly missions right now, and they hit Iran, whose command are they flying under?
The ICGR.
What the hell is that?
The what? Did you have a stroke?
IRGC?
IRGC. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So the IRGC is Iran. That's who they're flying against. Okay. Who? So when so when the IDF planes take off and they're going to go boom boom stuff, who's giving them the missions to do that?
Against Iran,
Yeah,
the Department of War.
it would be Central Command. I'll
Close,
make it
but
easy for you.
yeah.
Central Command.
Mhm,
Central Command
CENTCOM.
has the command and control for all combat operations in Iran.
Yep.
Does that sound like the IDF and the U.S. military are merging, or that the IDF is subservient to Central Command?
The IDF is subservient. Yeah.
So if they are subservient, how are we merging in any way, shape, or form?
What did the 219 say to you? That we're combining our technologies. We're giving them our
Combining technologies. Do you know who else we combine technologies with?
Your mom.
And, yeah.
No, not her anymore. But thank you for asking. No, with the United Kingdom, with all of NATO,
Okay.
we combine our technologies with. So, for example, do you know what type of magazines that Germany uses in their weapons?
American.
They use the Stenag mags. That was developed by the United States. It's a merging of technologies. We do it with all kinds of allies. And do you know why we do that with our allies? Because in case of an actual large-scale war, it makes logistics easier. The United States is king of logistics. So by having us have cross-technology and things that work together, we can ship things in bulk to make the war effort easier. This is something we have been doing for a century.
Okay.
This
so
is not
219
new.
Is irrelevant.
Yes.
It's something that
No, and it's not even no, it's not irrelevant. It's continued practice.
Okay, that makes sense.
Great. I'm glad we're there.
I'm
glad we're there.
I'm gonna hear you guys. Like I wanted you to hear me. I made
I
my
know.
statement.
I heard. No, I heard what you're saying, but I mean, look. Here's what it is, Nick. I'm gonna tell you why people are a little verbose on this particular topic. Is that night after night we are bombarded with just the absolute fucking pawn scum of the planet, who make the most idiotic claims based off of Israel bad no matter what, without actually looking at the fact pattern. And the fact pattern is the United States does all kinds of things with all types of countries. And the reason for that is the United States is the lone hegemony. The United States is the economic, cultural, and military leader of the world, period.
We're Rome.
We are. But no,
Sure.
we are, but more so.
Yeah, we're
Rome,
more
on
so-
steroids.
how-
Rome could
How
not.
are you
Rome
more
could
so
not
than
dream.
Rome? The hell?
Because Rome could not dream. Rome could not dream to project the size power the United States can.
America.
We can take a star,
Vic.
fly it over your country without you
Oh, I'm not
knowing
on
it,
mute.
drop that star over your capital city, and release it. Like, Rome didn't have that kind of power. The United States is the most powerful nation that has ever existed, and it's not even close. So yes,
opinion for that.
so we work in coordination with lots of different countries for the United States' benefit.
Can you see a situation where it could go bad?
Well, no, I mean, but okay, that's a fair question, and that is a fair question, and I'm going to answer that question. The answer is no, and here's why. It's because the reality is there is certain technology to which we do not share with anyone. A really good example of that is the F-22. Although we have allies, we will not sell that aircraft to other countries, and it is not permitted to do so. There are certain technologies that we do not release to everybody. Right?
You
There's
know
certain
what he
technologies.
Well, the
we do
F-35
not-
Lightning.
Hold on. Whoa.
Yeah.
Do you know what a usage key is, Nick?
No, I don't.
Like, okay. So imagine a digital key, right? Like a key to a car, but it changes every single day.
Like a crypto tumbler.
Kinda. If when we sell our technology, it has to have that key. Our F-15s, our F-35s, they need that key in order to fly, or else they won't even turn on. We change those keys every single day, and those are highly encrypted. if we don't want those birds in the air, we're not letting them in the air.
Yeah, and
Someone's
also we give different variants. Yeah, we give different variants to different countries. Like for example, the of the F-15, like Japan, they have the J version. They don't have the E version or the EX version. They have the J version. There's different versions we give to different countries depending on how friendly and how close our relationship is. So it's not just like, hey, take all of our best stuff and have fun with it. You know, have a really good time. That's not what happens. But the reality is that Israel gives us intelligence that we could never get on our own, ever. And intelligence is one of the things that helps win wars.
Well,
Hey,
one of the
Tucker.
few,
Hey,
Nick, time, hold on. So
Go
one of the
ahead, go
few
ahead.
things that I will agree with you, Taco, is that Mossad, Israel's intelligence agency, is probably even better than ours. I would say that's what.
Oh,
That's
for
what I
sure
agree
it
with you.
is. 100%. It's
Yeah.
way better. They don't play by the same rules as ours does. They'll go ham in the fucking paint. They don't care. So like no, like
Yeah,
it's so
Mossad. Yeah.
yeah. So
52-year-old saying ham in the paint right now.
what's wrong with that?
I'm just laughing.
No. So like so ultimately there's a lot of things we get from Israel's our only actual ally right now. They actually carry weight, they actually do things, and they actually provide a benefit to the United States. There's not a single other country on the planet that does so besides Israel. It's actually
Okay.
kind of sad.
Tucko, I had a point earlier that I wanted to ask you because you're very knowledgeable. But the point was, do you know about Carbine?
Do I know about what?
Carbine?
Carbine.
Carbine?
Yes.
In regards to what? Like
Carbining?
you mean like the rifle?
No. Carbyne. It's the AI technology that has been under the radar. It's being implemented in like every city and every state in America. It's an Israeli AI technology that is being used for our emergency calls. So every time you call 911,
okay, yeah,
has
you're
Axio.
acetylenic. Yeah, you're talking about acetylenic. So like basically the minus C stuff is what you're talking about.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so but that's
You have a
for
lot
I
of
mean,
Israeli tech
why like
being-
so I mean, my thing is this is why is that an issue or why is that a potential issue?
because it's headquartered from Israel. Like they're developing this technology, they have a backdoor to it. Do they not?
Yeah, well, no, but like, so isn't that so? What you're talking about is just like emergency call routing and shit.
I mean, if you boil it down to that, but it's a full data. We're about to have digital identities. You know about digital ID, right?
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah.
So that's about to be rolled out worldwide. I mean,
So here, I'm gonna skip to the chase of all this shit. You are on your cell phone right now,
yes.
which is on an app.
Yep,
They already know everything about you.
absolutely.
You're all done. Like there's not going to be anything
There's not gonna be
interesting.
anonymity. There's not going to be anonymity with a digital ID. This
No,
troll
I know
trade
they're okay. Ever since you had SEO metrics for businesses, people have not had any personal stuff like
anonymity. Yeah.
yeah. There's nothing that is personal anymore. There is no anonymity. Everything you do, to what you watch, to what you wear, to what you eat, to what you drink, they know all of it. Which is why when you use a search engine, all the shit you like pops up.
Yes.
That's just what it is.
Is that not concerning to any of you?
So
Then get off your device. If you're so concerned, get off your device.
Exactly. The only choice for you
down
is to
to
go out into the
simplicity.
middle of the desert and to live entirely off the grid.
That's the point.
Then do it.
And also, you can take
you can
steps
sign
to
off.
be
You can
more
sign off the
secure.
app. You can, but even if like you can, like you can get off the app, go live in the mountains somewhere, provide your own water, your own electricity, your own food. You can do all that. It's very difficult. Most people cannot do it because even if you reach out to family members and friends, guess what? They know where you are again. Like,
But that's the point, that the mass of society is going to fold into the technology. Like
Yep.
this
Yeah.
is exactly where society is headed. Can we
Well,
all?
no,
The
but
society, no, you're not understanding. Society's already there.
yeah,
You're not
we've already
understanding
been
what
there.
Tuck was saying.
Yeah, no, like we've been there, dude. Like we've been there for a while. We've been there for a better part of 3 decades.
Sure.
Like we're already there. Just you just didn't know it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
but
you know
now
how
it's
long
gonna be
fiber
a-
optics
it's gonna
have
be
been
a
around?
It's
Yeah.
not going to be a back door anymore.
Dude.
It's going to be a front door.
You'll
This is
hear
gonna
It's
be a
always
front
been
door
that. It's
open.
always been a front door. That's what you don't
Yes,
understand.
for
It's
the
always been
government
that.
and the entities, but I'm saying for us to allow them into our like, do you not understand what's happening in the world? Like,
We
with
do,
the-
you don't.
You know what I'm saying is no. What I'm saying is,
That's
Nick,
my
is that it's
point.
already, buddy. It's already happened.
Sure. So you're
You know,
okay with that?
it's not about whether I care about it or not. It's something
No,
that's
I'm
already
saying you're
happened.
okay
You
with it.
you can't unring the bell.
Mm-mm.
Like these
Once the
data
bell rings,
centers
it's over with.
have been built since
I
like
lo-
the beginning of Obama. Like
I
that's where
love this
most,
bell.
most
So
of these
you're
were planned.
participating. You agree with it then?
It's not about no. We're all participating. All of us. Everyone here is participating.
Yes.
Oh, so I mean that's it. Like this is just what life is. Like
Why
life
are
is
you
just like
Well, hold on.
no. Think about it like this. Once upon a time, the world was very spread out, very isolated, and over time, because of technology, we moved from sailing ships to steamships to diesel to coal to nuclear powered ships. You know, now we have aircraft that can fly across the ocean in 6 hours. The reality is that everything has gotten smaller. Communication's gotten easier. But now you have to understand is that you're saying it with a negative undertone. Think about the things you have gained in improvement. Like when I was a kid, have you ever heard of the Dewey Decimal System?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's how I had to find a book. I had to go to the library, go into the card catalog. I had to research it. I had to look for the Dewey Decimal System and then go find that book on a shelf. Right now, I can pick up the iPad that's in front of me. I can pick it up, put in like a couple of keywords, and I can find that book and have it delivered to me tomorrow.
Yep. So
So-
what are you sacrificing for that? Privacy.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't care if anyone looks at the books that I want to read.
Well,
Like
sure,
this was always my problem. I'm never gonna forget. It was a early morning. It was like 4:00 in the morning, and I'm riding in my squad car and I'm listening to talk radio. And this guy on KFI AM 640 is talking about how, hey, I can't believe that the Bush administration is looking at the books we read or can see the music we listen to or the movies that we watch. That same fucking person is the person who wants to hand our health care to the government. The same person who is just bitching that they might know that he reads Mad Magazine wants the government to have control of healthcare.
Weaponized. Yeah, it's weaponized identity politics. So if they choose that whatever you're reading is satire or freaking like outside of the norm, then it's
No,
like,
but-
okay, go from
Nick.
there.
Nick, I'm gonna let you in a little secret. Even though they have the information, they haven't identified you, and the reason for that being is that there's like 340 million Americans. Do you honestly think they have the time or manpower to check up on 340 million people?
No, they have AI.
Even with AI. No, even with AI, don't you think they're using that AI to go after national security threats?
Who deems what is a national security threat?
People who want to murder people, that is a national security threat.
Sure.
So I am not a national security threat, not to anybody. I am a fucking married dad.
What if what you believe tomorrow is deemed a national security threat? Is the point? What about
that is why we have to make sure we have a robustly defended constitution.
And we don't.
How
But
how,
we
do,
do.
how is that? How is that?
Our president is scoffing at it. He said, "Do I?"
How is
even
he
know?"
scoffing at it? No, how is he
He said
scoffing?
in
No,
an interview, he
The
goes,
DSA
"How do I
is fucking
hold?"
scoffing at it.
No.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a
Do I
question. I
have
want
to
you to tell me.
uphold?
I want you to tell me in what way he has materially violated the Constitution. He was allowed to do so. Go.
I mean, we're in a full-scale war, but it's considered an operation.
No, it's a war. It's a war, and I would refer you to the 1973 War Powers Act. Okay, now here's my question: when the president wants to declare war, who's the one who has to do it?
The president.
No, Okay, Congress is the one who has the power to declare war. Who's the one who came up with the 1973 War Powers Act? Congress.
Congress. Okay.
So Congress can abrogate their responsibility to whoever they want. They're Congress. It is a co-equal branch of government, and that's a decision they've made. Therefore, what Trump is doing is fully legal and not in violation of the Constitution in any way, shape, or form. So I'm going to need a material violation of the Constitution that's being allowed right now.
So prior to
Specifically, the
1974
non-delegation doctrine, which is which is in the Constitution of how Congress can delegate its powers to the executive. It's a very
Who passed
specific
the 1974 congressional.
Congress, dumbass.
Okay, so just Congress. Got it.
Yeah, so it's just Congress. So Congress is the one who made that call in 73. They made the call to do that. And they can do that. So what I'm saying is that no one can say that no one can point to me, here's where Trump violated the Constitution. It's a material violation, and he was allowed to do it, and no one stopped him. President Trump has got to be the most sued president in the history of the executive. I don't know for sure, but that's sure as hell how it seems. And someone can fact check me on that or not, but he seems like he's sued an awful lot.
Okay.
And considering his
we're screwing his
signature
first
thing
time.
about his birthright citizenship, his signature thing that he wanted, did the court go with him on that or no?
No.
So it sounds like we still have guardrails in place.
Sure.
So yeah, we're good.
We're good. Yeah.
I appreciate you, Nick.
Yeah, I heard everything you said. I agree with a lot of what you said, and I admit that I have some researching to do about this conversation, but
Yeah, check it out. Here, I'm gonna follow you. Hit me up with the message, dog. I just followed
absolutely.
you.
Thank you.
All right,
Tucker.
man.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
Have a good night.
Yep.
Homeschool it.
Peace out. Took a hot minute.
That was actually a peaceful ending.
That's what I wanted to do. I just want peaceful. I'm not looking for agreement. I'm looking for clarity. Yeah.
Well, you could provide some clarity for me.
Oh, Jess, here we go.
Clarity for what? What do you need clarity on?
Yeah, what do you need clarity on?
Well, I had somebody tell me ask me what would the United States look like without the Federal Reserve and just transferring the system into Treasury, and I never thought about it.
Well, we have an op up here. There's no need to go into stuff that's gonna bore the chat. That stuff will bore the chat.
Fuck. My bad.
Shoot me a
Okay.
message, William.
Michael hates Trump. Age, date, and who did you vote for in the last presidential election?
Hey, Phil, Michael, let's go.
Yeah, seems to be a problem.
No, you're Republican, Michael.
Yeah. Michael hates Trump. Are you there?
So,
Michael hates Trump. How copy?
Earth
Can I
to
take your order, Bree?
Houston.
Come on.
Oh, maybe he doesn't. Does he know he's up?
Columbia, do you come in?
he's not.
I think he just wanted to put that picture up. We all see
Welcome to Taco Burger. Can I take your order, Pre?
it.
A taco burger.
Yeah, can I get a double bacon with cheese and
I don't know.
side
You
of
said, can I
Harambe
help you?
fries?
So that's the first thing that's exactly Harambe fries.
Side of Harambe fries.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, can you make it cry?
Talk to me, Goose. Roger.
Nothing? Okay.
No, oh, he's. Who's Mister?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Mr.
How you
Ed.
doing, pal?
Good.
Now he wants back
Big
up.
Bills fan. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Michael.
Okay.
Only Ahof's an Eagles fan.
Was your
Michael,
mic not working earlier?
Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Pretend he
Michael.
mutes himself.
Fuck the Birds.
I think he's trolling.
Michael, why you gotta be like that?
It's
Better
trolling
than that.
behavior.
Okay. I guess he's not.
That's trolling behavior.
The birds are government drones.
Oh my
The
god.
birds are government drones.
Don't even get me started on that shit, okay? I got another fucking conspiracy.
Oh dear.
Fuck yeah, Taco Burger, hell yeah.
Good God.
Taco Burger, Taco.
I think we started something.
Taco Burger. Oh, ooh, a Taco Burger is an all
Okay.
beef patty with bacon, and I like to put the cheese in with the meat because I like my shit super duper rare, and it melts the cheese on the inside, bacon on top with fried onions on top of that. And then I like to have steak fries, and I like to have my fries with garlic aioli.
Hey,
You're a
boy
Western
Tapley's
bacon
here.
kind of cheeseburger guy.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Taco Burger, huh? W.
Nope. I want to.
I hear fried onion rings on the burger. I'm like Western bacon cheeseburger, Carl's Jr. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to.
Hunter, that's my dude. CJ's is the highest level of fast food there is. Fucking fight me.
When I freaking came to Texas and they didn't have Carl's Jr., but they had, I think it's called Stars or something like that. Like I was so confused.
Wait, is it Hardee's? I thought it was Hardee's. Or am I wrong?
Is that what it's called?
I think it's
that might be it. But
Hardee's,
it's not.
R.I.P. Hardee's. That shit went out of business.
Okay. And then, but like in the area that I'm at, we don't even have one. They finally opened up a Carl's Jr. out in Austin, probably like 8 years ago.
Damn, that shit still exists. Carl's Jr.'s.
Whataburger's overrated.
It is,
so
and it's
overrated.
it's freaking expensive as all get out. The only thing that keeps Whataburger going is the fact that it's open like till past 2 o'clock in the morning. So when you leave the bar, and here in the small town especially, you leave the bar and you know that's like the only place you can go freaking get a burger.
Yeah, fucking.
Well, I've never been there.
In-N-Out's OP.
Is it bad?
It's not great.
Bad. It's just not. It's not bad. It's just overrated, like you said.
Yeah, it's overhyped. But I mean, honestly, In-N-Out is OP.
Michael hates Trump is back.
Trump only president.
That's all he's doing is not talking and just trying to show the F Trump.
He's trolling.
Yeah.
He's trolling.
Okay, bye, troll.
Yeah.
Bye, troll.
Can't do trolls.
Patrick, get up here.
No.
In-N-Out is mid. In-N-Out is not.
Oh, he says he's ready.
That's it.
Michael says he's
Okay,
ready.
bro, I'm ready. No, he's trolling.
Okay, H, who'd you vote for in the last election?
I can't talk because of the hole in my neck.
Damn, that's messed up.
Wow.
I'm sorry. I hope that hole gets better.
That's a good one.
That's fucked
It's
up.
me, Charlie Kirk. I can't talk because.
Oh yeah, see, I told you.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
I can see a troll a mile away.
No, yeah, that person's getting fucking blocked. You disgusting piece of shit.
Yeah, like
That's wild work.
no, I told you guys.
You did. I'm not gonna lie.
It's all right. The benefit of people showing them their asses like that is now we know. How, like I'm getting really good at this. All right, block. All right, block.
I have had Whataburger on multiple occasions. I've had lots of Whataburger. However, it is inferior to In-N-Out.
Oh, it looks like you got a rodeo going on.
I have spoken.
Tucko has spoken.
The great Tucko has spoken.
Yeah, Whataburger. I mean, Whataburger's fine. It's mid. I would say Whataburger's mid. In-N-Out is In-N-Out's very good, but to be honest with you, dude, a Carl's Jr. a fucking like a superstar or a double Western bacon cheeseburger, fucking solid.
Can I get a Royale burger?
A what?
Royale burger with cheese.
Oh, Royale with cheese.
What's up, Virginia?
Okay, so like I know we're talking burgers, but Chipotle
shut the
is
fuck
my
up.
shit.
The Huff, shut the fuck up.
Oh,
The
another
Huff,
fucking.
shut the fuck.
Another.
It's probably the same person.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm so sick and tired of like, stop. Can I just be me? Can I just be me?
Since when are you not?
God.
Can I kick it?
Did you get a
Because-
violation, Taco?
No, I'm probably going to though, because I said mental little person. I'm not even trying to.
Oh,
because I'm not even.
Has not popped up yet.
What's up, motherfuckers? Hey,
What up?
Spark. What's up, motherfuckers? Hey,
What's
Spark, I
up?
just saw you walk in the door. I wasn't going to come up on the panel yet because I don't like coming up here until there's ops up here because you guys get scared and like run away. But I never got to finish the conversation I was having with you up on Gunner's panel earlier about, you know, those documents that were released. So why don't you do me a favor? Go ahead and request on up here so we can go ahead and finish that conversation, my guy. Why don't you go ahead and do that for me? Hi, I love you all. I miss you very much. Hi.
Hello, mother.
Hi.
Hello.
If you didn't hear, Gunner crashed out this morning really bad on Jade and
Yep.
yeah.
I heard about that.
Yeah, Lord. Oh my God, I was there and it was over a bet on what Trump said in the speech last night. That's what it was.
I was bouncing back and forth between Gunners and Dillies. Like I was bouncing back
Yeah.
and forth. Like I was there.
Anyone that was on Pete's, he's like, if you're on the panel, he just unfollowed you and called you derogatory stuff. And it's just because of verbiage of crossing the border versus allowed into the border, into the country.
I mean, here's the thing. If you're gonna quote, I think that I can speak for everybody up here, except for maybe fucking Goofy next to me, right? Because he's just confused. He's just confused altogether, right? But we are sick and fucking tired of you motherfuckers coming up here and saying that you're quoting the president when you're actually not quoting the president. You're putting your own fucking words into a statement and then standing on that shit as it's actually truth. And when we ask you to pull up the quote or what was actually said word for fucking word, you guys want to deny and crash out and then play semantics with fucking words. Right?
Yeah.
So if you're going to quote somebody, quote them correctly or shut the fuck up.
Well, like, so the thing was, what he said was said did not actively get said, because he said that Trump talked about into the interior of the country, which is not what Trump said. But then what they said, crossing the border, wasn't what Trump said either. So they were both wrong when they tried to say what exactly was said.
Okay, so this
but the meaning of Gunner's meaning, even though he said into the interior, the meaning that he was intending was accurate, where the meaning that the other guys were saying was it was given false impressions.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very subtle, but it was.
Okay, so the president has been very clear on this, and you can go and look it up and you can see why. I think it was 13 people were allowed into the country over like the last 6 months. Some of them were for extreme medical conditions that needed to be addressed, but that does not mean they were released into the interior of the country.
Yeah.
Their needs were met. They had their refugee status already applied for, or what the fuck ever the case may be. That's a lot different than being like, all right, come on in. We don't give a fuck what your reason is, economic standards or what the fuck ever. We're just going to let you come into our fucking country. There's a big difference when it comes to people being legally entered into the United States, but not into the interior, and people being illegally entered into the United States and illegally be funneled into the interior of the United States without the checks and balances that are supposed to occur at the border. That is a big difference there.
Right.
Good point.
And really, having listened to Gunner's live this morning as well, like when he got upset, like I think he was actually more upset that he's been noticing a pattern of anti-Semitism being allowed and being platformed, and he's just kind of over it. And I can kind of support that too, you know?
I think we all are, bro. I think we all are.
Yeah.
And until somebody can give me and Tucko and all the people that, you know, understand geopolitics a better fucking ally to replace Israel with, you need to shut the fuck up. Because you
Exactly.
ain't got one.
Actually,
I say
Because
it
there
all the time.
isn't a better
Israel,
ally.
Israel's the model ally, what all allies should be in my eyes,
speaking of
in the
Israel,
modern sense of what the United States is.
everybody, let's give some prayers for Red Dawn. By the way,
Just why? What happened?
No. He's doing all right. Let's just he can't be with us today. So
Okay.
Who?
Don't say shit like that.
The fuck? Okay.
All right.
I don't know what we're
Oh, you talking about Red
I'm
Dawn?
I'm wearing one of my t-shirts.
Yeah.
Now we all get
Oh.
concerned and shit, and the entire live stops. Can't do that, bro.
Yeah, what happened?
We're family up here. Like, you can't say something like that about a family member and just be like, "Oh, don't worry about it. Just pray for the guy." No,
you gotta look at the chat.
Well,
did you?
I'm teleporting,
I didn't
so I
say
can't.
it yet. Dude, just say it, William.
Well, no, I'm not trying to
on the
air out
panel with
people's
him
business.
yesterday.
So, no.
I'll fucking
Okay, so-
DM him myself then.
So yeah,
Oh,
so I
Jesus
did.
Christ,
Well,
okay.
I did what Vic asked, and then Vic asked me to look at like the documents and some of them. What she had asked, and I did have a perusal.
Okay.
So the most important thing is when it started. Like that's the I saw something on CNN and they were saying, oh, there's kind of nothing to see here. It's kind of whatever. And they said this is totally Trump. It's totally motivated by Trump. But what I thought was interesting was that the investigation originally started in September of 2020. And it was actually initiated by the FBI Albany field office. So the ones who actually initiated the investigation. That's where it started. So that means that the FBI was investigating it all the way through Biden's presidency. So this isn't just a Trump thing. The fact that there was a fact pattern long enough to look at it for as long of a period of time, I think is quite telling.
And
that would be the
that's what
first
I brought up too. And that's what I said. I said, so what you're
Yeah.
telling me is that you're going to say that there's nothing here, but this isn't just one presidential administration's intelligence saying this. This is two different presidential administrations saying the same thing. And a bulk of the investigation came from your guys' administration, not ours.
Mm-hmm.
The problem that I have is that they knew that it was happening. They did nothing to remedy the situation. They called us all fucking conspiracy theorists and fucking deemed us as traitors to the country when they knew what was happening, did nothing about it, allowed it to flourish through the 2024 election. And the only reason why that one went the way that it should have gone is because of all of the money and the actual election officials that we had installed in there to make sure that the counting was done properly this time. Elon Musk and Donald Trump threw millions of dollars into securing this fucking election. The part that pisses me off the most about all of this thing is that we all know that presidents, former and current, have classified intel that gives them briefings, presidential briefings of even the current administration so that they're in the know. They stripped President Trump's classified briefings and all of the intel so that he didn't have the information that he needed in order to make these lawsuits successful. And the Democrats knew it. They covered it up. The judges fucking went with the narrative that this was all just a fucking lie and that there was no valuable fucking credible information saying that this was happening. And they fucking knew it was. That's the part that pisses me off.
Did not know that.
Well, my question is that, so if you guys dig into the IAR that they released, I would like to know who the CHS is, because that's not something that the news is not talking about.
What is
The IAR?
CHS?
Oh, CHS, a confidential human source.
Oh, okay.
So if you read the IAR that was released by Chuck Grassley's office, it talks about a confidential human source. And then also they also wanted to bury the report. So in 2021, they had a whistleblower that said, let me pull up the quote because I have it here. Let me pull it up. The quote is, The source's stated reason for pulling the report was, quote, the reporting will contradict Director Ray's testimony. So I thought, so like, what I find interesting is that there are actual people who are involved that they can talk to. So I find it odd that people are not focusing on individuals who work the case and know what it is, and they don't have them in a closed hearing. So I'm assuming that will be forthcoming. Is what I'm thinking from just people from the Albany field office. I would hope.
Not only that, but Mullen made it perfectly clear too, my love. He's not fucking playing around. That briefing this morning was fucking straight for the throat. Like, I think that we've made it perfectly fucking clear that we've got 16 months. And before President Trump leaves office, whether or not it has to be deemed as a national security threat, our elections will be secured. Period. Point fucking blank. Or you're going to jail. Period.
Well, here's what I thought.
I have a question.
Mother, do you think? And I'm just. Oh, okay.
Oh, well, I was going to say.
I'm sorry, Vic. My bad.
Well, no, I was going to say that what I found interesting and what I found most interesting in the report is that originally when they had the assistant section chief for the counterintelligence division had said that we have no reason. They were asked to recall the report, and the response that was given by the section chief was, "We have no reason to recall the report." And then apparently, within minutes of him sending that message, they were commanded to recall the IAR at the direct request of the FBI headquarters. I would like to know who that was. I would like to know the person who did that. Who is the person who, when the section, because usually when a section chief says, "Hey, we don't have a reason to do that," typically you're gonna take their advice. But I'd really like to know why that, like, what was the reasoning behind the person, whoever that is, who is at FBI headquarters. What was their reasoning for pulling it beyond what the section chief saw? I expect China to screw with our elections. Like, none of that surprises me, which is why I've been the most strident person against China ever. So that doesn't surprise me. I'm more concerned about the processes that we control, right? Because China we can't control. China's going to China. So
like
my
releasing
question,
the Epstein list that was never released.
What?
Yeah, it was released. It was released.
There's 3 million files missing.
No, there's
There's
nothing missing.
Go fucking inject yourself with the testosterone.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Mother, go get your backup. She's gonna come back with a backup.
Yeah, she had a violation.
Did you see that comment?
Oh, did she get one?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, but like, well, why are you pivoting to the Epstein files?
Hoff, did you see that about
Because you
McConnell
said
just
stuff
passed
that
away
we have
allegedly?
control over.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I was getting so good information.
We have total control over Epstein files.
No,
Yet
and
they're
it was
not
released.
And
they were released.
But Trump wants us
No,
to
but they
go
were
pay
released.
attention to some China
No, they were
shit.
released. This is old news. They were
It's
released.
our elections.
They were not. They have not all been
these were
released. And they have
released. They
been
were
redacted.
all. They
Yet
were
nobody's
all
been
released.
arrested. Bro.
Okay. So what victim needs justice? What's their name?
Mother's back.
Eugene Carroll. You know that Trump.
Eugene Carroll was not a part of the Epstein files. Eugene Carroll was not part of the Epstein files.
Oh, not. You're right, but
yeah,
Trump
I
is
know
still
I'm right.
a fucking sexual predator.
Okay, so yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You're just ignorant.
You are you are so fucking simple-minded that we're
Trump
talking about
is not
stuff
a sexual predator? That's fucking crazy.
matters in our country, and you're gonna come up here talking about the fucking Epstein files.
Yeah.
We're talking about our election security. You fucking idiot.
So yeah, I mean, so another thing from FBI headquarters I thought was interesting in the report. Did you guys see what the dad did? Did you see what the dad did of counterintelligence? That's the deputy assistant director. So they are the deputy assistant director to all of FBI's counterintelligence. So in the United States, the CIA only handles things that are over water. They handle everything outside of the borders when it comes to intelligence. The FBI is tasked with counterintelligence within the United States, right? So that person who is like second in command of all counterintelligence efforts for the FBI was one of the people who was a part of pulling that report. I would like to see that person in an oversight committee being asked what was the reasoning. Whether it's a closed hearing or not, I don't care. But I would like to know what the reasoning was for going around the section chief. right? So to me, my concern is our internal processes, because the internal processes look weird to me. I don't understand it.
It's the question that I was going to have, but it's not, it's somewhat rhetorical because I know there's no way of knowing. But like, based off of the way that things have played out recently with the Save America Act and all of that, like, do you think that this was kind of like Trump was like, didn't really want to do this until there was so much pushback on the Save Act that he's like, well, y'all asked for it, so now I got to just freaking drop this.
Yeah.
Like, I just like, I wish that I could know that, like, that maybe the Democrats could have prevented this all from freaking happening had they just secured our freaking elections in the first place. And then what's this about? And what's all this about? Like, there's actual evidence that there have been non-citizens voting.
Yeah,
Is that,
it was over 200,000. Yeah, I saw
It was
that.
284
There you go.
now that I look at it, confirmed by the White House.
Powers on
some
this.
non-citizens, some deceased.
And nothing's been confirmed about Mitch McConnell, Michael. I double checked. Only Andy Bashir is claiming that he's gotten multiple phone calls claiming that he's not here, but nothing is confirmed.
Mitch McConnell is a fucking ventriloquist puppet by now.
But
Somebody
I
call
mean,
Jeff
what I
down.
have to say. Oh, sorry, William, my bad.
I was making a joke. Go ahead.
Okay, someone's here.
Hey, what's up, gang?
Hi.
Yo.
Oh, hi. We
Hey,
never
Mother,
got
how
to
you doing?
We never got to finish our conversation earlier. You want to try again?
I was
okay, I'm
bummed
gonna
out.
mute.
Try again. Let's try again. Mulligan, second shot. I would like you to justify. I would like you to justify this for me, please.
Man, they're already muting me.
Nobody has muted you at all, like not even a little bit. So don't cry. Just justify this for me, please. Because we both know if this was the other way around, and it was, Republicans that hid this information from Democrats, like cities would be on fire right now.
May, let me ask you this. What was going on with
No,
Gunner?
I don't want you to ask me a question,
guy,
bro. I just want you to justify this for me. Listen, I don't drink.
seems nuts.
Had a couple margaritas tonight. Don't want to yell, don't want to scream. I just want a little bit of justification. Can you do that for me?
Go ahead.
Please, I just want you to justify this shit for me. Because we all know that one person that isn't supposed to be here partaking in our electoral system is an American voice that has been canceled out.
All right.
And that matters to me. Just one voice being silenced, an American voice being silenced, bothers me. I have a problem with that. So why don't you tell me how you don't?
Because we live in a country where no matter, it's just like school shootings. No matter how much you try, there's always gonna be some that slip through, Mother. That's called living in a society with too many variables happening.
Okay, so again, there's a
So
solution.
you're never going to eliminate.
Hold on,
cheating.
just a second. Now there's a solution to this problem, and the solution has been on the desks of 535 members of Congress for over 6 months now. This is a very easy fix. You go, you vote
No,
in
it's not.
person. It is actually. You go, you vote in person, you prove that you're an American citizen, you cast your ballot, done deal, right? This is an easy fix. But there seems to be this consensus on both sides of the aisle. So I'm not just blaming the Democrats here, because the Republicans are doing this shit too. There seems to be this consensus on both sides of the aisle that even though 83% of Americans agree that this should be the process that needs to take place in order to secure this process, the Democrats are sitting here fighting it, saying, oh, well, it happens, nothing you can do to fix it, when we know that you can fix it. So why aren't you, like, trying to help fix it?
Listen, there's never been any proven widespread voter
That is
fraud
not
ever.
the question that I asked you. And like I said, if I can
Listen.
prove one case where this has happened, that's one case too many.
Mother,
Those are Americans' voices that have been silenced. The question is why don't you support instituting a change to make sure that Americans' voices are heard in their electoral process? That is the question. I don't want
to make a difference.
I don't want to hear that.
It's not going to. I just
I
answered it.
don't
It's
want
not
to
going
hear
to make a
that
difference.
because it will make a difference, and
No,
that's why
ma'am.
everybody's fighting against it.
I don't think
Because
so.
if it won't make a difference, then pass it.
No, why do I want to pass? Why do I want to pass ineffective legislation?
If it's not, then because it will
Oh my God.
because it will appease 83% of the population.
No, actually, Trump's poll numbers have never been lower.
This doesn't have
People
anything
don't
to do
want
with
this dumb
Trump
say
because
that.
as me and Tucko were just discussing,
Has
this
everything
intel
to do with Trump.
no. This intel came from the Biden administration, not the Trump administration.
Biden's not pushing the Save America Act, sweetie pie.
We know, and that's because the Biden administration was culprit to allowing our system to fail
I think you need another margarita.
when they knew there were safeguards that could be instituted and they refused to institute them.
You know,
So I need you to just answer the fucking question for
that's
me.
not a debate. A debate is not me continually
a
answering
debate.
No, that's not. It's not me
It
answering your
actually
question.
is a
No,
debate.
You make a point,
I'm
I
standing
make
on
a counterpoint.
no. This is a debate.
You make a point,
so
I'll
I'm
make a
standing on the
counterpoint.
point that even one American voice being silenced in our process is
Never
one
gonna
fucking
happen.
too many, right?
I heard
And
you.
you're sitting here saying it doesn't fucking matter.
No, I said it's never going to happen.
That's not an argument. It doesn't matter.
It's a
Isn't an
reality.
argument, bro.
It's never going to happen, Mother.
What do you
Sorry.
mean it's never going to happen?
Because-
It will
okay,
happen.
if
It
you
will
quit
happen.
screaming-
And let me tell you why it's
if you
going
quit
to happen.
crashing out, I'll explain it to you.
No. Here's the thing: is you guys can try to gaslight your way through this and say it doesn't matter, it's never going to happen, and all this bullshit. But now that we have the evidence that we need to deem this as a national security threat, that falls under the purview of the executive branch. So it's going to fucking happen.
Okay.
And the director of national intelligence has made it clear that anybody that tries to stop this process is going to face criminal charges.
Okay, let me respond now, Mother, please.
All right, cool.
Did
Go
you
ahead.
land it?
And then I yield.
Those
my
are the
time.
current numbers. They're not too far off from what Obama was at this time.
Okay, so here's the problem that you're failing to understand is the fact that anything implemented by the government is going to be implemented by human beings, and there's always a percentage of fallacies, falsehoods, things that will never be 100% compliant on everything. So no matter what you do, what laws you pass, you are never going to get rid of the bullshit factor that's going to happen. There's always going to be people that say this wasn't fair or this was fake or there's somebody dead voted. It's ridiculous. So what you need to do is investigate widespread incidences and address them, which have been done, and there's never been any evidence or proof, and Trump has fucking screamed and went to every court, and he's been laughed out every single time. This is just one more example of you idiots saying, oh, they're eating the dogs.
You asked me, okay, so, and then you said that shit earlier, and then asked me for the evidence, just one case of where this has happened, and then you pivoted and moved the goal pole, and then we brought up the fact that 250,000 illegal immigrants are on our fucking voter rolls just in 4 states. You want to excuse that and say, oh, they're just sitting there for no fucking reason, right?
No, you're just putting words in my mouth, Mother. I didn't say anything.
No. You did. And then I brought up a case where this has happened. It's been prosecuted. They were found guilty of it. And that wasn't a problem for you. Then you wanted me to prove widespread fraud.
Wait, are you talking about
everything? And then we brought up the numbers of the widespread fraud, and that still wasn't good enough for you. I yield my time to the chairman.
Are you talking about?
I have a question. I have a question. Why was the FITF created? Like, what was the whole point of it? If not for this, have you read the report?
I haven't read the report. No, this just everything just got released as of yesterday,
Yeah.
right?
So, well, no, I mean, so in the report. So, I mean, I'm reading from page 30 of the report. In the report, the FITF was actually created by Director Wray.
Tucko, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Why would anybody have feel like there's any credibility in this administration when from day one he's still thinking that he won the 2020 election?
Okay, so I'm not. I'm not.
credibility.
Yeah, so I'm not here to discuss what Trump may or may not believe
No,
or
no,
what he
but-
thinks.
but you
That's a, no. I want to. I just want to talk about. I just want to talk. I want to talk facts. I want to talk about fact patterns.
But can we talk credibility as well?
No. Let's talk about fact patterns, things that we know exist that we can look at
Things that
and
he's
see.
done that
So
diminishes his credibility.
So my question is this: is that Director Wray was the one who created the FITF? Okay, so you know what the FITF is?
No, what is it?
Okay, I'll catch you up. It's basically dealing with foreign interference, right? It's called the Foreign Influence Task Force, and that's what he created. It was to essentially tamp down foreign influence in U.S. politics, culture, things like that. The FITF is supposed to investigate things like this. This is exactly the type of thing you're supposed to investigate.
Right,
But
like
the
the
problem
Russian,
is, what?
like
the
the
what?
like the Russians interfering.
Yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't necessarily bring that up because I had that beat over my head from 2016 and on, how the Russians were the ones who got Donald Trump elected. It was all Russia's fault, when in the end, it all ended up being a massive lie. Objectively, it became a lie. It is a matter of fact in the court of law, according to the Sussman trial, that never happened and never went on. And that was actually stipulated to by Sussman's team. So let's get back more current into what we're talking about today. The FITF is supposed to investigate that, but they were told on October 8th that they were supposed to cease. And then when they were followed up again on June 27th, 2025, the response that was given was, quote, found no information to indicate that the FITF in China had aggressively investigated or reported the information despite corroborating intergovernmental reporting and logistical investigative leads. These are agents complaining that they have information on things and they're not permitted to look at it. That's according to the FBI field notes. These are cops. These are not people who have necessarily any political axe to grind. So my question is that if in fact we have people who are prevented from investigating things who by their own admission have intergovernmental reporting and logical investigative leads, those are fact patterns that were not followed up. And I'm not here to make the case for widespread fraud or not for widespread fraud, but when it happens, if we're not using the tools we have to investigate it, I want you to tell me why I should have any faith or integrity in elections.
Well, I can tell you that if they developed this special group to investigate elections, then they should investigate them. But
Well, no, it's not just elections; it's any foreign influence, right? So
Okay.
it could be money, it could be any type of meddling. But my question is that
okay, no, I understand your question. Tucko,
but my issue is that when you have Nikki Flores, who is the assistant deputy of counterintelligence, telling agents not to investigate fact patterns, I would consider that a problem, wouldn't you?
Well, they took this to court time and time again. It's just been proven bullshit.
We're gonna focus like a laser beam. We're talking about China. We're not talking about anything previous. I want to focus like a laser beam
You
on
want to
this.
get very specific about one thing that I'm unfamiliar with. That's what you want to do. And I'm telling you,
So what I would tell I would encourage you. I would encourage you
And I
then to
will.
read these files that are public for anyone to read.
All right. Thank
To
you,
look
Tucko.
at them. And what you have to understand is that if in fact, like one of the issues I have with people saying, oh, there's no evidence of widespread fraud.
Right.
If in fact you do not have the tools in which to find that fraud,
Yeah, the tools.
of course like an ID. An ID would
Right.
be a really good way
Right.
of understanding if people are voting correctly or not.
Well,
And
Tucko, the problem I have is that there's been many, many court cases. In fact, Fox News paid in the tune of $750 billion for lying about the Dominion machines. And now, after one day,
That's unrelated entirely. No, that's
no,
unrelated.
I'm telling you, like I'm giving you past events. So
I know, but
and then after
past
one day
events.
of some newly released shit, all of a sudden you're
Okay,
up in arms.
that's fine. Dominion voting machines,
you're
got
just
it.
like
I'm
a kid
talking
with a
about
new little toy.
I'm talking about a situation where people who are on voter rolls, it is confirmed. It is not a guess. This is not anything. These are things that we know. These are
from a
people
day
whose
ago.
names. But what I'm saying is that that's only 4 states. There are 50 of them. And my question is California one of them? As a former California resident, have you heard of ballot harvesting? Do you know what ballot harvesting is?
Not really.
Okay, so but ballot harvesting is that if someone in fact fills a ballot out, any person can take that ballot and they can drop it off. In the state of California, there is no limit to how many ballots you may drop off. In other states, it's typically for your family. You know, your mom is sick or your grandmother, and the state gives limited capacity for you to take a ballot in for someone. That is, of course, reasonable. I don't think anyone would complain about that. However, in the state of California, any person can do it. Anyone can do it. There is no ID required.
You're really all
There
over
is
the
no
place.
signature.
You're really all over the place on this.
Not really.
First,
Not
you're
really.
talking about.
No, what I'm talking about is that if in fact you remove all the structures to find the fraud, of course you are not going to find the fraud. It is anathema.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's anathema.
It's just funny. It's just so funny how.
No, I think it's sad.
If Trump wins, the elections were fair. If Trump loses, it's rigged.
Nobody said it was fair.
Spark, I didn't vote for Trump. I never have. No. I don't like Trump. What I'm telling you is what I have a concern of. As the son of immigrants who waited over a decade to be in the United States,
right,
and then another decade to gain citizenship to vote. To me, someone's vote is very important, and I don't want it diluted because foreign actors are using our own permissive laws against us to tamper with anything. And I think that, and I think this is an issue that you should say, you know what, this is terrible. I'm going to look into it.
The guy that sent fake electors is now trying to do some other shit. You're right. Wow, I'm very concerned.
You're talking about alternate electors.
Oh yeah, let's not talk about. Let's stick to what you want to talk about. That's because that's how every good debate is.
Because a debate sticks around one point. A debate sticks around one point.
No, actually, a debate is somebody makes a point and then somebody responds.
Yes. So my point is why do you have a problem with securing our elections?
I don't. I just think what you're talking about is unnecessary, stupid, and it's one fucking day
Okay, so why is securing
case is lost?
No, okay, so but I'm asking you, why is it stupid? You think securing our elections is stupid?
Because I feel very confident that this is just one more ploy from a convicted felon, pedophile con man, and our elections are very.
I don't know why you're crashing out. I'm asking you. You said that.
Can I say something?
You said that securing the elections was stupid. Why do you think securing our elections is stupid?
No, I think this step is unnecessary. But if it proves something, then I'm glad that it happened.
Okay, so then you're for the investigation then to move forward.
Like I said, I don't know a lot about it. This is one day old. Right?
Oh, okay. I mean,
I know. Listen, Tucko, I will say that I'm very aware of a long string of court cases that fell very badly for Trump, and all these other lawsuits.
In these court cases, what was decided?
Come on, it was decided that he was full of shit.
So
you're telling me my argument's going to be weak because I don't know the details of a bunch of court cases?
I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing because when it came to all of the. No, because when it came to all the election stuff, the court rendered it was moot because the election had already happened.
No, he fought it tooth and nail.
No, he did, but they rendered it moot because it had already happened.
Some of them, most of them that were.
No, all of them. None of them.
That's bullshit too.
No, I want you to show me the case that was decided on the merits. Show me the case that was decided on the merits.
So you're telling me if I go in the house and start pulling up
I
case
want
numbers,
you to
every
go in the.
single
I
one of
want.
them-
I'm gonna follow you right now. I
Okay,
want
Tucker.
you.
No. Let's do this.
No,
Even better.
I'm gonna
even
follow you. No,
easier. Even easier. Pull up the court case. where
Mr.
Trump
Chairman, will
won.
you yield?
yeah, I'll yield the balance of my time.
So, Spark, do you agree that January 6th was one of the worst days in American history?
One of the worst days? No.
Okay, cool. So I'm glad that we agree on that. But it wasn't a great day, right? Like, pretty bad day.
For
Wasn't a
sure.
good look, right? Wasn't a good look for the world. Wasn't a good
No,
look
I
for.
don't. Who wants to see police
Okay,
officers
so
get beaten?
again, and why did that happen? Why did those people show up there that day?
Because Trump told them to fight like
No,
hell.
don't leave Trump's
No.
name out of this.
Oh,
Why?
okay. I didn't know we had that provision.
No. This isn't
No.
about Trump, bro.
Mother.
Because it doesn't matter what Trump said. Everybody up here saw what the fuck happened that
Mother,
night.
calm down. Why are you?
And
you seem so
hey, I'm
angry.
very fucking calm right now, and
Can you tell
I
me how you're angry
understand
and
that this
serious?
line of questioning is bothering you,
It
but
is?
I have a fucking point here, and you know what my point is, and that's
Bob,
why you're
you run a
trying to
great, you run a
gaslight
great
me
panel. Thanks for having
into
me on today.
calming down and all this shit, right? So again, doesn't matter what Trump fucking said, it's about what the American people saw and how it made us fucking feel. So we saw, and I was one of those people that before I went to bed, that shit was in the bag. Like I was confident, everything was good. Like we were way fucking ahead. And then all of a sudden, pipes
your
start to
head.
break. Hey, I'm
In
still
your
talking.
head.
Hey, no, shut the fuck up. I don't. Yeah, in my head,
In
and in
your
the heads
fucking
of,
head.
and then in the heads of millions upon millions of other Americans. So I'm not alone in this. Don't gaslight me. And then we waited for weeks for the election results, which has never happened in American history. So let's be fucking clear about that. So we showed up there. No, you're not going to talk over me. It's my time. The chairman yielded his time to me, not to you. And my line of questioning isn't done yet. Bye, bitch. Bye. Run away. Because we all fucking know that they showed up there because they felt that their fucking voices had been canceled out and that their electoral process was fucked. That's why they showed up there that day. They showed up there that day because this shit happens in third world countries, not in fucking America. And you can try to gaslight us and you can try to tell us that there's nothing to see here or that we can't fucking fix it, but we don't fucking believe you anymore. And now we have the evidence to back that shit up. So you guys have an opportunity here to prevent that shit from happening. But you don't want to fucking do that. So the next time this shit happens and they're actually successful, don't fucking come crying to me, bitch. Because you had your opportunity to secure this so that Americans felt that their process was the way it was supposed to be and that their voices weren't being stolen from them. And I promise you, when Americans start feeling like they can't fucking use their voice in their electoral process, you got a huge fucking problem coming down the pipe. January 6th was a playground, bro. Secure the fucking elections and shut the fuck up. That's all we're asking.
W mother.
Perfectly said.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I could say that better than myself.
Beautifully said.
I'm still looking at this IIR.
Yeah, it's quite compelling.
Yeah, no, and it's really like, holy crap! Like Ray, Ray's all over this.
Yep.
By the way,
So
that's former director of the FBI, Christopher Wray, with a W.
Yeah, under Biden. Like it's
Yeah.
not like this is why I think it's interesting that they keep saying that this is a Trump fabrication. I mean, I saw Newsom's response and it was I was flabbergasted. But ultimately, but ultimately, like this is something that went on for quite some time, and I'm more concerned with the processes that weren't used to look at it. That's the main concern because that's something we can actually control.
The weirdest thing to me about this whole thing was about how 20 minutes before Trump even said a word, that you have Kamala Harris, you had Barack Obama, you had a bunch of other people on X saying, don't listen to whatever he's saying. We all know what happened, blah, 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 blah. Before he even said anything.
Yeah. I have a question, but we have another person here. What's up, Alan?
Hi, Alan.
Yo.
Hi.
So,
how's
Are you,
Tricks?
Alan, are you going to say something?
No.
AJ
It was
needs to
nice
go play.
talking to you. It was nice talking to you.
Bye.
Are you just up here to be up here, Alan?
All right, I'll see you guys.
All right.
Okay.
Cheers.
Bye.
What the hell?
Hi.
It's good to see you, Alan. You know, fuck it.
I added the Israel one too, just in case those people that hate the Jews want to come up.
I feel like, I mean, Tucko, I feel like the polarization that Americans are feeling right now is rivaling even what they felt in 2024. But that's just me.
I mean, yeah, maybe. I mean, the problem is like just from a logical standpoint, right? From if you take politics completely out of it, right? If you just
Sure.
both sides have had complaints about how things have gone, whether it was with Hillary Clinton in 2016 with the Ruskies, or whether it was in 2020 with how the states. So the reason why all those suits end up being moot is because the courts decided, yeah, the states can do that. They can change that law however they want. Trump's contention was that they had changed the laws outside of how they were supposed to do it. That was his contention because they put in the mail-in ballots and all that for COVID reasons. All the court said is, well, states can do that. I'm out of here. It's moot because it's already happened and it's done. You can't change the rules, back in time. But what I find interesting is that both sides have had complaints about how these things have gone. So if in fact you can get rid of the foreign interference, which was what Hillary had proclaimed in 2016, right, by having the SAVE Act, and then you can have the other side where for them the SAVE Act will give them IDs at ballot boxes. I'm trying to figure out why the pushback, because I keep hearing that it doesn't do anything, it's irrelevant, it's not going to really do anything. Okay, if that's the case, if you think it's not going to be material, what difference does it make if you pass it?
Exactly. Then just pass it then.
Yeah, like that, to me, that's what I don't understand. That seems
That's a
odd
good
to me.
deal, and it's not swaying our elections one way or another, and it's completely irrelevant. Then just pass it. You just passed a daylight savings time bill. Now that's fucking irrelevant.
Yeah.
So if this
The
is
country is
irrelevant
saved
too,
now. The country is saved.
yep. And if this is irrelevant too, and it's not going to matter, and this isn't an issue, then fucking pass it.
Well, no, I mean,
I'm
even
gonna
but even
play-
more, yeah, but even more to the point, if in fact I believed that nothing untowardly was happening, I would actually want to make sure it passed. Then that way I could say, look how right I was, that nothing untowardly is going on. Look how stupid they were, and we all have to do these ridiculous things now because of it. I would, if they're correct, and it's not going to have any material difference. If in fact it's not going to change anything and nothing's going to be found because everything's 100 super duper whooper secure, I would then use that as a political talking point to say, look, they were like chasing boogeymen. Look how stupid they are. So that to me, that's what doesn't make any sense.
Well, I think, I mean, Tucko, I have a question. I would say that, I mean, I know that the majority of America supports the SAFE Act, if I'm correct.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, sure that's the case.
Oh.
Okay. Hi,
how
Lipo.
you doing?
Lipo. Is that your fucking
Lipo?
Okay, I'll wait. What's up, Lipo?
Since you feel like you sound like you have a lot to say, go ahead and speak.
I just want to clarify. Did he just say that majority of people want the SAVE Act? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, majority of Americans.
Yeah.
Yes.
What was the stat for that?
Yeah, well,
Where?
look at it.
What's the stat for that?
It was.
Oh, look.
Yep, they've done polls on passing ID laws, and majority of people want ID laws for elections passed.
Okay, so would that indicate that the SAVE Act in itself is somehow?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep a consistent standard here. Polls ain't worth shit because like it's a poll. Really, if you wanted to get the broad opinion, I think it is going to give you a kind of a look at it, but it's just a poll.
That's the only way we know right now.
Well, and not only that, but this is the one poll that no matter where you look, over 70% of Americans want it fucking passed. That is not only a majority, that is a super majority. So it doesn't matter if you look at ABC, NBC, Cowshy, it doesn't fucking matter. A majority of Americans want this shit passed. That's all that
Damn
matters.
right.
I think the majority of the polls that I look at are the New York Times / Siena polls, and even they say that the majority of Americans want this passed, and they're left leaning.
So with that being said, Lipo.
So you're saying American? So the White House put one out, which I'm not going to take the White House.
That's fine. You don't have to.
I won't either, to be honest.
Which
find one that fits
talking
your
about, like,
narrative.
I mean, some are indicating the opposite. Some are indicating it's kind of in the middle.
How about Gallup? Gallup isn't exactly a right-wing source.
Definitely not.
This is also not right wing.
Dude.
AP, New York Times, Gallup. Like I'm not sure. I mean, are you looking for a unfalsifiable?
I mean, I would
bias,
say
or?
that. I mean, I would say those are justified. I mean, to be honest with you, I didn't even know they had polls on this, so I guess you guys are bringing this to my attention.
Yeah. So that's
There are polls on everything.
Americans literally took bets last night on what the president was going to talk about. What are we doing? This is capitalism, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So to me, if something is that widely popular, and if you don't think it does anything, I'm not really sure what the resistance is to passing it. To me, that's what's strange.
I play devil's advocate here, Telco.
Sure.
So I would say that the reasons why the Democrats don't,
Mm-hmm.
the reason why the Democrats don't want it, why the Democrats don't want it to get passed, is because God, I'm gonna sound like a fucking Republican saying this, but I feel like they're scared.
Because you are.
I feel like
It's fucking obvious why, Michael. Don't stutter and fucking act all weird about saying the truth. This is what the fuck is wrong with your party. Just fucking say it. It's fucking obvious, bro.
I feel okay. I feel like the party will lose elections if this gets.
There you go. And that's why they want to remove the electoral college and just make it a popular fucking vote. That's why they want to stack the Supreme Court, remove the fucking Senate, and do all the dumb shit that they've been talking about fucking doing, and denying that that's what they want to do until we get a leaked little manifesto of what their actual plan is.
Yeah, I don't think DHS having the system to confirm citizenship status is necessarily good.
Is what? I'm sorry, say again.
I don't think that's good.
What's
that's
good?
their job. That's their
No,
job.
I don't. I think the state should hold that.
That's not. Yeah, the states aren't in charge of immigration. That falls under the executive branch, which means that falls under the Department of Homeland Security. That's literally their job, authorized to them by Congress. The fuck?
Well,
no, it's more so about the fact that I don't want the federal government having the voter rolls or having the ability.
That's the law.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Well, no,
cool,
for federal. Why not for federal
that
elections?
Needs some more. It needs some more interference. Like you can now the potential party that is in hand, they can actually interfere with the election more because they can.
Well, no, but it's a federal election. They should have purview, just like a state should have purview over its state elections, right? So It's not about voter roll information for state and local elections. It's about voter rolls for federal elections.
I'm just going for. To be honest with you, this is like what the conservative point of view was like 30 to 40 years ago. I mean, that's why it's the case now that the states, they wanted the states to separately have power over the voter rolls and also have the rights to the system itself. They don't want the federal government.
So in the Constitution, the state decides the manner and place of voting. Right there in the constitutionally, they decide that. However, the federal government has limits on who may and may not vote, and because of the supremacy clause, the states are supposed to honor that. That is strict. That's strict constructionist, rock ribbed conservative thinking. Is that the states have their interest, the federal government has its interest, and those two are not supposed to be at odds. And because of the supremacy clause, if the federal government says, if you are a citizen of the United States, you may vote, and if you are not, you may not vote, the federal government has purview there.
Okay, what would be the numbers?
Also has purview over the requirements to vote.
What would be the numbers that would indicate that these illegal people are voting?
That would be in the documentation.
The reality is that if there is no structure, if there is no structure in which to find them, then how are you supposed to find them? That's like, it's almost the same as me being a law enforcement officer, and I pull you over for speeding, and I walk up and say, "Sir, license, registration, proof of insurance, please." He says, "Well, it's against the law to drive without a license." Okay, that's correct. So I wouldn't do that because you can't. Okay, provide me your identification. I'm not going to do that, but we just know there's a law saying you can't drive without a license. You have to show that you have that. You have to prove that you have that. It's the same thing. It's the same thing if I go to purchase a firearm and I fill out the 4473 form, I write it all out. I have to show that I am a citizen. I have to show that here's my ID. They're then going to run a background check on me. And that is also a constitutionally protected right. There is no constitutionally protected rights are not disparate, whether it's voting or firearms or, I want to start a church. There are rules. Like if you want to have a protest, right? First Amendment. If I want to have a protest, and let's say me, Hoff, and like 200 of our best friends want to walk down the street, and we want to say that Whataburger sucks and In-N-Out's awesome. What's going to ultimately happen is that they are going to ask me for an ID for that permit. Even though I'm going to enter into a constitutionally protected thing, I have to show identification to do that, so I can get my assembly permit. Like I'm just not sure what the resistance is when we have multiple cases dealing in constitutional rights where identification is important. Why is it not for this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the manner in which they approach the issue. Not necessarily that they want ID, but do you know exactly? I'm asking you. Do you know exactly within the SAVE Act what proof exactly do they have to have? Is it pretty loose, or is it?
No. I would say it's very reasonable. So I have to show my citizenship to register to vote. And then when I go to a polling place, I have to show my ID, my real ID that the federal government accepts in order to cast the ballot.
What happens if I don't drive, or let's say I don't have a driver's license because I don't drive?
Then you can have a state ID card that is federally accepted. You can you can also get a passport ID card for $30. That would also qualify.
And let's hear me out. If you're low income, homeless, or cannot afford it, your state offers you, hear me out, free identification. Isn't that crazy? So the poll tax argument just went right out the fucking window.
Is that actually an argument for why we shouldn't pass the bill?
Yes, it actually is.
Would it apply for would it apply for expired driver's license and such, or it'd have to be?
No, it doesn't. And this is one of the reason why we have to go to the real ID is because like my former state of California will give a driver's license to anybody. And on top of that, And on top of that, when you get a driver's license or you renew your driver's license, they automatically register you to vote. It's called motor voter is what it's called. So anyone that has an ID in the state of California gets a ballot sent to their house. Anyone, regardless of citizenship status. It's just against the law to fill that ballot out and turn it in.
Okay, so what would you say about necessarily the 21% and 23% of blacks and Hispanics who lack the ID? What would you say for that?
That seems
So
more.
what I would say is we should get them IDs, because if you don't have an ID, you can't get a job. You can't work. You can't go into a courthouse. You can't get on an airplane. You can't cash a check at a bank. You are completely and totally expunged from society. Therefore, I want to do what it takes to get you an identification so you can participate in society.
Would that legislation? No, I'm not like trying to talk. I'm just trying to make sure.
Again,
Lippo. I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. If you're an adult,
Uh-huh.
you have responsibilities.
Of course.
And one of those responsibilities is to interact with society. We shouldn't need a piece of legislation to force you to get a piece of identification that you should get on your own. And this is why what Benjamin Franklin said at the steps after the Constitutional Convention is very, very important and telling. When the woman asked him, when the Constitutional Convention was over, what type of government did you bring us? Benjamin Franklin said, a republic if you can keep it. What that means is that there's a certain responsibility upon the citizen to act in good faith and good conscience and to do the things it takes. Again, plenty of African Americans own firearms. Plenty of people they participate throughout life. And I'm not saying this about you because I think you're a decent enough guy, but that's kind of a bigotry of low expectations if you're first concerned that blacks can't get an ID.
I didn't say that. I said 21. I'm listing off the stats, right? What people would be majority affected.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is that if in fact you don't have that, that's a you problem that you should probably fix. If in fact you care enough civically to vote, why wouldn't you have an identification? An identification is a much more important barrier than voting. Voting we do every 2 years, for Congress and sometimes for Senate, and then presidents every 4. An ID you can use on the daily. I used my ID 4 times today. 4 times. And I found it incredibly useful. My identification was so incredibly useful today when I rented a vehicle. I had to rent a car because the plane took a crap in Eureka, California, and I had to drive the insufferable 4 hours to the Redwood Forest. I had to show my ID. I had to give them my credit card. And there's lots of times Americans have to show IDs. And I think it's time that we stop lying and say, you know what? People should have an ID. And it's incumbent upon you to be a grown-up and get that ID, because it's not children who are voting. It is adults. And if you're an adult, you should probably do adult things. And I would say the way to prove yourself that you are who you are is probably a bare minimum.
Sure. I'm not necessarily against that per se. Like, IDs sound logical. I'm just saying that I don't think states having to or must. I don't think states being forced to give this DHS system or the citizenship status of people to that. I just think it's a slippery slope, because then they have access to all. I don't think the federal government should have access to that information.
Well, no, but a slippery slope to where? Why shouldn't the federal government have access to
authoritarian?
But why wouldn't the federal government have a vested interest, right? Or what we'd say in legal terms, a compelling interest to know who is voting in its elections?
I think the states ought to do that. There are certain things states should be able to do.
No, but we're talking about federal elections. We're talking about the citizen living in a state interacting with a federal election. We're not talking a state election. We're talking federal offices. Tell me what rubric that the state has the capacity to tell the federal government to take a flying leap at a rolling donut over a federal election. I understand if you don't want that for state, that's fine. For state and local elections, for cities, counties, fine, have at it. I could care less. We're talking about information in regards to federal elections, which obviously the federal government has a clear and compelling interest to know who's voting in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, okay, sure, but when it comes to like citizenship proof, like IDs in itself aren't necessarily like proof of citizenship. Are they going to be searching? I guess
That's what the real ID is for. The real ID, when you have that, that's your citizenship. Or if you have a passport ID card, they know you are a citizen. That's the point of it.
Oh, so I'd have to have a real ID, not even just a normal ID.
Yes, exactly. Because unfortunately, states have taken the driver's license and have turned it into
I'm
garbage.
totally against that. I'm totally against
Why?
that.
Why?
So wait, you're saying that I have to have a real ID, which would, I mean, how many people have a real ID in this country?
I do.
Everyone should.
That doesn't answer my question, though. I'm saying,
like, every state has been.
A lot of people, a lot of grown-ups have that.
Yeah, every state's been issuing a real ID for like what, the past 5 years, if not longer. So
yeah,
it's been a thing that they had to start doing. And I think now all those expired, other than the very few states that have military, that they get a special ID with no expiration right now while they're military.
So wait a minute. As of April 2025, so this is like, I guess, the most recent stat, is 56% of Americans with state issued license already have a real ID. So I mean, I would get behind what you're saying before, but it sounds like it's essentially you're taking half the population, and by doing so, would have a real ID.
No, half the population is removing themselves because they are choosing not to have an ID that works. This is not the government is setting the standard, right? Just like when I purchase a firearm, there is a standard the government sets. If I do not meet that standard, I cannot purchase that firearm.
So you're telling me, wait. You're telling me I'd have to have a real ID, which would disqualify.
Or a passport ID card. Or a passport ID card. Yeah.
And if I don't have that, and I just have a real ID, or I just have a normal ID, I can't.
Yeah.
Vote.
Yeah, you can't vote.
I don't know if I like that.
Well, I mean, whether you like it or not is immaterial. When we make these decisions as a society, we take a look at other things that are similar, right? And what do we do with those things? And if I go to apply for an assembly permit from a city, or if I go to purchase a firearm, or if I want to go into a courthouse, or if I want to go into a myriad of things, my citizenship matters. If I have to go and I have to sign up for selective service. When I was a kid, I had to sign up for selective service, the draft. Citizenship mattered. I have a social security card when I file my taxes, right? Like there's things you have to do when you're an adult.
So wait, a real ID would be the gold star, correct? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, gold star. Some of like California says a bear.
So technically, I wouldn't be able to vote because I don't have a gold star.
No, you would not. You would have to go.
You still can
and
get
yourself an ID. Yeah, you can get it. You're not prohibited
be honest,
from getting.
I mean, that's a government.
Well, so no.
Yes.
California.
I understand that we have to vote. We have to register to vote.
Yes, if you want to partake in our political system, you need to fucking prove that you're an American citizen and can partake in that political system.
I mean, an ID would suffice.
It's 2026, and we can all admit that we have a severe problem with our immigration process. And now that we know for a fact that this is an issue, it needs to be dealt with.
Well, I thought the border crossings were 0, according to Trump. So is that
again, there's up to 20 million illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants in this country right now.
So wait, how do you
actively
find those numbers? Like
skewing. I mean, where do you want me to pull it from? I can pull it from many different sources.
Sure, they can have all the sources you want, but how would you be able to determine like the amount of undocumented immigrants in a country? Like, how is that even a thing?
Well, again, the government has its ways. These are people that have overstayed their visas, had green cards, and never left, etc., etc. People that have been issued deportation or orders of removal and have just not been picked up and people that we know have just came into the country either on a TPS or a protective status or a refugee status. They're no longer protected under that category and are still in the country. That's how.
So, I mean, I just I don't think you can really determine that.
I
number.
just gave you how they do it. What do you mean you don't think they can? I just told you how they do it.
Let's see. I mean,
What the fuck?
I'll look it up. I mean, I don't think that's. I mean, 20
So in any
million
event,
people.
yeah, no. So in any event, if in fact you want to participate in elections, there's certain things you have to do. Just like if you wish to buy a firearm, just like if you wish to buy a house, if you want to do things, there are certain things that are required of you. You have to be a bit of an adult. And if you're going to decide which direction the country goes writ large, you should probably be a grown up and be able to get an identification.
I have a question, Taco, for you.
Sure.
So, and this is not a position that I hold, but it seems like it's the Democrat ideal that it says that the SAVE Act will create more barriers for people who would be eligible without the bill to be able to vote. Is that
Okay.
Is that a
No,
valid
no,
concern?
not at all, because there's also barriers in order for someone to own a firearm. Don't you want some barriers for that?
Well, sure, and I think that it really should be more, but that's besides the point.
But my point is that to have an inherent constitutional right, to have barriers and to want to put all these barriers in front of it, but then on another inherent right say no, we can't have any barriers whatsoever. Do you understand how ludicrous that is?
Yeah, I got you. It's
They're both inherent rights.
Well, I also could say that the Democrats also don't want this to get passed because they're afraid that if the bill actually fixes or helps fix the problem, that they'll look like idiots for opposing it.
Well, I think the number one reason why they're afraid of the SAVE Act, like the number one reason, is actually not because me personally, I don't believe I don't have any data to support this, but I don't believe you have a massive amount of illegals voting. I don't think that personally.
So why does the
That's just-
DHS have to get it then?
So one, the main reason why they fear the SAVE Act is because they fear that ballot harvesting will go away. A really good example is in Los Angeles, the mayoral vote that they just had. The night of and the day of, Spencer Pratt was carrying it up. He was doing well. Still behind, what's her nuts, but was still doing quite well. The minute the mail-ins came in, then Nithya Raman magically took flight. And what's funny is that when you look at where her votes came from, they came from downtown LA. Downtown LA is where the homeless shelters are at. All those mail-in ballots came from downtown LA.
Oh, you mean from the people where we literally saw people signing up people to vote and paying them cigarettes and fucking cash? So that they could get their fucking information, gave them an address to register to, knowing damn well these people do not partake in our system and that they could cast a ballot in their fucking name. You mean those guys?
Yeah, and the reality is that in order to be eligible to vote in the state of California, you have to establish some type of residency. Now, you can use a homeless shelter as an address. You can absolutely do that, but you have to do a bunch of things in order to establish legal residency somewhere, because a lot of people, especially in LA, that are homeless came from somewhere else. They came from colder climates and they moved to Los Angeles because being homeless in Los Angeles is not so bad as far as weather goes.
Don't you need, like, let me just get this straight. So you want people to have their ID, and yet why does DHS have to have that information? And why can't people send a picture of their ID or other information in the vote, like in the mail-in ballots, in order to prove they are who they are?
Because how would you verify that they're that? I can send a picture.
I don't know too many people that have access to my ID.
I can send your picture and your stuff. I can send that in a mail-in ballot without issue. Like I can send a picture of your stuff. Anyone can send a picture of your stuff. It's a picture.
What about
there's
a Zoom call?
there's no signatures to verify anything.
What about a
there's
Zoom call?
No, you can't Zoom call hundreds of like tens. You want to Zoom call tens of millions of people, bro? I mean, really?
I mean, it's not. What do you mean Zoom call tens of millions of people? Let's say there's like a certain group or faction within that do the voting that are in the process.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and we're all gonna take up months of time trying to Zoom tens of millions of Americans as opposed to just asking them to get an identification. That does not make any.
Now, what do you mean?
sense.
I'm saying they have their ID, right, and they can show that upon the Zoom and their face, and they.
How do you validate the ID?
For every
do you know
vote?
how easy it is? Do you know how easy it is to get a fake ID? What are you talking about,
Like
bro?
this is what I'm talking.
I mean,
For every vote, you're gonna do this. So for every time someone goes to the ballot box, you have to have a Zoom call with somebody.
I just don't think that. I think you're making an issue when there's not enough like data to indicate you're correct that there's people voting.
Well, no, because there is no data that's able to be collected because the very
somehow
structures
somehow
which
you believe the data.
No,
when it comes
no,
to
I'm not.
illegal
No,
immigrants,
hold on.
but you
you're
don't believe the
interrupting
data
me.
when it comes to all these other
you're
things.
interrupting me. You're interrupting me. I was answering your question.
Don't do that
It
again.
does not. It does not make any sense whatsoever for you to say, well, you can't find anything of it, whilst preventing me from having the ability and structure in order to find fraud or find issue. That doesn't make sense. You can't say on one side of your mouth everything is fine, but then out of the other side of your mouth say, well, I'm not going to give you the abilities to make sure things are fine. I'm just supposed to take your word for it. Trust me, bro.
Who's saying trust me, bro? Like do you have?
The people who say these are the most secure elections we've ever had. How many times have I heard that?
I'm just saying there's not enough. Even if that's the case, right? When presented with the information.
Stop. No. So even if that's the case, the argument has already been lost just with the beginning of that sentence. Even if that is the case, okay, cool. So we should eliminate that possibility. Period. There's no excuse not to. And if it's not happening or there's no evidence or everything's on the up and up, then why is there this big fucking hup to do about not passing it?
Because some of it seems like there's issues. Like if it was just about IDs, if it were just about, I just told you, I don't think DHS and the federal government should have access to all the voters.
Well, that's the Department of Homeland Security, and that's why I told you earlier. The Department of Homeland Security, the only reason why you would be concerned about them obtaining voter rolls is because there's illegal immigrants on those voter rolls that could then not only be charged, but and then deported because of them being okay, cool. Then what's the problem with DHS having the voter rolls then?
Because they can actually interfere with the election, the federal government. They can say these. They can disclude certain names that vote a certain way. They can say that they're illegal when they're not.
No, how?
I don't. What do you mean how?
They just
no. Okay, so what you have to understand is that they are going to have they'll have their real ID or their passport card. When they vote, they are voting in states. DHS does not touch ballots. DHS can also not invalidate a real ID given by a state once those things have been met. The federal government does not have the power to do that. Like this is I find wild. The federal government, the only thing they issue are passport cards. They don't issue real IDs. The states issue those. The states issue those with the correct documentation, regardless what DH says or not.
I'm going to counter that argument with, again, if you're concerned that DHS is going to do something with those voter rolls, like cancel out Americans' votes, again, then why are illegal immigrants on the voter rolls at all?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna go based off what the old conservative, like this was like the old conservative point of view.
You're gonna gaslight me and not like answer the question.
What do you mean?
Answer the question. Your excuse is you don't want Department of Homeland Security on there because they could remove actual American citizens if they don't vote the way that they should. And my question is, okay, cool. then why is the state allowing illegal immigrants to be on the voter rolls? If they're not planning
Show
on
me,
using
show
those,
me that. Like you still have not indicated that's true.
Again, did you not read the files? You guys
Yes.
were all up in arms about reading those Epstein files, but these files you don't want to go read? That's
yeah, I mean,
crazy.
Show me the case.
No, the FBI just investigated and found that there were over 200,000 people were on state voter rolls, 4 states voter rolls who were illegals.
Well, how did they do that? Let me ask you this.
Because they
it's-
cross-checked the names the names with people who were either marked
They
for
were illegal-
deportation or
they
also
were
and also
illegal
what you
immigrants.
also have to remember is that 60% of all illegals are actually visa overstayers. A record of them coming into the country exists.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the problem. I think that you trust the government when it comes to this administration.
I'm
and
not
I don't.
asking. Well, no. Well, so hold on a second. So you're saying that you don't trust the government, right? You're saying
I
you
don't
don't trust the
I
government.
don't trust this government. No.
What do you mean? Don't trust this government?
This administration.
Well, I'm not asking you to trust this administration. I'm not asking you to trust the administration. I'm asking you to understand that you have to be a citizen to vote. That is what the law is. And if you don't have any structures to defend against that, you leave it open to all types of tomfoolery. And I will also remind you that Democrats, I remember them whining and complaining for years that Russia had interfered in the election that Hillary lost. So why would you not want to ensure that you could not have foreign interference? It's weird. It's like I've never seen something so incongruous on this. And I say this as someone who's never voted for Trump. Like I'm looking at this from just a logical perspective. Like I don't like Trump. He's not my guy. There's lots of things he does I don't like. But the fact that you're basically stumping and saying, well, I would rather have an insecure election, as long as this administration has nothing to do with securing it, is wildly, it's foolish to say the least. And I'll be charitable and say that.
Where exactly? I'm just trying to. Okay, I want to get the breakdown on like how they got that number. Like I don't.
How they got that? Well, no, you can read
illegal
the report.
immigrants. You said
correct? No. You can read the report. The report is publicly available.
Sure. So, but how do they get that? How do they find that? Like, what exactly?
It is in the report, and you can read it.
It's on the okay. So listen, this is what I'm going to break this down for you. So out of 4 states, there is 250,000 illegal immigrants on the voter rolls. That's not including New York, Illinois, Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. None of those states are included in this 250,000. Now, out of the 23 red states that complied with the federal government's request to turn over their voter rolls, out of those 23 red states, there was 23,000 illegal immigrants across all 23 states on those voter rolls that have been removed. The other states are not complying. The other blue states are not complying.
Oof.
That's not fucking good. So 23 red states and you've got 23,000. That's about 3,000 per state. In just 4 blue states, you got 250,000. And the rest are just saying that they're not going to comply with federal law. And you're sitting here saying it's not a problem. Now, if it was the other way around and it was 4 red states and 23 blue states where we were allowing fucking people to vote and we were winning, that would be a serious problem for you guys, right? But since it's us, it's no big deal.
Wait, illegal immigrants? How the fuck can you say someone's a legal immigrant?
You do not have to have an ID to register to vote in these states. That's the problem. So when you don't have to have an ID proving that you're an American citizen, but you can still register to vote and it's a crime to ask for identification, what do you think that that's going to lead to? Maybe widespread fraud? Maybe?
Oh wait, this comes from estimation, not from investigators individually verifying 250,000 were illegally registered or that they
Again, are you reading that from the files? Or are you reading this from AI? So
I'm reading from Reuters.
Reuters, again, Go read the declassified documents from less than 12 hours ago. I don't give a fuck what Reuters says. We have the declassified documents from the FBI and the CIA, as well as the Director of National Intelligence. So you might want to go and read the fucking files, because there's no hiding from it now.
How does the government have non-citizen names? That doesn't make any and say that's how can you make that clear?
So this is how it works. You run a name through the system of the voter roll, and then you see if that name has a social security number attached to it. Right? That's corresponding with the address and the place that they're saying that they're residing and where they were born. If those things don't match up, guess what? Probably not an American citizen. It's pretty easy. Are you not using your brain, or what the fuck? Bless you, Hoff.
Oh, thank you. I tried to hit my mute, but
I'm trying to understand this on every level. I don't know what's wrong with that.
I mean, this is common sense, bro.
It's not common sense. I'm asking questions.
Actually, it is common sense.
I'm asking questions. I'm not going to believe this government, which like I said, I don't.
Government? You understand that it's not this government that conducted this investigation. It was the Biden administration's government that conducted most of this investigation, and then hid that from the American public.
And wouldn't you rather
know that?
catch the people before the ballot is in the system where they can't find it?
Let me just see. So you're telling me I don't need any kind of let me see, for voter registration. You're saying I don't need.
It is against the law in the state of California to ask for identification when somebody goes to vote.
Well, not even that. You're just automatically sent a ballot. You don't even have to register. You're registered automatically when you get a driver's license, regardless of citizenship status. They don't look at that. All they do is register the name with the license and the address you're putting on it. There's no actual registration needed in motor voter states.
Okay. Lipo didn't have a chance to answer that question to Mother, as far as you do understand and realize that this investigation was done under the Biden administration, because I've heard you now 3 times, I don't trust this administration. And I'd like to not have to hear that anymore, because this administration has nothing to do with this investigation.
It was started under Christopher Wray, who was the former head of the FBI.
So do you accept that, Lipo?
Well, let me look into that. Let me quickly see. But and I'm just looking up first to see if there's a social security card. If you're required to have that to register the vote, which indeed
a social security card? No, you do not.
In most cases, you either need a driver's license, state ID number,
in the state of California, you can use a fucking gym membership.
Okay, so state of California. Okay, so there's 49 other states.
Okay, same with New York.
So you're saying that I don't need
Illinois.
I don't need anything, any
and
information.
California is one of the largest states.
Yeah, we're talking about one of the states that holds one of the most populations and one of the largest electoral college votes. What kind of excuse is that?
Almost 1/6 of the country lives in my former state.
Well, to be honest, I feel like if the Democrats just say "fuck it," let's go with the Republicans on this, and it ends up making our elections more secure, I think that will be a benefit more with the Democrats for crossing the aisle and saying, "Okay, yeah, let's get this passed."
Not only that, it also, if in fact that Republicans are wrong and none of this is happening and all that,
it's kind of a win-win.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Democrats win either way if they just vote for it. On one hand, either the votes are totally secure, everything's fine, and the votes keep going the same way, and Democrats get to use it as political fodder to make fun of Republicans, calling them paranoid or whatever. Or on the other hand, it passes and whatever. And it's weird that there's a resistance to something to which everyone says is fine.
I don't have resistance. I don't have resistance with the idea that we should have IDs or we should take it more seriously. I don't like the DHS. I don't like the federal government.
But Democrats do.
I don't like federal government having that information. I'm fine with
they already have it. No, okay. Do you have a cell phone, Lipo?
Do I have a cell phone? Yes.
Which provider do you use?
T-Mobile.
I don't know.
You had to have a credit check done. You gave your social security number to T-Mobile to use that FCC approved device.
I don't have an. Yeah, I understand that. I
So
would rather.
they already know everything there is to know about you, Lippo. They already know everything there is to know about you.
I understand that. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying that when you have the voter rolls by the
Yeah.
DHS and the federal government has access to that, they can interfere with state-run elections.
I want you to demonstrate how they're going to interfere with someone having a real ID from a state that then they vote with that real ID that DHS has no control over. Explain.
By simply saying that they're legal. Like just
No,
like in
that's
this case.
no, that's not how that works.
The
No,
state
Lippo, that's not
counts
how
the
that works.
fucking vote, guy.
No, Lippo, that's not how that works. If you
What
provide
happens-
the documentation that you have, that here's my birth certificate and here's my water bill, and give me my real ID, DHS cannot stop you from getting that real ID
How so?
because the state gives out the ID, not DHS.
So what happens if they say that this is incorrect and they tell the states no, like that's
No,
you can't have this.
They
This is
don't.
not
They
a
don't have the
legitimate
capacity.
vote.
The federal government does not have the capacity to tell the state of California how to manage its own licenses. They
what I'm
only set.
saying.
They've only set the prearranged boundaries for what it takes to have a real ID to be accepted by the federal government. That is in stone.
So what's the
DHS
point of
cannot
the
change
DHS? Wait,
that.
I'm sorry. What's the point then of the DHS having it, right? If it's set in stone, if you're giving them power.
I'll tell you why. So they can see if people are trying to register to vote who should not be in the country, so they can then remove them.
So you're saying it's about deporting people, and not about saying no, this
Yes,
person can't
deporting
vote.
people that are trying to vote in our fucking election.
That is a crime. Trying to vote in
yes, it's a fucking crime.
So
that is a crime. So if you were trying to
No,
vote,
I understand that. I understand
and
that.
you're not
I'm
a
not
citizen,
arguing
that's a
against
crime. Why
I'm
would
not
you
Wild
need
work.
law enforcement to have evidence of crime?
I feel like we're going in circles.
No, it's just
Why are we trying to
he's
find every
resistance.
loophole to get out of?
I'm just saying that I don't like. They're literally like the ID part. I understand. I'm literally just saying the DHS could say
Why do you? What's your problem with DHS? What are they going? No, I'm asking you. What are they going to do?
There's a new guest.
I'm literally going to argue from the Republican point of view, which would be literally like this is what they said years and years ago. Many Republicans have always expressed the concern of the federal government collecting or maintaining extensive voter information.
They've never have. This is a federal election. They have purview. It is a federal election. It's not a state election. It's a federal election. It's not a state election. It's a federal election. It's not a state election. It's a federal election. I don't know how many times I have to say it for you to get it through your head that Republicans are not going to have an issue with the federal government having oversight of its own fucking elections.
Now the people that have a problem with the Constitution, now they got a problem with it.
Okay.
No, they had fear of federal overreach. They did. They had fear that the
This is not federal.
This is not. Listen, this is constitutional. It's called the Supremacy Clause. Do you know what the Supremacy Clause is? The Republicans have never had a problem with the Supremacy Clause and how the federal government goes through our voter rolls to ensure that it's only Americans voting. Now, how the state conducts their state elections is on the state, but this is at the federal level. This is about our House, our Senate, and our fucking president, my guy. This is who writes our laws for the entire fucking country, not just the state of California, which means the state of California and their fucking illegals on their voter rolls shouldn't be able to decide for the rest of us what fucking laws get passed at the House and the Senate. That's not how any of this works. And the Republicans have never had a problem with that. Now, the Democrats are the ones that are fighting and have been fighting the federal government from obtaining their voter rolls, and now we see why. Now we know why. And it's almost like vindication, and here you are still trying to fight it, talking about the Department of Homeland Security, because we know that if illegal immigrants are on those voter rolls, they're gonna get fucking deported. So you're here trying to protect illegal immigrants that are subverting our system, canceling out the vote of American citizens because you don't like it. Because you don't like ICE, right?
I don't know. I could care less about.
No,
about
but Lippo, I want you to make the argument.
I don't want I want it to remain decentralized from potentially any.
This is
any
a
kind
federal election. Lippo, can I ask you a question?
What?
Do you believe in Medicare for all?
Yeah.
So you're
Oh my
okay
God.
with this government having control over your fucking health, but heaven forbid they look at a voter roll. Are you out of your fucking mind?
What does that have to do with like
That
them
is the
saying
dumbest
no?
shit I've ever heard. You're sitting here
wait,
talking
what
about the concerns of federal control, but you're totally fine with the federal government controlling.
There
You're
goes
talking
my
about
vote, my
rolls.
choice, right out
That
the
is
fucking
wild.
I'm talking
window.
about
That is
voter
so
rolls.
fucking
That's
wild.
not controlling.
That
I'm
is
talking
so
about voter
wild.
rolls. I'm not
You are
talking
so
about.
It literally
inconsistent.
is,
It's
Michael.
crazy.
I'm talking about voter rolls.
Okay.
No,
You
I
said
wasn't.
that's fucking insane.
No, I wasn't the one who said that. That was Lippo.
Voter rolls. I'm not talking about like
No,
them
but
having my
you
information. I don't give a
just said that you're afraid of federal overreach.
Yeah, I don't want them
You
to have
have
access to
no
voter rolls.
so you have no issue with the federal government giving you your health care and then deciding what health care you get when you get it.
Yeah, I don't want them to have access. I literally just said the voter rolls are the biggest problem. That's essentially what I'm saying.
But this is my point. But if in fact we have Medicare for all, who's going to control your role on Medicare?
My role?
Yeah, because you're enrolled. Like when you enroll for your health insurance, you would have to be
Sure,
enrolled.
I can enroll with them. That's fine. They can have my information. They can have my social. I don't care about them having that information. I don't want them having my ballot or the voter rolls.
No, they don't have your ballot. The state has your ballot.
The voter rolls.
The state has your ballot.
Yeah, the state will always just have your ballot.
The state has your ballot.
I meant the voter rolls.
Collects the ballots.
But
the state counts the ballots.
But the states aren't doing their job in maintaining the purging of the records. Not all states are doing it properly.
Nope.
Yeah,
this is wild.
So, like I said,
it's crazy.
What would be? I'm still trying to understand. What's the indication that there's mass fraud going on? Like there's no stats.
Again,
we don't know.
What did I tell you? We're going in circles now. I told you, if in fact you remove the structures for me to find said fraud, how am I supposed to find said fraud? Again, out of one side of your mouth, you're saying there is no fraud, and out of the other side of your mouth, you're saying I'm not going to give you the structure to find the fraud.
Wow. So you're making the claim that you don't have the structure. How do you not have the structure?
Because we cannot verify who are citizens and we cannot wash voter rolls. That's why.
Yeah. The ballots are a secret ballot. When they did charges against the Chinese student, they said they couldn't find their ballot because it's a secret ballot. So it was in with everyone else. Couldn't pull it.
Like, this is so fucking wild.
If you
so wild.
Yeah.
I've never seen just the most schizophrenic
Oh, that was cool.
thought ever, hands down. You got me, Lipa. I've never seen people hold such diametrically opposed views.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What like I said, voter rolls are different from them having my social security and other information. I mean,
they already have that.
Yeah, exactly. So what's the point? What are you trying to say?
No, it's
I don't
more
want
secure.
them.
What are they gonna do? What are they gonna do with the voter roll information? This is what I've been asking you. What can they do?
They can disclude. They can disclude and say that certain people are illegal when they're not.
They cannot. That's not how that works. No, they cannot.
So you're telling me if an illegal votes, right? Let me break this down. You're saying that we should have this information so they can go after illegal immigrants, right? So if an illegal immigrant is voting, that would mean that their vote is invalid and they can't vote. Is that correct?
No. Them trying to even sign up to vote will be against the law.
I understand that, but if they were to vote, it would be discarded, correct?
No, don't know because the ballots don't have your fucking names on it, Lippo. It's a secret ballot, dog.
So you're telling me illegal immigrants can continue to vote
if they don't get caught?
Because you have to show the ID that you are in fact a citizen.
Yeah.
So they could not vote.
If we pass the SAVE Act, they would get caught before the ballot is even put in the system.
Do you have a real ID? Do you have a real ID?
No.
Do you know what it takes to get a real ID?
Going to DMV, I'm guessing.
No.
It's a
I
lot
mean,
more
like the
than that.
documentation that you need.
Birth certificate, I'm guessing then.
But you're going to need a birth certificate. There's a little bit more than that. You're going to need a birth certificate. You're going to need a social security card. Your social security card and your social security number is going to need to match that birth certificate. And that was the excuse for the married women bullshit.
And you need proof of address.
And then you need proof of residency, a bank statement, something like that, that proves that you live and reside in the state. You're going to have to prove all of those things.
You have to have
If you're not
established
an
residency.
American citizen,
Yep.
you're not going to have a social security card. You're not going to have a fucking birth certificate. And
so
you're not
this
gonna
is about
have...
you wanting to like arrest illegal immigrants. It's nothing to
No,
do
this
with
is
actual
about me
voting.
wanting to secure our election.
my
The DHS.
fucking
We're talking
God.
about the DHS.
Again,
I don't
I
care
knew
about.
that's what it was. I
All
fucking
right.
knew
No,
that you were up here
no. I'm trying to get you to
protecting
understand.
illegal fucking
What- why-
immigrants.
There's
Again.
nothing. No, Lippo. The problem is there's nothing you're going to say that makes any sense whatsoever because your views are so diametrically opposed. Weird. You have an issue with DHS knowing who's on the voter rolls, even though DHS has no power to stop the vote. They have no power to stop you from voting. None
The
whatsoever.
illegal immigrants he's worried about. He just made that clear.
Hey, Lippo,
So if
are
you're
you
worried
a
about the illegal
Democrat?
immigrants, then you and I are on two separate sides. I do not believe illegals should be voting in our elections, and that's what the law says.
Well, Lippo,
Like,
I
but
have a
that
question
would.
for you.
I'm trying to understand if illegal
Okay.
immigrants will be taking off the ballot. I mean, will their votes not count when it comes to their
No,
votes?
they won't.
So they
their,
won't be
their
discarded.
votes will not even be able to be cast because they cannot
No.
register to vote.
So what's
And
the
because,
like I said? Why
because
even
the
have
entire
DHS in
register
there?
again, when you go in to vote with a real ID, guess what's going to happen? They're going to put that little barcode thingy. Yeah, you have a barcode on the back of your real ID, and they're going to scan that. And then your vote is going to go into the system, and it's going to say, this person has already voted, which means nobody else in another state can take my identity that was given to them by the CCP and vote in my fucking name in another fucking state because my real ID the barcode has been validated. I've proven my citizenship. I've proven my residency. And guess what? If you're trying to commit fraud in our system, not only should you be fucking deported, but you should be imprisoned for fucking life, in my opinion. In fucking Gitmo for treason.
Jeez, that's rough.
Based.
So there is no logical defense against having the SAVE Act. There's no logical defense, none whatsoever. There just isn't. You have to hold, and especially you who wants Medicare for all. That's like icing on the cake. Wild.
It's about.
Hey, Lippo, hold on. Are you a Democrat?
It's about not. It's just the DHS having the ability.
I know DHS.
That's it.
Bad,
I mean,
DHS
if that's the
evil.
case,
We've heard it all. But the DHS.
If you're telling me that's true, then that's fine. I mean, if you're
yeah, no,
telling me
it
that's
is.
the
It's
case,
100%. Like DHS cannot stop anyone from voting. They do not have that capacity because the documents are laid out at the state level. Those documents you give adhere to the federal guidelines. Once that happens, they give you that ID. DHS does not have any capacity to take it away because the law is written of how a real ID is supposed to be. DHS cannot overwrite Congress. That's not how that works. Like DHS having that information, will not affect you in any way, shape, or form if you are a citizen. Not at all.
okay. So as long as they can't throw out ballots, I'm fine with that.
No, they cannot throw out ballots. That is not possible because the state controls the ballots. It's even more. It's not just the state level; it's the county level. The county controls the ballots, which are then headed up by the state. Like it's very deep in local. It has nothing to do with the federal government whatsoever when it comes to ballots at all. And the Constitution is very clear on how elections are supposed to be run, and they're supposed to be run by the states. But the federal government has made laws on who may or may not vote.
So what would happen? So let me ask you this then: if that is the case, which it sounds like it is, okay. If that is the case, so what would happen if an illegal immigrant were to vote, even with the restraints of the SAVE Act in place.
They would be in violation of the law, and they would be able to be caught faster and sent back to their country of origin.
And what about the vote that they casted?
Well, they would, but how are they going to cast a vote if they don't have the real ID under the SAVE Act? How are they going to cast that vote?
How would they cast that vote? The same way that y'all are claiming that people are voting.
No, the difference is now there's like anyone can walk up to my polling place and say my name and get my ballot. Because no one verifies an ID in California. No one verifies an ID. When I lived in California, anyone could say, "Hey, I'm fucking Taco. Okay, cool. Here's your ballot." Like, that's it.
Yeah, but let's say, which I'm sure there's going to be instances where that's going to be the case. Like,
No,
sure.
no,
I mean, it could be a family member. It could be a family member that's similar or whatnot.
No, because even with even in the circumstance where someone has to, if someone has to cast a provisional ballot, there's an affidavit, there's a phone number, there's an address, there's a signature, and the signatures are matched. Like there's a whole process for it. What you're doing is that you're limited. Now, is every single one going to be stopped? Probably not. But what you've done is you've eliminated the vast majority of any chicanery that could happen. And saying that because you can't get every single one doesn't mean you don't try and get as many as you can. That would be an asinine, illogical opinion.
Wouldn't that be akin to letting the perfect being the enemy of the good?
That is very well said. That is very well said.
That's Cobra.
That's right. That's Cobra.
No,
that's very well said. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have. I mean, if that's the case, which it sounds like it is, I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah. Okay. Then, and again, and you would be with the vast majority of Americans who have no problem with it. Like, there's nothing wrong with saying that.
Lippo, I did have a problem with it, but when I did some more research into it, it's really are you a Democrat, Lippo?
I'm left leaning. I don't know.
Left leaning, okay. But like,
W
let's just
Republican
say,
Michael.
Oh god. Okay, let's just say, it was a waste of time, right? Just like Tucko said. Then, don't you think that would be better for the Democrats, right? To say, guess what? We had to pass this bullshit piece of legislation. It didn't do anything, and we tried to tell you guys, and it still got passed, right? So it's really a win-win, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the few things where we have to look outside of the party that introduced this piece of legislation and just say what is best for this country, which is what I'm currently doing, right? As a Democrat.
Oh, so Michael, you disagree with these guys? Not in this issue. But...
I disagree with some things that they say. I agree with other things they say, right? Like, for example, it depends on what issue, but I definitely have my misgivings with some of these people, with these guys.
You.
Who? Or you? Okay, thank you for clarifying, Taco.
Yeah, I just think it's wild. As you guys been discussing this, Andy Bashir a few hours ago on some little show, podcast or something, said 2 different non-state agencies are telling him that Mitch McConnell has passed away. That the wording is suggesting he passed away.
How does he know?
2 non-state. They're saying it's non-state agencies. So I guess at the federal level are telling him that they're suggesting he's passed away.
Let's assume that's worse than the Ayatollah.
Let's assume that's the case. Mitch McConnell wasn't up for re-election, right? He was retiring this year.
He was retiring. He is not up for re-election, but his seat is crucial. He sits on a committee that's for appropriations and some other committees, and he's needed for confirmations and for bills we need to get passed. Like, without Mitch McConnell, there's a high chance that the government will get shut down because the feckless cuck Democrats don't want to pass shit because it's going to be going to Trump.
Here's my question. The state of Kentucky, or the Commonwealth, I don't know how you guys refer to it. they have a Democrat governor, but didn't they pass a law saying the governor couldn't appoint the senator? Am I mistaken in believing?
Yeah. You're correct. You're correct. He's not going to be able to appoint. They're going to have a special election.
Yep. That seems like way too much power for a governor to have, in my opinion.
It is. I agree.
Originally, it was the governor that would appoint the senators anyway, and then we switched it over to
Yeah.
Well, every state is different. South Carolina appoints until they have a special election, which it's going to be right now, having in South Carolina, Lindsey Graham's sister took over. She was appointed, and then they'll do a special election.
But Lippo, I want to ask you, what do you think about the DSA?
What about them?
Do you like them?
Do you like their policies? Do you not like their policies? Where you stand?
I don't really give them too much. I mean, I do like Mondani. I will say that, but that's because I think he's bright and young, and he's kind of making change in a. I mean, I guess some people would consider in a negative way, but I would say there's some positive, some negative, and some showboating. Right? There's not necessarily everything he's doing is like, for example, when he balanced the budget, it wasn't 100% like. It didn't really do that, but I do think that a guy like him isn't necessarily bad. I think more of the same is worse.
Well, one of the things he stated was in the definition of insanity, saying that you got to fix socialist policies with socialist policies. Doing the same thing over and over again is the definition of insanity if you're expecting a different result.
I don't think they've just been implemented correctly.
And what manner? Because his policies have been tried. In Germany, they tried rent freezing and it failed. We had states try it and it failed. They tried it before in New York City and it failed. We've tried government run grocery stores and they failed if they're not hybrid.
Sure, I mean maybe in that sense, I'm not necessarily for that, but
socialism is the most failed concept in the history of the planet.
I'd probably say fascism.
I don't agree full out socialism, but
socialism is fascism has not failed nearly as much as socialism. Not nearly as much. A failure it is, but it has not failed as much as socialism.
I guess we can agree.
My evidence is the tens of millions of bodies buried all through Europe that say so.
I'm talking about Nordic countries more so. Like they have they have social safety nets, but it's a certain I mean they still have capitalism. They still have
You're talking about a social democracy.
Right, that's what we have.
But more, more of emphasis. I'd rather have more of an emphasis on that.
So I shop at a government-owned grocery store every week, and it's phenomenal. So there's a possibility it could work, but it would
What's
take.
It called, Cobra?
It's called AAFES.
Gotcha. I don't want you to dox yourself, but I'm just interested.
No, it's called AAFES, the Army Air Force Exchange Service.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go to what's called the PX.
The commissary.
The commissary, exactly. So those are all government-ran grocery stores and installations.
You're telling me what's wrong with? Wait.
They don't.
Against that?
So
small scale, bro.
Yeah. So
they're definitely not small scale.
The commissary.
Accessible to the military.
The commissary is completely different.
Right. What I'm telling you is the concept of it. You would have to have it like a membership service. You couldn't have 1 million people walk into one tiny grocery store. So there would have to be limitations on it. But no, I understand also what you're saying as far as like the idea of New York crumbling, because look at the incentives in New York right now. There's no incentive to do anything. The child care credits, where people are essentially getting free child care, has that improved their economy at all? See, these are the things that like in the short term we look at it and we go, oh, this is a great idea, whatever. But it doesn't play out the way that anybody ever thinks, and it always results in higher costs for everybody, especially the people that aren't utilizing the services. So the cost for running those grocery stores is going to go through the roof. But the difference is, and you're right, the difference is with the AFIs and the PX and the commissary, is that it's for a select group of people, but it's still ran by the government. The prices are actually cheaper than what the general public would pay. And on top of that, there's no sales tax.
Well, yeah, that's what
So
I'm
that
saying.
helps
Like,
out a lot.
yeah, but again, that is a benefit that's giving to military personnel, and that money is coming from somewhere, right? When they're negotiating the price of those goods, one, you're going to have a limit in overall selection. When I went to the commissary with my son on his base, you didn't have the wide variety that you have at a standard grocery store. The variety was much smaller.
Which, if you don't mind me asking, what base?
Bragg.
Oh, okay. Because I'll dox myself. I don't care. I'm at Joint Base Lewis McCord. So
I'm right by Gordon.
Yeah, that's where my son is now.
What's the argument against?
And the government ran grocery stores, their model is to give you a lower cost option of groceries that are likely below what they need to charge even to make any sort of profit. The difference with the commissary is commissary will charge you whatever it costs them plus 5%. You're not going to get that at a government ran grocery store for the people of New York City.
Well, you'd have to. Here's my question. This is kind of a no-brainer. The individuals that shop at these places are members of the United States Armed Forces or veterans or retired members of the Armed Forces. And in most cases, the money they receive every month or every 15 days is from the United States government. So the money that they spend at the commissary is money that the government gave them to spend at the commissary that's ran by the government, that's owned by the government, managed by the government. Like, where's the free market at in this?
I would say that I'll go as far as saying that I would say that Mamdani has good intentions, question mark, but he's just coming up at it in the wrong way, and the way that he's initiating those intentions is just not going to work.
No, they're scheduled to lose.
It hasn't worked. No, they've had what's funny is like we've had city-run grocery stores happen before. We had city-run buses happen before. All of them failed, and they all failed for the exact same reason.
Yep.
Right? They failed on deliverables. That's what happens. These things always run way over what they think it's going to run, because what they don't understand is that if, like, for example, if me and Hoff go to a grocery store, right? So we go to an Aldi or whatever, we go to Piggly Wiggly, we go in there and I throw all my stuff in the basket. If Hoff is paying and I'm not, do you think that I'm going to be judicious in what I pick? Or am I not really going to care because someone else is paying?
You're not going to care.
No, of course I'm not going to care. And that's the issue, is that someone else is paying who's not the person taking the groceries, which means they're going to take whatever they want. Oh, let me try that. I haven't had that before. Let me check that out. Let me have this. Let me try that. And that's what you get. And it's the same thing with the buses. When they tried to have free buses, failed on deliverable. Okay, we're going to have free buses. Okay, how are we going to get that money back? We're going to get it through a road use tax. Oh, well, okay, you're going to get it through a road use tax. All you're trying to do is push people from cars to buses, but ultimately what happens is that the amount it takes to run is never recovered. So it fails. Kansas City is a really good example of that.
Would you say that scale has a lot to do with it as far as the size of the municipality or the city? Like, if you have a smaller government,
for sure.
it's probably easier to manage.
Yeah, right? No, I mean, I think well, lots of things can run when it's small, but I would say even in a situation like even Massachusetts they had a public option healthcare system when Romney was governor. It epically failed. Even at a small scale, it will fail. Whenever you have people that are using an inordinate amount or just doing something because it's free, usually the example I typically use is I use the free newspaper. If you get a free newspaper to read, like for lunch or something, you reach in there and grab one and read it. If you lose that paper, you're not going to be typically that upset. You have no skin in the game. Now, if I charge you $20 for that newspaper and you lose it, you're going to be upset because you had skin in the game. You had something to lose. When people don't pay for things, that means that there's no value there. And if someone lacks value, then they don't really care about it.
I mean, the one thing I will say about Mamdani is that he is smart. We'll say that.
I think that he is inordinately stupid.
Yeah. They're losing $11 billion when they just claim to have closed the gap on their budget.
No, I'm not
If you're
talking
willing to
about
say
like the way
something as dumb, if you're willing to say something as dumb as it's time for us to lose, the rugged individualism for the warmth of collectivism, I can't take you seriously minute one.
You know what? I think it's all your fault, Tucker.
Hey, real quick,
Maybe.
Those government-run grocery stores that Mamdani is proposing, do they have to pay for the groceries, or is it just walk in and get whatever you want and walk out?
They basically, so essentially they're going to be run, the goal as I understand it is that they were going to be run at almost no profit and then undercut all the grocery stores around it, which means now you'll have grocery stores leave, which will now limit consumer choice. And then once you limit the consumer choice and they're only locked in like on the government grocery store that cannot pay for itself because it doesn't have the profit motive, those will end up folding and then all the grocery stores will be gone.
Well, or the opposite will happen, and what will happen is that farmers and local agriculture or people will have the opportunity, because we live in a capitalist society, they can sell a head of lettuce to the government grand grocery store for 79 cents, or they can try to make a profit and sell it to Walmart for 99 cents. So what ends up happening is farmers aren't stupid. These companies aren't stupid. They will give these stores a limited amount of product, and then they will sell the rest of what they have to bigger box stores. And eventually, they won't be able to sustain a profit, which means they won't be able to keep the lights on. They can't pay the property tax. And what ends up happening is there's not enough groceries for actual low-income people to get from these places, because people aren't stupid and aren't going to sell a bulk of their supply for less profit, that they're going to be able to sell it for a bigger store for more profit. It never works. And I could use the reservation as a golden standard for this. You ever been to an Indian reservation? How many grocery stores do you see on the Indian reservations?
That's where I buy my fireworks.
Yeah, that's where you buy your fireworks. It's not where you buy your fucking groceries, though.
How do you know I don't get my fireworks?
Shut up, Cobra.
And also, Mother actually makes a very fair point. We already see this currently with Medicare and Medicaid, where the government is only willing to pay a certain price for certain services, and you have multiple doctors and providers are pulling out of it because they're not paying enough. So they say, well, I'm not going to do that because that's too cheap. I'm not doing that particular job, for that money. And you have doctors just tumbling off of people who will provide Medicare and Medicaid.
Essentially, what you're saying is, as a young person, it sounds like more and more that the conclusion for me would be to leave this country. I don't see any benefit of staying here at this point. It sounds like the system. It sounds like the system's fucked, regardless if the government gets involved.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not fucked. It's just it just takes a little bit of effort, buddy.
What exactly?
It's going to take a little bit of effort.
What exactly are these companies going to start paying more, or is that it's like there's got to be a
same way, man.
So what would you say is the country you've been to that had the cheapest goods and services?
Maybe Italy or Germany.
Okay, so Germany. Okay. Okay, so what you're saying is
my dad's there
that...
right now. My dad's right there, and he's
awesome.
loving it.
Okay.
He's a professor of German, and he's just retired, and he's awesome. Loving it over there. He's been
good for him.
This is what he felt like, that this country is like a treadmill, and you're just running until you die. And that is, and essentially, I'm seeing that every day.
And look, and for people who I would say, America is not built for mediocrity. America is not built for people who don't aspire. America is not built for people who are lazy or apathetic. In every economic system, in every governmental system, you make trade-offs. Germany has traded comfort for they've traded away dynasticism for comfort. Germany is a state that just maintains what it has. It's just trying to keep its head above water, which is why the per capita GDP of Germany is roughly that of the poorest state of Mississippi.
No, I thought that was the UK.
Wait, what? That's not
That's not true.
They're the third biggest
that's
GDP in the
100% true.
world.
No, they do not. They do not.
Yes, they do. I know this for a fact. They have the third biggest GDP in the world.
Can I ask a
No, they do
question?
not.
Yes, they do.
Who does?
There. Oh, Larry
can I ask
Powell.
Because his daddy
They
told
have
him.
the
That's
third
why.
highest per
That's how he
capita
knows this,
GDP in the
'cause
world.
Hold on.
Not per
Can I-
capita,
can I
but
ask-
not
GDP.
right,
I
Taco. I
mean,
just
yeah,
fact
they
checked you.
definitely do.
Yeah, can I ask a question? Who gives a shit about GDP? Who gives a shit about GDP if you can't afford to live? If you can't
You
buy a
can't
house?
afford to live in that country. That's the whole point of why he's moving there.
No, I'm talking about in general. Like I love my country. I serve my country. I'm never going to leave my country. But when we say, America isn't made for lazy people, I can see the innovators are the ones that are making the money. I get that. But not everybody's going to be able to invent Google. Not everybody's going to be able to be the next CEO of Walmart.
I'm not saying you have to. No,
Let me
so
let me finish my sentence. So when the average middle class American who busts his ass at the factory comes home and can barely afford to pay his fucking mortgage because the value of the dollar has gone down and the price of real estate has gone up because of illegal immigration and those things, who gives a shit about GDP? It's about quality of life.
Yeah, no, I'm not the one who really brought that up. But you're looking.
You said
at,
GDP was bad in Germany.
Yes, per capita GDP is bad in Germany.
No, it's not.
How? Wait, you're telling me?
What are you talking about?
It's the third largest GDP.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
And it's got the word. It's as bad as Mississippi.
Hold on. I have some questions. I have questions. And it's not about that because I could give a fuck about trash hole, shithole Germany. You looked at Frankfurt lately? Get back to me.
Have you been?
Just watched a documentary on it. Fucking.
Oh, you watched a documentary, but you never been.
Again, I don't need to fucking go to a shithole country when
Yeah,
I
that's how you lost credibility. I already know.
Okay, cool. I could give a fuck about what you
You've
say.
never
about
been.
system. Yeah, I'm about tired of your fucking mouth, Mister. Give the government control over my healthcare. Okay. So,
Government already has control.
A lot of other countries do it. I don't know why you're acting like it's the
again.
only ones who don't.
Yeah, cool. Again, because we're not fucking socialists. That's why. So, what do you mean? Americans can't afford to buy a house. What are you talking about? So,
what's the average cost of a house in America?
Again, the average cost of a house is not my question. That's not my question at all.
So you would say, what do you mean? I'm giving you an example. What's the average cost of a house?
Okay, so more Americans are actually getting into homes.
Older boomer generations, cool. They're having investments.
Again, because the younger generation.
How old are you?
Again, because the younger generation has to go out and have Starbucks and get their nails done every fucking week. That's not my issue.
I'm not doing that. I'm literally not doing that, and I'm not even close.
They are though.
They are. Can you give some data to show that, please?
Yes. You want the percentage of data of Americans that spend outside their fucking means?
Yes, please.
Yes, the amount of Americans that spend outside their means.
You're talking about young people. You're talking about young people.
Yeah,
Credit card debt.
Credit card debt. So $2 trillion in credit card. Yeah. So again,
what's the average age of a home buyer in America right now?
If you have
40
credit
years
card
old.
debt, that means that you're spending outside your means. Like if you're spending and putting money on a credit card and you're not paying that credit card off every fucking month, you're spending outside your means. Yeah,
So I
that's
have a
what that
question.
fucking means.
I have a question. I have
So
PFC.
again,
I have private first
wasn't
classes that are on
fucking
food
done yet.
stamps.
So to sit
Okay, I mean,
here
you can
and
get
say,
vulgar, but it doesn't mean you're right.
40 years old. Yeah, it's
again,
40.
you can keep fucking cutting me off. It's fine. I'll just continue to repeat myself.
Yeah.
Okay, keep repeating yourself, but being vulgar doesn't mean you're correct.
Again,
40 years old
so
is correct.
I'm not gonna sit here and listen to somebody fucking tell me.
You can get up
What's
and walk
the
around
so
if you
well
want.
no so my question to you is,
Again,
Cobra, what's the
go
number one
ahead.
what's the number one driver of house prices, Cobra?
So it's well, it depends on the area. So, as an example,
No, there's only one answer.
overall the
and
driver house
there's
prices
only
right
one
now.
answer, and that's capacity. Capacity is the
What's
only answer.
What's the answer?
Capacity
Would you
is the
say
only
capacity
answer.
is different in every area? Would you say the capacity is different in every area?
Absolutely. So in places where people can't afford it, what you will find, it is harder to pull permits, it is harder to build, and that is a local government issue. A really good example is Texas. Texas's home prices have remained very stable and very affordable because they allow people to construct homes. But when people vote stupid like they do in California, building a home is very difficult. Therefore, you have no capacity, which means the prices are outrageous. That's not that is not that is not a problem writ large with the United States. That is a problem with localities where they're doing stupid things. And by the way, so I'm going to refer you to Euronews quarterly report. In Q3 of 2024, GDP per capita in the U.S. ranged from 49,000, which is 53, 49,000 euros, which is 53 U.S. dollars in Mississippi, to 246,000 domestic from the District of Columbia. The according to them, the Europeans, according to them, Mississippi is about to overtake in GDP per capita.
Where are you finding that?
It's in. Here, look, I want you to look at the article by Survey Yatama. It is published the 1st of March, 2025, and it is in Euronews.
Wait, you're telling me
all of the work is right there, and all the studies in there are right there.
Well, Germany's national GDP per capita is 65K.
Yeah, the GDP per capita. GDP per capita is what we're talking about. That's how much money individuals make. It is lower.
65K.
Yeah, yes, and it is on par with
65K.
Mississippi.
They don't make 65K in Mississippi. What the hell are you talking about?
No, I'm not saying Mississippi, Lippo.
What are you saying?
Like the fact that the largest powerhouse in the EU is having a struggle per capita GDP with fucking Mississippi, our poorest state, should tell you everything. They have no dynasty. They have no unicorn companies. They have none of the things that drive economic growth.
Wait,
and to get back to housing prices, if in fact you are going to have stupid things that do not allow you to build houses, yes, people are going to suffer because they cannot purchase homes, because if you have less capacity, the price goes up.
What's Mississippi's population? 2.95 million? Okay. What do they make? What is their GDP?
GDP per capita.
Yeah, that's
different.
So
that's the individual purchasing power.
Yeah, I understand, but you're saying per capita, so per the amount of people that live there.
The IMF's Global Outlook report is very clear.
Oh,
it's not up for debate. Yeah, it's not fucking up for debate.
Okay, so Mississippi, I just looked it up. Mississippi's GDP per capita, I can't speak. GDP per capita is roughly 53,000 to 56,000. Germany's GDP per capita is roughly 55,000 to 58,000.
That's our poorest fucking state.
This is all your fault.
I have a question.
Damn.
Well, what has more of a effect on a person's ability to afford a home? The overall cost of the home or the monthly payments that they're required to pay?
GDP per capita.
Overall cost.
Well, I think that's going to depend, because your monthly payments are going to depend on having a down payment and the size of that down payment.
So what about the interest rate? Does that affect it at all?
Tucko, wouldn't that make Germany poor?
Yes.
Yeah,
Per capita, it
that's
is
simply
poor.
you can literally go to the actual country, and that's just not the case.
I've been. Like it's not like I haven't been.
See, as
how was it, Tucko?
we can look up the what. Okay, wait. Let's see. You said how
Like,
much do
Lippo, it's not up for debate. Like this is we were looking at a number. This is not this is
okay,
objective.
but I don't think that number accurately displays what the poverty rate is, what the actual amount they make in salary.
That's fine. You can think all of that, but you're incorrect in thinking that it's like third highest in the world. You're objectively wrong.
I
So
think
now,
he's
as far
looking
as
at like the GDP in
as far
total.
as what happens when it comes to housing prices, your down payment is going to be a large contributor on your monthly payment as well as what your credit score is. Your credit score.
So your interest rate, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what was the average interest rate 4 years ago?
Oh, it was very low. It was very low. I want to.
What is it? What is it now?
I would say. Well, yeah, it's very high because that's what happens when you.
so
yeah, when you. Yes, when you do dumb shit. When you do dumb shit. When you dumb.
Wait.
No, when you do dumb shit, I'm gonna mute you because you don't know how to control yourself. When you do dumb things and you have to raise the interest rate because you've blown too much cash into the economy, that is going to have an effect on the interest rate. Again, but that has nothing to do with some intrinsic failure of the United States. That has to do with judgment calls made by idiotic politicians who decided to pass stupid acts that then put too much money in the economy, which forced a rising of the interest rate.
Okay, so I want to push back a little bit on that because, first of all, I didn't say it had anything to do with the United States as a whole. And yes, I agree, politicians, the ones that flood the market full of money. But the argument was, is it easier for a person to afford a home today than it was, let's say, 4 years ago? The answer is no.
Absolutely not.
The average.
Of course it's not.
Right.
Of
so
course
that
it's
doesn't
not
have
because they're
anything
not
to do-
building.
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Well, yeah, they are building, but
No.
it doesn't matter. Well, hold on, allow me to finish my point. Allow me to finish my point. The interest rates alone are making it more difficult for people, even with the down payments, to afford a monthly payment on home. When you're to pay 2% interest and now your average rate is 6 to 8% interest, it's not about Starbucks. It's about the fact of supply and demand. And so, no, I'm sorry. It's not bad decisions on individual levels. It's a government fuck up, right?
No. Okay. So first off, okay. So do you own a home?
Yes.
Do you own a home currently? Huh?
Yes.
Okay. So now, when did you purchase it?
Unfortunately, fortunately for me, I didn't have to purchase it. It's a family home that I inherited. There you go. That's how
That's
I'm able
great.
to.
So let me tell you about the first time I purchased a home, which was in 1998. Do you know what my interest rate was that I had to beg for?
What was it? Go ahead.
What do you think it was? What do you think it was?
About 15%.
No, it was not. It was not. It was 9.5. And we're whining about 4 and 5.
How much?
No, we're whining about
How
4
much
and
was?
5.
How much was
no,
the
no,
house?
no. Hold on. No. I'm directly refuting your point. People were purchasing homes. No, people were purchasing homes at 9.5% interest. People were purchasing homes earlier in the 90s at 12.5% interest. It's not an interest rate issue. The difference is that you had capacity, which kept the prices lower. They stopped building because of bullshit environmental impact studies and a lot of other things that have come along that were instituted by people who already owned homes.
So it had nothing to do with somebody buying Starbucks. It's about institutional failures, is what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is it's about voters. It's about voters putting politicians in that they are responsible for because these people don't fall out of the fucking sky and take office. Voters put people in that made laws that then made them purchasing houses harder.
So, as an example, let me just ask you, what was the principal on the home that you took? Like, what was the loan amount for?
It was $186,000.
What's your house worth now?
That house? Oh God, it's worth what? 2.3
million?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you were to try to buy that house today, would you be able to afford it?
Oh yeah, I could, but that doesn't matter. The problem is that, but again, you keep glossing over. Because you keep glossing over. You keep glossing over the fact that people have voted people in to put in policies to stop building homes.
Right.
I think he missed your answer because Cobra, he said that he could afford it if he had to buy it again today.
Yeah, I could.
Which is
It would be
great.
easy.
I'm very proud of him for that. I'm asking you this very simply. Did the interest rates going up have anything to do with you buying Starbucks, which was one of the original arguments made of why young people can't afford homes?
Yeah,
I never brought up Starbucks.
Again,
Mother
No,
did.
I'm not asking you that. I'm not saying that you're the one that made that.
I am. I did. So if you're gonna fucking ask about a fucking claim, you might want to talk to the person that made it. So again, I'm gonna take fucking personal accountability into account here. No, I'm not. Again, personal accountability. Shut the fuck up.
Why are you
personal accountability fucking matters. And when American fucking youth are going out and spending their fucking money on dumb fucking shit, have no financial literacy at fucking all, that's gonna create hardship now, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, the fuck it is. Yeah, it is. So lack of financial fucking lack of financial fucking literacy and personal accountability to fucking do what you need to do in order to fucking reach your goals is a fucking problem.
Yeah,
and
so
you're not gonna see again. I'm still talking.
Not saying much.
Shut up.
So it's personal accountability that.
No, you're not saying anything.
Speaking of mother, I need to stop buying jewelry. I can't fucking do that shit anymore.
Yeah, well, I mean, y'all could pivot to buying other stuff.
It's so hilarious that we have issues in this country that people have voted for. They hit themselves in the forehead with the fucking hammer and then complain the hammer fucking hit them in the face. Like it's the weirdest thing. If you put a bunch of fucking people in who are super duper green and they don't want any building, they don't want the environment disturbed, and then you're gonna bitch and moan that we don't have any housing. Yeah, no shit, we don't have any housing. You made it that way. That's personal accountability. Yeah. Voters have to take accountability for the shit that they vote for and put in place.
Yeah, and do you think rent freezes are gonna help that?
Yes. Yeah, no, they're not.
I'm kidding.
Absolutely not. It's gonna make it 100 times worse.
Again,
where that Lippo? Where did that fucking? Where did that German cocksucker go? Where'd he go?
Jesus, Tucko, fuck.
Oh, no, if he's gonna sit there and fucking dick ride Germany and not know that they're fucking backward as shit.
What are the Canadian on the panel?
Yeah, I'm just confused how personal accountability is like $200,000 to 1.3, and it's the kids' fault.
If you Cobra, Cobra. People.
I was asking her. I understood your point. Sir, I understood your point. I'm asking her. The one that has to be profaned.
Oh, the one that you said wasn't saying anything, and now you're gonna ask me to fucking speak?
Oh, I mean, I prefer you to not speak, but if you don't want to answer the question, that's fine.
Don't ask me a fucking question, then, goofy fuck.
Cobra, why are you like this, man?
What am I doing? I asked her a very simple question. She raged. I'm not the one using profanity and spurging out.
I'm not saying that you're the one that
she can talk however she wants to up here, Cobra. Like, why do people do that? She can talk however she wants to. If she's passionate about something and she uses profanity, that's her fucking prerogative. Don't come up and tell police that or anybody.
It just discounts her point and makes you
let me fucking finish what I'm saying and let me get it out and prevent me from like having to raise my voice and start to get irritated. You see how much less I cuss? Isn't that crazy? It's almost like if you let me finish my thought, then you can respond. I don't talk like that. Crazy.
You okay? You done? Can I respond
Cobra,
now?
Stop, Cobra. Just answer your question.
I'm not being antagonistic. I really am.
Yeah, you very much are. You very much are.
Yeah, okay. So when a house in the 1990s cost $200,000, it costs 1.3. Wait, let me finish. Cost $1.3 million today. Yes, that is a problem with building and supply and demand, but that's not the fault of the younger generation coming into the market. You can buy all the Starbucks you want, but if you're working at a job making $100,000 a year, you're not going to be able to afford a house for $1.3 million.
Okay, so afford a house
You
within your
support
means.
the exact same policies, Cobra.
I don't support those. I'm a
if you can't afford it, if you're making $100,000,
that the housing prices are too high are the same ones who are freaked out about a fucking tiger salamander. Like,
trust me, I don't give a shit about a salamander.
No, I understand you do not. But what I'm saying is the people who prevent us from building.
Why you think a
Can I say something to him real quick?
Yeah, I just don't get it. Like, why
Sorry,
does a
brother.
first house have to be 1.1 million fucking dollars?
Because
That's
it was
my point. That's exactly what I was just gonna say. Okay,
Again, I was almost done. It wasn't going to be a fucking monologue. Not even 2 years ago, I bought 20 acres with a 2-story cabin, 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms on a fucking lot for $212,000. So don't fucking tell me that it's not possible to buy land with a fucking house on it and then do whatever you want with that house with an extra $25,000 to $50,000 and make it a fucking dream cabin, because you can. Are you going to be able to do it in New York State? No. But if you find a fucking place in Idaho, then yeah, you will. Or you find somewhere that you can afford, yeah, you can buy a house. But it's not going to be your fucking dream house, 1.1 million fucking dollars.
Yeah, again, I don't care about the price of the house. I was making a point that the cost of housing has gone up dramatically.
You do. Again, you do care because you keep
What's
bringing
the
up
average
the
cost of a house in America? What's the average cost of a house in America right now?
Again, where are you looking for houses?
Let's say state of Texas. What's the average cost of a house in Texas?
I'm glad you asked. I can get a really nice house where I'm at, brand spanking new, off the frickin' like just being built for 200 grand.
Yeah,
That's
the
a
average price is
3-bedroom, 2
300,000. It's 300,000.
What's that?
Really not what he
300,000.
asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So
$300,000
here's
for
the
a home.
thing. Here's the thing, Cobra. Like I was trying to say before you
But
go
that's
off
taking
on
in,
some
that is
stupid
taking
tangent, right?
in account it. Okay.
So
Well,
why don't
go ahead.
why don't you do this? Like, people need to live within their fucking means and stop being entitled fucks saying that, oh, because it was $200,000 then, that means it needs to be 200,000 then, and if we can't afford that same
Marine
house that
Mom!
was 200,000 then, that's now $1 million. We're gonna bitch and complain and moan about it. No, live within your fucking means and buy something where you can afford to pay it instead of bitching and complaining. That's it.
I agree. Listen, you're not going to get any argument on me, but I'm also not going to blame the youth of America today for the shitty decisions of the boomers and individuals that voted in bad policies.
But the reality is, if you want, like, the average house, the median value is $372,000.
Mm-hmm.
You know what you can do? You can do this thing called fucking move and go to where housing is cheaper. Like, you don't have a right to have a house wherever it is that you want to have a house.
Yeah, because nobody wants to stay in the town that they grew up in with the
I don't care what you want. What you want is irrelevant. Like, you don't, just because you grew up there. No, just because you grew up there doesn't give you a right to fucking property there.
Your parents are buried there. Your family's from there. But fuck it, get out of there.
So you know what you're doing? You're making a choice. You're saying, I want to be a homeowner as opposed to renting and staying with my parents. That is an adult decision.
I'm not going to fight you on it. I think that the American dream, as we were told as kids, is not the dream that is possible today, and it's because of politicians and bad decisions.
I agree. Can I please interject? I've been sitting very quietly for a while. All right. So I am 38 years old. I just bought my house 8 months ago. I paid $365,000 for it. I only make $65K a year. I bought it in Arizona suburbs. My mortgage payment is $1,600. My APR is 4.2. Okay, so yeah, it is possible to buy a house. It is possible to live the American dream. You can't be an idiot. My credit score is 780. So it also depends on your credit.
How much is your down payment?
I paid $40K.
That's fantastic, dude. I'm proud of you. Well done. Thank you for being an example.
No, here's the thing. Everybody can do it. You just gotta not be stupid with your fucking money. Period.
Yeah.
That's the problem. The youth of America today is fucking idiotic with their money.
What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking?
I work in cybersecurity.
Oh, okay. And how much do you make a year?
He just said,
I
but
said 65.
You said 65,000.
Are you not?
No. I listen. I'm not being. I'm literally taking notes here because I think this is phenomenal. I love that. Okay.
Okay. So I live in Arizona suburbs. So first of all, the median house prices here are $500,000. Yeah, I only got a four bedroom, 2.5 bath house. Okay, it's only 2,300 square feet. But you know what? It works. It's not the $1 million home that everybody thinks they get right out of freaking high school. You just got to stop being a moron with your money.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That means
I love it.
that means no Grubhub, no going out to eat
On top
5
of that-
times a week.
On top of that, I make my
Starbucks.
food at home. I don't use Uber Eats.
Yeah,
I
I
have
don't
a
think that's what that
$400
means,
phone.
Slime.
My car is 22 years old. It still
mine too.
runs because I maintain it. So yeah, again, it's all about the mindset of the youth and how they're being stupid. Period. It's not what this person did. The government.
How did you get? How did you get such a low interest rate? Who's your lender? I'm being sincere. That's a 4% interest. It's fucking phenomenal.
Oh my God, this is
6.2, it's
miserable.
Capital One, and I got my interest rate because I have a high credit score because I'm not stupid with my money.
Did you pay down
credit
points?
Score, the average credit score for anybody under the age of 30 is under 700.
Right. Did you pay down points?
So I know that's all anecdotal. I can prove it later if you want. I'll pull out all my documentation.
No, I believe you.
Mother,
No, I'm just asking. Did you
I
did you
love
pay down
you.
points at all?
I love you
Hoff,
too, man.
Hoff, you're amazing. Enzo, always. Tucko.
Thank you. Thank you.
My
Vic,
man.
You're awesome. I'm gonna drop to let somebody else of value, but I'm sorry, Cobra.
Love you, brother.
have the stupidest argument going on right now,
Yeah,
and you
I'm
just
sure I
need
do.
to retire.
I need to retire.
Cobra,
I've already
please
retired.
stop. Cobra, please.
I just
What am I
think that this
doing?
is
I'm responding to what he said. I'm not trying to be. I'm honestly not being. And I want to know if he paid down points because if he's able to do that, that's fucking phenomenal.
Oh my
I think
God.
that this is a bad narrative to be pushing on our younger generation. I
Yeah.
really do. I think that it's a bad fucking precedence to set that to say you'll never own a home. It's too hard. Don't even fucking try. It's just it's unobtainable. I don't think that that's. I don't think that that's a good. No, Michael. I'm gonna say this right.
Let her say it,
Never thought I would own a home ever in my fucking life. I was a fucking drug addict. I got out of prison in 2014. We bought our house in 2018. Like we were able to buy our fucking home. We got a great interest rate because again, it was 1.9%. Trump was president. The economy was doing really fucking good. So to sit here and say that you can't go from being a fucking addict, getting straight out of prison to buying a fucking home, you can. So stop pushing this narrative that the American dream is dead. You can obtain it. You might as well just be happy in a fucking apartment for the rest of your life.
No, I agree with you. No, that's great.
Stop it.
Listen, no, holy shit, dude! I'm actually agreeing with you. You guys are kind of changing my mind on this. I'm being sincere.
Dude, you keep
First
going,
of all,
you're not. I mean,
No,
Jesus.
I do that. Listen, I do that in church too, man. I'm sorry. It's involuntary, but it's not patronizing at all.
Okay.
I gotta be
so I
honest with
just
you.
want
Your story is phenomenal. 2014, you got out of prison, and here you are today. That you know what? You're giving me hope in the American dream. That's awesome.
2016, actually.
So.
Okay, well, Cobra, it's just I just love your way of thinking where like everything sucks and like the younger generation like can never buy a house and it's only gonna get worse and like all that kind of shit. And I'm also glad that you're changing your mind, right? Like
No, yeah, I really am. I'm kind of looking at it from a different
since
standpoint. It's just, it's hard to
wasn't
admit
like
when you're wrong,
done,
you know?
but okay. But yeah,
No, I'm just saying it's hard to admit. I was breaking up a little bit. I'm sorry.
okay, so yeah, I think it's the majority of the reasons why people can't afford houses when they want to, like 25, 26 or whenever, is because either they just have done nothing in order to prepare to get a house, right? Or like they live in a very, very expensive area. I think it's one of the two. I don't think you should, shifting the blame or just saying that, the younger generation is never going to get a house. Isn't that like a depressing mindset to have? I mean, like, why even try at that point?
Well, I'm not a proponent of not trying, but I'm also a realist in saying that it is a little bit more difficult for people to purchase homes. But when I hear these stories, it gives me hope. So I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong, and I congratulate those people that are bettering themselves.
You know what
Sorry,
else I
brother.
think that we need to do? Just to be completely honest, I think that parents need to do a little bit fucking better job, to be honest. I think that we're not doing a good enough job teaching our children financial literacy at all. Like, my daughter just graduated high school. We will not let her move out of this house until she's got at least a year's worth of rent that she can fucking pay. That makes sure that she has a year's worth of rent that she can pay, and while she's living there, she can save up money. If she wants to stay there for another year, she can, but if she wants to move, cool. That means that we're not paying her bills. She's covered. All she has to do is pay her electricity and her Wi-Fi bill, and she's good to go. But again, financial literacy, just kicking your kids out of the house at 18 fucking years old and be like, good luck, motherfucker, and like hoping that they're just gonna make it, or sending them off to college. Maybe we should reevaluate that as well. Trade schools are an option. We don't have to drown them in debt before they even get their foot out the door.
Well, that's one thing that I love about President Trump's second term is these Trump accounts that he started for these kids. I think that's a fantastic step in the right direction, especially for the youth of our country. And I think that in order to fund those accounts even more, I think we should stop all foreign aid to countries and pour that money into those accounts for these children. I don't know.
It's
Maybe
actually
that's a crazy.
something similar than what my parents did, mother. Actually, it's actually fairly similar, to be honest. But
I mean, I bet it helped a little bit, didn't it?
fuck yeah, it did. But yeah, Cobra. So you don't want any, you don't want any
foreign aid at all?
global foreign aid. Yeah, you just want all of it gone.
Yeah, I find it hard to send the idea of sending tax dollars overseas to countries that hate us. While we have homeless veterans sleeping on the street, and we have individuals that are struggling with addiction and those kinds of things. For me, it's America only at this point. Let the world sort out their own problems, and we'll focus on our own.
But my perspective is, if we're supposed to be like the leader of the world, let me just point out that I do support spending less on foreign aid, right? But also, I do think that we should still have a presence in, in terms of being the leader of the world. If that makes sense. And that might not mean foreign aid, but just military and all that shit.
Sure, we can do that. We can put bases everywhere in the world. That's fine. But the idea that, let's say, a citizen of fucking Egypt deserves that dollar more than a citizen of the United States, I don't know, it rubs me the wrong way.
Sure. What are you smiling at?
Oh, MAGA Slayer. I'm listening on my phone, and he's got 126 people in his live, and he needs AI because he can't seem to get a woman. He has an AI calling him daddy and touting out to follow him because he can't get a woman, and he's having a hard time getting people in there to talk to him.
I've been to Maggie Slater. He kicked me out. I don't know why.
Because he's a joke. Like, he acts like he's the shit, but I cooked him. Then I was like, all right, this is hilarious, but I'm going to let Millie have a turn because she requested. So,
I don't know why you got kicked.
What's
bro.
up?
Fucking Michael.
What? My name's Naruth.
Okay, cool. What would we talk about?
I lived in America and I lived in Australia. I'm currently in Australia.
Thanks for the
and I
update,
lived
my
in the
guy.
Middle East for a bit.
Nobody cares.
Okay. I just thought I'd introduce myself. So I'm against Israel, and I don't think Israel is an ally of America because Israel was caught selling American military technology to the adversaries of the U.S., like China, and
cat's out of
no
the
one's
bag
ever
now.
doing anything about it, and they're endangering the lives of U.S. soldiers all around the world, including in the Gulf, where U.S. soldiers have to fight for Israel and fight on the front lines. But Israelis get to sit back and watch and profit off of American innovation and technology. The largest is Israelis always say that they develop tech and all this stuff and they provide to America, but it's American companies that are in Israel, the largest being Intel and Nvidia, creating manufacturing technology in Israel. So it's really Israel who's
Is that
abusing
the only problem that you
America.
disagree with?
And the largest
Earth?
pharmaceutical companies in Israel,
You're
which is
talking.
Teva Pharmaceuticals.
Jesus
Teva
Christ.
Pharmaceuticals was
Are you
bought
done?
out American companies. They buy out American companies and rebrand them, and they steal American business, and then they have their markets in America, so they're profiting off
My
Americans
guy. My guy.
just to
Like,
endanger the
Lord,
lives
My
of
guy.
Americans.
the
Please
Crazy.
stop.
the whole thing of like Israel selling
And
stuff
they
to
spy on
China,
the United
that was
States.
yeah, we spy on them. Nothing new. We spy on all of our allies. Like, if you don't think that we're not spying on an ally, then you're living under a rock. And
Okay,
the
can you
Israel thing
address?
with China, that was back in the
Yeah.
90s. Like,
No, it
okay,
wasn't.
yeah, it was.
No, Harpy drones, Falcon radar systems, the Lavi
Harpy
fighter jet
drones.
program. The Lavi fighter jet program. There was an American program with Israel to add technology to the F-15s, and why was that? Why was that disbanded? Because Israel began selling the technology to China, the Lavi fighter jet program. This has been happening every 4 years. It happens. 2020, they were accused of selling
Enzo, please do
American
something.
military technology to China, and nothing's ever done about it because we can't sanction, or Americans can't sanction Israel. You can sanction any country you want in the world. They sanctioned the entire world. Any country that doesn't stand with America, you're gonna sanction them. But when it comes to Israel, oh no, no way. Why is that?
Yeah.
I
Are
mean,
you
they
saying
would
that
have
we
to
can't
do something.
sanction them, or were you
You can't
choosing
sanction
not to,
Israel.
or
You
we're
can't.
choosing? No,
You
we can
the
sanction whoever the fuck we
government.
want
Oh, so then why haven't they sanctioned Israel? You
because we
guys
don't want
warned
You
to.
have to give
Israel.
them a
Yeah.
You
valid
guys
reason
warn Israel
too.
all the time. Don't sell this technology to
The
China.
Heartbeat drone was in
Israel
2000.
paid China $400 million. $400 million because they backed out of a deal where they was selling American military technology to them. And they backed out of the deal because the United States sold them to them.
Really?
And then they paid them $400 million. $500 million.
So, did you know that I went to your page, and that the only video that you have reposted on your page, did you know that some of that technology that you're showcasing in that repost there is technology that the United States of America got from Israel that we implemented in our tank systems?
I don't know what video you're referring to.
You don't know what video that you're reposting? It's literally the only repost that you have on your entire page.
Because I'm not
Yeah, I
on
just looked
TikTok
at it.
often. I'm not on TikTok often.
Okay,
But
so again, I don't think you know what the fuck you're talking about pertaining
I
to
do.
who is
I
and
do.
who is not an
You
ally.
guys should check
Yeah,
out
and
Brandon
we.
O'Connell. He's a
Again,
Christian.
My God,
Brandon
we.
O'Connell, he's a Christian man.
what is it with you motherfuckers from over there that
Oh,
don't want
impulse
America
control.
to succeed? Like, I don't know what it is about American women speaking that bothers you guys so much, but I was in the middle of a fucking sentence. So to sit here and say that Israel is not an ally of the United States because they spy on the United States of America is ridiculous, while you have a video reposted on your page showcasing Israeli technology that we implement in our systems to protect our troops in our tanks all over the fucking world. I think
What
that you're
specific
fucking,
technology?
I think that you're remedial at best. That's what I think. And I think that if you're going to tell me
The
that
technology you're
Israel,
talking about.
again, I'm not talking to you, Cobra. If you're gonna
I mean, you just said the technology. I'm just.
and tell me, oh my fucking gosh, if you're gonna sit here and tell me that Israel is not an ally of the United States, I need you to name me one better ally than Israel.
The United Kingdom.
Australia.
The fuck?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What has the United Kingdom done for me lately? Also, when you're talking about the Heartbeat drones, we literally stopped sales of everything with technology and sharing information with Israel until the situation was resolved.
Resolve. They paid China $400 million. That's
No.
the resolution?
You're
They did. Israel paid China $400 million just because America told them to cancel the deal.
Okay.
You know why? Because it's the same with every single one of America's enemies. The same. Why did Israel just sign an agreement with Russia, a war agreement with Russia? Why? Are we not helping Ukraine anymore? We don't give a fuck about Ukraine anymore?
Well, I mean, why should we?
The Jews.
I mean, so
I'm just-
what's the point of the
Jews are
United
gonna
States backing
go.
up Ukraine whatsoever when
So
NATO
hold on.
nations are the
Let
same
me get
ones that
this
hold
right.
on. I didn't hold on. Hi. I didn't ask you to speak. Thank you. You went on a whole fucking diatribe about the Jews. Calm the fuck down, boy. Now, yeah, why should we give a fuck about Ukraine and try to help stop that war when our European partners, our allies, are the ones who got us into that conflict, are the same exact partners and same exact allies who are helping advance the war machine of Russia by buying Russian oil, which the money from the oil sales that they get goes directly back into their military to keep progressing this fucking conflict that is going on. Why the fuck should I give a fuck about them? Why the fuck should I give a fuck about those allies who are the ones that are keeping this war go on? Why the fuck should we care about our allies and fucking Ukraine when that's going on?
So you guys are saying that you don't have any loyalty to any of the conflicts
An
that you're
answer
involved
to
in.
a question should
That's
not
what you're
be
saying.
another question.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not asking a question.
You are.
I'm making a
You
statement.
are.
I'm saying
Well, I would
that
like
you
you to
guys
answer
don't
my
have
And
question.
any loyalty
they don't
over the
have any
conflicts
war
that Israel.
agreement. Like you tried to
They
say they
do.
had no. The only thing they have is the fact that Israel wants to make
They
sure.
have economic trade relations.
What are they
in
trading?
In 2023, well, they traded a lot of different things, but in 2023 they signed an agreement,
The
and
Dodge is
it's a
awesome.
war agreement or whatever. And Israel has never sanctioned Russia. It's just never happened. They've never sanctioned. So they're on good relationship with China, good relations with Russia. They're on good relations with all the enemies of the U.S. and they're supposed to be the best
They're
allies.
not on good relations. They're just trying to make sure that being they're going after someone that is an ally with Iran, that they don't strike any Russian forces that might be in the region. That's all they did was make an agreement of, hey, we need to know where your forces are because we're attacking one of your allies and we don't want y'all forces get caught up in this shit.
Well, if they're the ally, wouldn't they be obligated to counterattack them anyway, just because they're allies?
No, they don't have a NATO agreement like us.
Well, is Israel a member of NATO?
No, Israel is not a member of NATO.
Okay.
Turkey is the only one that's close to that region that is a member of
I
NATO.
look at it, bro.
The way you look at it, somebody else was
conflict in the
talking.
world-
Shut the fuck up.
With
Thank
their-
you.
So when it
Okay.
comes to NATO allies, if Turkey goes to war with Israel, shouldn't we back Turkey then?
We should.
Obligated as their ally?
We should, but guess what? When it came to this current war, Iran fired 2 ballistic missiles at Turkey. Turkey defended against them by shooting them down, but yet didn't invoke Article 5.
So they didn't invoke Article 5.
And Israel bombed every country surrounding them.
No, they
What happens
didn't.
if Turkey invokes? Hold on. What happens if Turkey?
They did.
What happens if Turkey invokes Article 5 if Netanyahu decides to go into Turkey?
It's not going to happen.
We don't know that. You're
There
saying
would
it might.
there would be
Why
high
are we
stake
debating
diplomatic talks.
hypotheticals?
Yeah.
Why are we debating hypotheticals? We
Because
don't do,
I think
I'm not doing that.
because I think it's
No,
important.
I'm not doing that. No.
Okay,
no,
you
we're
don't
not
have to
doing
do that. There's other people on the panel. What's
No.
funny to me is that there is a possibility that Turkey, because Israel's already said that they're against the deal that America is making with Turkey when it comes to aircraft, that Israel could do a preemptive strike on Turkey. In which case, if they do that and Turkey invokes Article
That's
5,
never gonna happen.
again, never.
That's a
You know what?
hypothetical, and that's why I
know what?
don't
Planes
deal in
were never-
hypotheticals.
That's fine. Again, you're not the
Here.
only one on the panel. And you know what's funny is planes
I'll
were never
answer
going to
for
hit the side of the
Cobra.
World
That's
Trade Center until
fine.
they did. Go ahead.
All right, so that's awesome. So all right, let's say in the hypothetical that fucking Turkey or Israel fucking preemptively strikes Turkey, there's gonna be high stakes fucking diplomatic talks. End of story.
Okay.
That's it.
So just to illustrate, we're under no obligation to back up a NATO ally, but we are under an obligation if somebody threatens the existence of Israel. Got it. Makes sense.
Israel's the only one helping.
Our allies, so therefore there would be high stakes diplomatic
our ally
talks
too, right?
amongst the two. That's why I'm saying that they're both allies. Turkey's a partner of NATO. The United States is still a part of NATO, and Israel is a partner and an ally of the United States. So therefore, the United States would be the in between the two nations to make sure the aggression stops before Article 5 would get invoked.
I think honestly, what would probably happen is we would just ignore it and not do anything about it, and then NATO would crumble. Which I'm fine with. I don't think NATO's
NATO to Cobra really shows how fucking stupid you are. I mean, honestly, like that's got to be the dumbest fucking position I think I've heard all night.
Really, you think NATO is useful? What has NATO done for us lately?
Yes, Cobra. Yes, I do.
What has NATO done for us? What has NATO done for us lately?
Okay, I'm trying to answer you, but you keep fucking spurging out.
It's called spurging, not spurging. But go ahead.
Okay, so guess what? You can go down into Section 8.
Yeah,
you
you're
can't
a pussy.
fucking listen.
You're a fucking pussy.
Oh,
if you're gonna
whatever. Look, just what I would
look at me,
suggest
I'm a
you
mod.
do.
I'm gonna bump
No,
you
what I
because you're
would suggest
my
you do is go
feelings.
back and live in the fucking house your parents gave you, bitch.
Yeah,
Come on, man. Come on.
No, but that's the thing.
Kick him
Like,
because he has a different opinion.
No,
okay.
it's not a different. I'm sitting there trying to answer him, but then he just keeps fucking losing his mind because he gets so ahead of himself and thinks he's so fucking right. Like I'm trying to answer his fucking claims and tell him why what he said was fucking stupid. But he can't listen. I dealt with that with the fucking housing shit for the better part of 20 minutes. I'm not fucking doing it on this too.
Or stop acting like the piece.
Yeah.
Here.
So
no, and also I would like to say, when was the last time Israel bombed Egypt?
Did not.
Last time
You said Israel bombs all of its neighbors. Oh my God.
Yeah, they haven't.
Yom Kippur War. But you know what? Like Egypt right
it was
now,
a Six-Day
Egypt
War
can
back
go
in
to war with
1967.
Israel at any time.
Okay, so I have a question
And
for
they
you.
do have
I have a question.
tense
So what happened the day after Israel was founded? The day after they were founded, what happened?
Why don't you ask about the year before or 2 years before?
Okay, so I don't know
1946.
why you're answering my question with a question. What happened the day after Israel was founded?
The day after Israel was founded, all of their neighboring countries tried to attack them, but they couldn't.
No, they didn't try. They did. They invaded them.
But hold on,
They invaded them. That's what happened.
But they couldn't. But you didn't let me finish.
And
But
they lost.
couldn't because in 1946, all of the bridges, the 12 bridges
And
surrounding
Israel
Israel were
kicked that
destroyed.
ass.
Were destroyed in 1946. In 1946, the Palmach, an elite Israeli military group, destroyed all of the bridges connecting Israel to the Arab Muslim countries surrounding them. Why would they do that? Did Israel know that they were going to go to war in 1948? Why would they destroy
Oh, they probably had a
all
pretty
the
good idea they were going to be
bridges
invaded
surrounding
by
their
all the
country?
fucking crazy. But yeah, they probably knew they were going to be invaded. But now, so my question to you is, what year was the city of Tel Aviv founded?
Probably very recently, because it used to be Tel Al Rabia. That was its original name, Tel Al Rabia. But Israel, when they colonized it, they just tweaked the name a little
How
bit.
did how did they
Aviv.
So here's my question: how did they colonize it?
How? When they came on
are you
ships
saying that Jews didn't live in the land prior to the
It
formation
says it
of
in
Israel?
the Bible in Joshua 15:63. King David had an assault on Jerusalem where he invaded Jerusalem.
Okay,
Even
adorable.
the Bible tells you
Are
that the Israelites
you
were
saying
invaded.
that Jews have not continuously lived in the land?
The Bible tells you that Jews are invaders. Listen to
From
me.
where?
In Joshua 15:63.
From where? Where are they invaders from?
They're invaders from different parts of Canaan where they invaded cities. 33 cities.
Where's Canaan?
33 cities.
No, where's
They invaded 33
where's
cities
modern day
and
Canaan?
villages.
Where is modern day Canaan?
Modern day Canaan is in the Levantine region. in the Middle
It's in
East. It's a
fucking
big region.
Israel. The Canaan is in Israel.
So
If
if
they're
they're from
from, no, if
Israel,
they're
why
from
did they
Canaan,
need
how
to
are they supposed to
invade?
be? How are they
No,
colonizers?
Israel was a kingdom, just like how Judea was a kingdom.
Ruth, are you happy
Bro,
you made Tucker mad? Well
listen,
done.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Listen,
Oh, you know what?
there was
You know what? They were
33.
colonizers from a little bit up the road. They were colonizers
Listen,
from a little bit north.
33.
Okay, so
Well,
just out
you
of
know what
curiosity,
invader means.
what
You know
language?
what?
What language
Do you know what
was
invader
spoken?
means? Do you know the definition of
What language
invader?
was spoken? What language was spoken in the land?
Many different languages.
What was the
Akkadian,
were any of them
Phoenician.
were any of them fucking Arabic?
Well, they're all
The answer
Proto-Arabic
is fucking
languages.
no.
Yes, they're
The
all
answer is no.
Proto-Arabic.
There is
because they're
zero
not
Arabic
fucking
spoken.
native to the Levant. Goofy.
Proto-Arabic.
They are not
They
native.
can
No,
find
no,
Proto-Arabic.
no,
Allow the man
no.
to talk.
They are not. Not in any way,
I
shape, or form.
guarantee you, I know more about the linguistics
Arabic
of the region
was
than
not
you do.
spoken
So you don't
in
want to.
that
You don't want to
land.
get into this conversation.
No, it was not
Tell me what
spoken
the
in that
oldest
land.
form of Hebrew is.
The
What's the oldest form
colonizers
of
are
Hebrew?
the fucking Muslims. The fucking
What's the
Arabs.
oldest form of Hebrew?
They are
Since
the
you want to talk about
colonizers.
linguistics,
No, I want you to know. I mean, ask Iraq.
you don't know. You don't
No,
know.
I'm asking you. No,
Another guy
what
in the
language did they
comments
speak
says
in Iraq
Arabic
before?
is from
No, what
Arabia.
language did they
Did
speak
you
in
know
Iraq before the 7th century?
Hold on. Did you know the
What
Levant
language did
was
they
called
speak in Iraq before the 7th century? What did they speak there?
Answer the fucking question.
They spoke Semitic languages. A
They
Semitic
didn't
language.
fucking speak
You know
Arabic
why?
because the Islamic people are fucking colonizers. It's what
Okay.
they do.
Where do Arabs
It's
come
how
from?
they got. How do you think they got into North Africa? Do you think they spoke Arabic
Taco.
in Morocco?
No.
The
Do you think
mother
they spoke
of the
Arabic in southern fucking Spain?
Well, let me respond to your questions. You just
No,
shotgunning a
fuck
bunch of
off.
questions.
You fucking disgusting piece of shit. They call the fucking Jews colonizers who are from fucking Canaan, but people from fucking Arabia end up in Africa, and no, they're not colonizers, not at all. Like, it's so fucking disingenuous.
Yeah, and like they tried to claim that UK was our greatest ally. All the countries within NATO, I believe, for the most part, signed the NPT, but yet don't want to do anything when it comes to Iran with their violations. That's not an ally.
Can I take back the statement that I said last night that I think that the UK is America's greatest ally? I want to retract my previous statement.
You should be careful with your statements on geopolitics there, Michael.
Yeah, it's okay,
I'm nicer
Michael.
to you than I am everybody
Michael.
else, but one of these days I'm gonna snap out on you.
Michael, I have a question. Michael, I have a question.
Mother's scary.
Yeah, no, I have a question,
Okay,
Michael.
man. What, Tucker? What's up?
So, when it comes to per capita GDP, what state is Germany's closest to?
Mississippi.
Okay, just want to make sure. Don't you ever fucking counterman me again?
What the hell was that question have to do with anything, Tucker?
No, don't ever counterman me again. I might have to hurt you.
Okay.
I will leave a bunch of Legos in your house unbeknownst to you, and you will step on them and you will hurt your footing.
That's diabolical.
That's wild, bro.
Dude, have you ever stepped on a fucking Lego? That shit hurts.
Yeah, dude. Literally everything you say a fucking Lego.
That should be
you must
like
have some
covered
real
under the
hate in your
Genius
heart. man.
suggestions as torture.
I was gonna say
Dude,
that
I'd
must
rather
be
be
some.
waterboarded than step on a Lego.
We forgot
For
Machetta
real.
is here. We forgot he was here.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, Machado, state your business. What's your major malfunction?
Damn, state your business.
He wants.
Just gonna let him talk, and he left.
Well,
Where did that other guy go?
he's kicked. He wants back up, but he's kicked. There's still ongoing strikes with Iran. So we fired, they fired, but I saw from one location only 2 ballistic missiles were fired from them. So I'm curious if that means that they're running out.
Enzo, join the dark side, brother.
What's the dark side?
My side.
Pete, your live got so wild before I fell asleep. Like, Lord.
Hey,
What's up,
Tucker,
Pete?
when you have a chance, I have something to talk to you about.
Sorry?
I'm trying to tell Tucker. I messaged him or sent a comment in the thing a while
Oh,
ago.
Jason. Is that Jason? No,
okay.
his name's Jason Narua.
Oh, that guy? Yeah, I know, but
He's an Aussie.
he,
Aussie.
He's a fucking space cadet, but he's an Aussie.
yeah, because he was talking about our greatest ally here in the U.S. and not being Israel and saying it was like the UK and all this other shit.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, Jace, that's Jace. Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I did
didn't
see
hear
that.
Jason say that.
What's up, mother?
Well,
Enzo, Vic, Taco.
Why'd you drop me, man? Why'd you
Oh,
get rid
not
of me?
this guy again.
can you be genuine or you want to get dropped again? Because, I mean, nobody paid, but they will if you're not going to be genuine.
I mean, I'll be genuine, but
then don't over talk.
try to silence
Let
the
people
truth.
talk and answer
The
questions.
reality is that for you to sit there and call Jews colonizers, when you look at how far Islam spread all across Northern Africa and into Southern Europe and on through into Iran, and like, it's fucking wild. The fact that you can hold the fact that calling one side colonizers and the other side kind of like, oh, yeah, whatever, is crazy.
The Arabs existed before Islam. And yes, Islam came
Where's
and
Arabia?
Islam spread.
Oh, God.
Islam spread. But to make it seem as if the Arab identity and the religion of Islam are synonymous is a complete falsehood. And it's a fabrication that your side likes to make a lot.
Where's Arabia at?
The Levant was called Arabia by the Romans. The creators of history called the Greeks and the Romans that wrote the first history books called the Levantine region Arabia. Why did they do that? In the 4th century, the Nabateans, when the Nabateans, an ancient Arabic kingdom, when they were speaking Arabic before Islam, hundreds of years before Islam, what does that tell you?
Were they slaughtering people for fun and colonizing? Were the Arabs doing
They
that?
were Arabs. Yes, they went to war with the Assyrians. They went to war with the Assyrians. They went to war with the Persians.
Yeah.
Everyone was slaughtering. In the Bible,
Did they go to war with the Canaanites? Did they go to war with the Canaanites?
I'm sure they did.
No,
I'm
they
sure
did not.
they did. Yes.
No, they did not.
I'm sure they did.
But they didn't. There's no evidence of it.
You don't even
archaeological
know
or
who the
otherwise.
Nabateans were, bro.
Like,
You only know about them
no,
because
you
I
said they.
told
You're
you
saying
about
they probably did, and the reality is they didn't. What got those people into that region was Islam.
That's wrong. This is the 4th century. You guys claim that Islam spread in the 7th century. So tell me how in the 4th century the people existed there and they spoke Arabic.
No one.
If you want to get rid of them, we can.
They did. The Nabateans spoke Arabic in the 4th century. You can look it up. Look it up.
No, in any event. So, are you saying that Aramaic and Hebrew were not spoken there?
There were.
That wasn't the land of
Aramaic
Canaan.
and Hebrew are. It's just a form of. It's a Semitic. These are Semitic languages, and
Which are not Arabic.
they predate Arabic, but it doesn't mean that they don't
So
derive
who
from
should
the
be in that
same
land, then?
family.
So who
They
should be in that
derive
land?
from the same
No,
family.
so
of
who's older in
languages.
that land? If that language is not native to it, and Hebrew is, who should be in that land?
Definitely not the people that invaded, which
Who
were
invaded?
the Jews.
No, who
The
invaded?
Jews.
Okay, so I want you to tell me. So
Says it in the
how?
Bible.
No, how did they do the invasion? How did the invasion work? How big was their army?
When God commanded the Israelites to invade cities like Jericho and unalive the men, women, and children, the infants, in the Bible it says that.
Yeah.
And in the
Okay.
Torah.
Yeah,
Both
yeah,
Jewish
uh-huh.
and Christians have to believe this.
Yeah. Okay.
When they're
So now,
told to invade the
Okay.
cities and take over,
okay,
they're
that's
the
great.
invaders.
No, that's great. But we're talking about modern times. Is when we're talking.
Look at how he has no response. He has no response to
No,
it.
it's not that I
crazy.
don't have a response, but are you honestly this naive to
You
pretend
shifted
that
it to modern times. I don't know why.
No, it's not that. Are you so naive
help
as
us
not to
all.
think that the Conqueror's epic is not like the tale of human history?
So because you are the conqueror, that makes you just and you're right. Because
No,
you
but the problem is that I want you to explain to me how the Jews are the ones who threw the quote unquote Palestinians, whatever the fuck that is, which didn't even exist at the time. Because
Now you're shifting again.
that didn't come around till the fucking Romans.
But go ahead.
Which is
okay,
which
now
is
you're
why your
talking
point
about the
doesn't make any
Palestinians.
sense.
No, You're talking about the Philistines now. The Philistines went to war against the Israelites.
But that's where Palestine
That
comes
is true.
from. That's where Palestine comes from.
We
It
weren't
comes
even
from the
talking about
Romans.
Palestine. We're talking about the Jews.
No,
And
but
you're
what I'm
saying
saying,
that
no,
they're
what I'm
from the
saying, who, no,
land.
I'm
How are
asking
they
you, no,
from
I'm
the
asking
land
you,
if
who
they
did they throw out of
invaded?
the land? Who did they throw out of the land?
They threw out the Canaanites. That's
Okay,
who
and
they
who were
threw
the
out the land.
Canaanites? And who were the Canaanites, and what were they speaking?
There were various different groups and tribes. I'll give you an
I know,
example.
but
The
what language were
Jebusites.
they speaking?
The Jebusites were speaking Akkadian, for example. There were a
Okay.
Canaanite tribe that was speaking Akkadian. Akkadian is a Canaanite language that they were speaking. They were indigenous to that land. The Israelites kicked them out. They kicked them out of their land. It says it in the Bible.
Okay, so now, so just out of curiosity, just, you know, the Israelites, where were the Israelites from?
Where were they from?
Yeah.
They come from the lineage of Abraham, a man that migrated to the Canaan, and he lived in northern Canaan, but he was a migrant. He
Okay,
moved
so
places.
but I'm again considering that, like
They went from
dumb.
Jerusalem.
No, this is no. So no one. Okay, so tell me, what is the most important thing that happened in Jerusalem for non-Jews?
The most important thing for non-Jews,
Yeah,
for Muslims,
for just about every religion, with the exception of Christianity and Judaism, Jerusalem was a backwater.
yeah. Well, for Christians, they have the Holy Sepulchre. They have the church. They have different churches there. For Muslims, they have the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and it was the first Qibla for them, the first direction of prayer.
Yeah,
for
but
Muslims.
but let's face it. Like, Islam is kind of a Johnny-come-lately. Like it's a very young religion, right? I mean, very young.
What does that mean? So what does that have to do with anything?
Well, no. Like, what I'm saying is like Christians were in those lands hundreds of years before Islam even showed up.
Okay, so what?
Jews and Christians were living in that land long before.
You don't
Islam showed up.
understand. I'm not arguing a religious claim to a land.
I'm not saying you
arguing
are.
a people's
Yes,
claim to
and
a
Christian
land.
peoples and Jewish peoples were in that land long before Islam was.
And they were invaders, right? The Jews
No,
were
they
invaders.
weren't. No, they weren't invaders. They were already there. Where do you think Christianity started?
So again, okay, where does the word Jerusalem come from? Jerusalem. Do you know where the word Jerusalem comes from?
Why don't you tell me?
Do you know what it means?
No, yeah. Why don't you tell me?
It translates to the city of peace. Okay.
Okay.
The city of peace, and this word Jerusalem, it even predates Israel, and it predates the Jews. You know why? Because before the Jews were in Jerusalem, the Egyptians were actually in Jerusalem. Did you know that?
Oh.
Did you know the Egyptians were in Jerusalem before the Jews?
No,
Did you know
they weren't. But go ahead.
They weren't? Google it right now. Google it right now.
Why would I Google it?
Because you're talking about something that you have no idea about.
They went there to get them as slaves. What are you talking about?
They actually
they're already there. If they're going there for slaves, how are they not there?
By the way, this was found in the
No, I know. I want you to. No, I want you to just
There's
go A to B.
archaeological evidence.
I just want you to go A. No, I want you to go A to B with me.
You said they weren't there, and now you're claiming they were there.
I'm saying the Jews. I'm saying the Jews were there first. I want you to explain to me how it is.
Because when they were there, the Jews didn't exist.
Okay.
I'm talking about 6,000 years ago, and you're talking about 4,000 years ago. That's the difference.
Oh, okay. Well, no. So should we? How far should we go back? Was Adam a Jew or was he not?
He wasn't.
He wasn't. Okay. What was Eve? Was that a Jew? I mean, should we go back to the Cambrian period?
Sir, you made a claim. You were saying the Jews
no,
were
you made a claim saying that the
Jerusalem.
Egyptians were there first. And what I'm saying is,
and I said they were. Do you want evidence?
I'm asking you how is that? I'm asking you how is that? I'm asking you how is that when they invaded to get Jews as slaves?
They both invaded. And no, they didn't. The Jews didn't exist. The Jews didn't exist when the Egyptians were in Jerusalem.
God.
You genius.
No, this
Stop
is
making shit
absolutely
out of your
okay.
ass, bro.
No, you're just a
You are-
rank fucking anti-Semite, and you're going back into fucking time immemorial to prove it.
Yeah, Taco, you nailed it. If that's you
Oh,
talking.
like, I mean, that's
But-
Yeah.
honestly what it is. But you can't say in one saying the Egyptians were there first, yet
They
that
were.
is where they got the slaves they took to
I
Egypt
did
from.
send
That
you a
doesn't make
galaxy
logical
hop.
sense.
You can end this.
They
Okay.
were.
Oh,
Thank
Delcap,
God.
thank you,
We
bro.
we
God,
got
didn't
the
know
other
it.
one. Yeah, I did
sent
it.
the fucking thing about 10 minutes ago.
I know you did, and you have mod powers. I figured if you wanted to do it, you would have done it.
Oh no, I was letting you
No,
have the
Okay.
honors.
But how
That's just
are
a
the
quick Google
Egyptians
search.
there
I-
first, and then they take the Jews as slaves in an invasion in a place they're already at? Like, what
He's
the
an
fuck
idiot.
is he talking about?
Like
That
right here.
doesn't make
Okay.
any sense whatsoever.
Jews living in
d-
Jerusalem
I-
in periods
yeah.
when Egyptian forces or rulers are invaded. Literally, first Google search were the Jews in Jerusalem before they were
Yeah.
invaded. Quick Google search.
Yeah, no, it's. I mean,
He
it's
just
fucking
doesn't like
weird.
Jews. He fucking hates
No, and then
Jews,
what's funny, he
trust
says,
me.
"Oh no, they were Canaanites. Canaanites is in fucking Israel proper today. Like, what the fuck is he
Mm-hmm.
talking about? That's where Canaan is." Fucking
What did you
weirdo.
want to ask me before, Hoff, about what?
Oh, you're live this morning with Gunner. Oh my.
Vipers that fucking
Oh,
rewrite
yeah,
history.
He blew a gasket. I'll put it that way. Just gonna leave it
Yeah.
at that.
All right. Hail America. This probably not going to go well, but age, state, and who'd you vote for in the last presidential election?
22 in New Jersey, Trump. Although I do have a question for you guys, particularly about legislation Andy Ogles recently introduced to the Senate to repeal Hart-Celler, gut Hart-Celler, and restore the national origins quotas from the Johnson-Reed Act in 1924, or hopefully, something mirroring that. How are we feeling about that? I would argue that's even more important than the SAVE Act.
What the hell is that name?
If you didn't look at the repost, they're reposting what is it, the that one group that was just there in DC for the 4th of July.
Patriot Front.
Yeah, that one.
You guys have a problem with Patriot Front?
I did say
Oh
that.
my
I
God,
did say
no.
That's why I told you that this is going to be interesting.
What's wrong with Patriot
Does
Front?
anyone up here?
No,
Wait, does
I'm
anyone up
trying
here
to
actually
figure out
have a
why you want
problem?
why do you want nationality-based quotas?
Right, so I want to restore the national origins quotas to prevent people who are not, culturally compatible with our nation, with our people, to come in here.
Christ.
Would you?
We reserve
so
the right.
okay,
as
so
a-
yeah, so you don't want Europeans. What
No,
do
I
you
do
want?
want Europeans. I do.
Well,
want
no, but
Europeans.
they're not culturally compatible with
But they are
Americans.
though.
No, they're not.
Smell racism.
No,
They
well,
largely
no.
are though. Northwestern
Well, no, but
Europeans.
they're not, and I'll tell you why. Because they have a completely different value system. They like to have free stuff given to them. They don't like hard work. There are lots of different cultural differences between Europeans and
Dude,
Americans.
not all
tons of them.
Europeans are like socialists. Like, what are you talking about? Many European countries are very.
No,
capitalist.
I mean, no. The lion's share of Europeans, if you were to ask them, do they want to give up their free health care? They most unanimously would say no, they do not.
Okay, we can vet them for morals too. Like, what's the issue?
Hey, America, can I ask you a question? Hey, America, can I ask you a question? 'Cause
Go
my
ahead.
question for you is that, let me guess, people from Africa wouldn't be allowed to be here, right?
Well, it would be multiple places. It would be Latin America, it would be Africa,
Well,
it would be
no,
the
that
Middle
wasn't
East.
my question. My question for you is that, would you allow
Well, I
immigrants
just
from
answered your
Africa?
question. No, I just answered your
Yeah,
question.
Oh, you wouldn't? Okay, well, yeah, well, fuck you then.
Yeah,
Well,
America
here's
was
the
never just a
Do you
white
have
nation.
do you have
and
an actual?
Oh my god! Oh my god! What's happening? The drop hammer's about to go after the person with the smallest penis. Oh, it got him.
Yeah, I told you, like, I knew when I checked the profile out, it wasn't going to go well. Because although they're a Trump
The reason
voter,
why he doesn't like black guys is because he saw a fucking black dude giving his lady the business. He thought his
Wild
guy getting
work.
Her fucking cheeks clapped. That's what happened.
Go to Atlanta and say the shit you just said now, bro. Let's see how that works out for you.
yeah, it's not going to work out well. Like, there's a video out there, and I don't know where it's at again. Just look for it. Guys pull into a gas station, and he tells the guy, hey, pull into this gas station. This is the safer area. Before they can even stop, there is a gunfight between gang members, and they have to pull through in hopes they don't get shot.
What the fuck?
Sounds like a fun time.
I
Yeah.
did see the I saw the footage of taking out the bridges and that you took out in Iran.
Oh,
train
yeah.
station,
Hell yeah.
the train
They're going
station,
after everything
and
finally.
fucking finally.
I mean,
It took
does
them long
anyone up
enough.
here actually support the Patriot Front?
Hey, Unrealness. I don't know
No.
much about them. I just seen them jump on a train. They had a video on TikTok.
Well, I know the left has
Come
made a
across
big
my
deal
floppy.
about them, but like, I've done research about them, and they're not good people. I'll just leave it at that.
Moist.
There's like,
Moist.
dude, there's
They're
like
they're a
200 of them,
typical
dude.
white supremacist group
Yeah,
at the end of the day.
they
Like,
are
There's
white.
like
Okay.
two. What I find hilarious about the like magnification of like the Patriot Front group or the Groypers or anything like that. It's like an infinitesimal, like a small amount of people do that. Yet they put this massive fucking magnifying glass on them as if they are
Yeah.
this like huge group, but they completely and totally ignore groups like fucking Antifa. that don't, like that
Well,
have thousands of members that travel all over the country to create chaos.
exactly. And they're the
Antifa
ones
isn't
that
a group, right?
doing all of it.
Oh,
Antifa
shit.
is a group. Like, I don't care what anybody says. They have established chapters. They have established leadership. It is a group at the end of the day. I don't care what anybody says. It's not a
Uncle
fucking
Luke was just
ideology.
talking about it.
Renzo.
Like
Did
the,
you listen to his speech from yesterday?
I mean, where do you want to start? I mean, they have different leaders for different factions of them.
Yeah.
Just because they don't have one sole leader, like how the Proud Boys has Enrico Tarrio, doesn't mean anything. They still are a group. They are
Yeah,
organized.
I'm not like saying that you're like not right. I'm genuinely interested.
Oh no, I know. Like, I mean, I could point you to fucking their web pages. The one in Portland, off the top of my Rose City, what was it, Antifa Rose City, Portland, or whatever the fuck it is. Like they have everything laid out on there. They're fucking stupid.
I mean, I think all these groups are stupid, but like especially groups like the Proud Boys and the Patriot Front, they're fucking insane whack jobs. I mean, fuck.
I agree with you there. I mean, I don't look at them as big as a threat as anything worse than on the left. That's all I'll say that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they have demonstrations. They go out there with their fucking flags and spout their bigotry. Whoop de fucking do. They'll go home. They'll leave people alone. Like, trust me, I'm not standing up for them whatsoever. Not even in the slightest. Like, they're fucking
No, you're
terrible.
not.
They're hate groups altogether. I don't condone it at all. But I mean, what they do is protected under the First Amendment, unfortunatally.
Man.
Oh, Michael, you got
10 minutes.
yeah.
Prioritize.
Apparently in Bashir, they have a new advanced air defense system that Iran is integrated in their air defense network. The Arash, the Archer. They believe.
What's that English for? Flying carpets?
Well, no, that is the English. I can't pronounce the other word that they have. Like, that's the English translation. But they say it's an entirely new system that hasn't been unveiled until, I guess, now that it's been operational, taking down one of our drones. Some people think that we knew they might have something that hasn't been shown yet, and that the drone was just to be like sacrificed, so we know the next targets.
Yeah.
Shiver me timbers.
Dude,
Not
I
unreal,
love Iran.
Have you guys ever seen their like 5th generation fighter that they unveiled?
Who?
No.
No, like I'm serious.
Oh,
Like, they
no.
unveiled a 5th generation fighter jet, and it was made out of cardboard. Like it never got into the sky at all.
Propellers.
There you
Like
go.
a little puddle jumper or something.
What up, Unreal?
Yay.
Just up here being
What's
moist.
up,
Listen,
Unrealness?
I'm not here
Yeah.
to contribute to the conversation at all. I'm just a traction guy. So I'll just be listening while I work on my stream in the background. So
There you go.
I might chime in every now and then, but feel free to get rid of me.
Mel Horn's lawn mowing. Can I get an age, date, and who you voted for?
April 18th, 2008.
That is a fucking.
That's a child. Like, if it was an adult, I was gonna warn them. If that is really your lawn service company that you're promoting, I would not be on a political panel with it.
Oh, dude, his nuts are still in his stomach.
Yeah, I banned all my kids from coming up to my live.
You had one of those nights too, Unreal.
We got T-Bar whenever they get in. T-Bar, age, date, and who you voted for in the last presidential election.
Mistake.
Okay. I haven't seen any more updates on Mitch McConnell.
Always.
No.
I did see, for those that are worried about Taco Bell, Taco Bell's replacing and removing the lettuce from the menu that they got because of the explosive diarrhea that's been going on.
Okay, so hold on. Has their lettuce been jacked up for like 35 years?
I was gonna
No,
say,
I was
like, I
actually
don't
about to
get
make that point.
anything. I don't get
I was about to
anything
make
with
that
freaking
point.
lettuce on Taco Bell food.
Every time there's a lettuce situation that affects everybody,
Yeah.
every newscaster immediately starts a story with their camera pointing at a Taco Bell.
Yep.
Every time. It could be affecting 1,000 different places, but it's always Taco Bell they point the camera on right when they start the segment.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
I think it's because the other fast food restaurants are hating Taco Bell because they all had to make their drinks free refills thanks to Taco Bell. Taco Bell started that.
Man, those little street fajita chalupas right now are gas, bro. So good.
Yeah, and their nacho
Dude,
fries.
fuck
Oh my
Taco
god.
Bell. Fuck Taco Bell straight in their keister. They took away fucking Diet Mountain Dew, so I'm all done.
Oh damn.
That's a fair thing to be mad about. I get it.
You know what I mean? I was really salty about that. Like
I don't like diet anything.
Okay, I can't. Well, okay, so look, if I'm in my 50s, if I drink sugary stuff, I'll be a fat ass in 5 minutes. Okay, I'm an old pussy now, so I can't have leaded
Diet
stuff.
is so gross.
No, it's not.
Your,
It's fine.
how's your wife doing, Taco?
I hate
Wait.
the taste of diet.
So we've never had a rule to deny a green card because the applications use SNAP and Medicaid.
We probably haven't. I could
No,
see us
that's
having
what I'm.
that glaring of a fucking over.
Yeah.
I could see us having an oversight on that.
Yeah, now the DHS, the administration, is looking at now denying green cards because someone is using SNAP and Medicaid at the state level. It hasn't been a thing till now. They're moving to debank the illegal immigrants, according to Stephen Miller.
How's your wife doing, Taco?
I mean, not great.
Yeah, man. I just thought I'd.
Yeah. Yes, it's a day at a time thing.
Prayers, man. Prayers.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Oh, he's.
Hale has a bone to pick with you, Hoff. What's that about?
Who? Who's got?
Has it done? Wait.
Is that a Groiper? Is that it?
Yeah, the Hail America one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They're so far right.
You know, I can at least find a Vic Fuentes fan. I have never found a Hassan Piker fan.
Yeah.
You know what? You're not wrong. That's a really good point. I haven't thought of that.
A burger.
Yeah, that's interesting. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone come up here.
Yeah, even if they're not Groipers, they just like Fuentes. At least I can find them. But I mean it, man. I bring it up all the time about Piker. Nobody's quick to come to Piker's defense ever about anything.
I think he's an op.
Pretty much.
Like, I wonder if he's someone who has like a bunch of bots who donate a shit of money.
I think that's some of it, but also I think a lot of his viewers are Middle Eastern and foreigner.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh shit! Nancy Pelosi's husband got charged with a misdemeanor for a hit and run in California.
I brought that up earlier.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, but wasn't someone
Like
injured?
second one or some shit.
No,
Yeah.
it was a parked car. Oh no, he hit somebody. He hit somebody too. But
Yeah,
that
it
was
was. I was
last.
saying,
That
I,
was
I thought
previously.
someone was injured.
I don't think that that was in this incident. I think that he, from what, if I remember correctly, they were saying is that he has. I mean, he's had like 11 moving violations and or accidents in the past like 3 years as well, and one of them was hitting a pedestrian.
Was he drunk? That's the real question.
I don't know because he hit and run. Like they didn't find him until like the next day. So
Oh,
I don't even
shit.
think that they can really.
Well, I
It
think
was
that's why.
it
That's
was
probably
4th
why
of
he
July.
ran.
It was 4th of July weekend.
That is probably why he ran. He probably had a few too many, and he's like, "Well, fuck, I'd rather just take it." Well, I think that charges like a misdemeanor, like a $250 ticket, and then what is it, like 60 days in jail at most? Which you'll get none of that, by the way. So
Yeah, no, because a felony DUI is when someone's
exactly.
injured.
Yeah, he's been pulled over for drinking before, and yeah, they cut him
Oh, he's
loose
a
for that.
lush. Yeah, he's a lush, 100%.
Yeah. Bro they got so much fucking money. Why is he driving his own cars? Like, that's a liability in itself, man. Like, don't drive your own car. Hire a driver.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're getting a ton of money through all of the stock trading they do.
Okay, I
Doctor,
tried to say this earlier before the conversation gets started again. I have stuff to talk to you about, like my school and career stuff off app.
Okay.
So can reach out to me like tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
Just not
When?
just not in the morning because I'll be sleeping. Probably like I don't know 3.
Okay. Well, I need a time because
Okay.
I talk to work.
Well, I gotcha. Just anytime after 3 o'clock my time. So
Anytime after 3 your time. Understood.
yes, thank you.
Yeah, they said he hit that Tesla so hard it like broke the wheel and put it up on the curb. And then he drove his car until it broke down.
damn.
Like, who are these federal judges, or who are they thinking they can appoint a U.S. attorney? Did you guys see this?
No, I didn't see that one, but yeah, federal judges, when do they think they get appointment power? Do they not know the Constitution?
Yeah, no, it's the weirdest shit. So basically, there was essentially a case, and the judges said, "Oh, we're gonna have this guy. We're gonna make this, basically turn this guy into like a U.S. attorney." And like, the judges bring him on, and he got like fired like an hour later by Trump.
Yeah, that's not allowed.
Yeah, no, it's the weirdest shit ever. I've never seen anything like it.
It's like all appointment power at the federal level is given to the president. I mean, simple as that.
Yeah, and thank you, Curtis.
Yeah.
Well, we also have the fact that Graham Plattner thinks that him and his people can select his replacement.
Yeah.
Not a
Well,
thing.
I mean, that's part of the course.
Ew! Did you see that freaking trans?
Oh yeah, the one that calls himself Ashley, but looks like Bill from King of the Hill.
Oh my
It
god!
literally looked like
Dude, I was dying.
And
Yeah, I
its
watched that on-
qualification. Oh my god, its qualifications. I write music.
books and I make music, and I mean,
Yeah.
Dude, that
Smoking
main
mirrors.
debate was wild.
On the Plattner thing, since he did win the nomination, he can't necessarily control who they appoint, but he can try to say, hey, if you don't appoint this person, I'm not dropping out. Because since he did win the primary, he technically does not have to drop out, so he can use that as like a bargaining chip per se, but no, he doesn't have the power to force them to do it. But he could say, I'm not dropping out.
Bro, you realize how he was talking, though, is when he was talking about the establishment. He wasn't being specific about Democrats or Republicans. He knows his own party threw him under the bus. He would be wise. If I were him, I'd go all Tom Petty on that, dude. I'd be petty as shit. Petty Roosevelt, okay? I would absolutely stay in it and just to lose for the Democrats.
I mean, he already withdrew, but yeah, I mean, that was his first mistake. The second, he said he was, well, he didn't withdraw. He said he suspended his campaign. That's different. I don't know if he's officially withdrawn as the nominee. I know I do remember him giving
So yeah, well, there's a reason for the terminology. So whenever someone stops whenever someone stops running for office, they always say suspend the campaign. The reason they do that is under federal election law. If you say, hey, I'm no longer running, it starts a time cap on how fast you have to get money back to donors.
Yeah,
So
but
they
if
say,
yeah,
so they say, I've suspended my campaign, and that gives them time to, do it at a slower pace, give the money back, or find another use for it, or, and all that kind of shit. That's why they say suspend.
yeah, because you could be suspending it because you're sick or you had a family emergency and you need to take a couple weeks off or something. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, because suspend just means the campaign's not over. It's just you're not doing it right now.
Mm-hmm.
But if you say, hey, I'm ending my campaign, that starts the clock as to when you have to give people their donations back if you still have it and haven't used it.
yeah, and it starts a time clock of when you have to have yourself taken off the ballot and taken off the party to give the party time to run a new primary and stuff like that.
Yeah. Apparently, the fucking token cough won't get you kicked out of an election, but fucking getting handsy with the females will.
No, because remember, it had to be multiple. Because there was there was allegations previous. It was the final allegations with the evidence behind it.
Yeah, well, because the first allegation was a conservative, so they're like, "Hey, we'll wait for due process." But then the second one was a recent campaign person on a girl on his campaign, and since she was a Democrat, then all of a sudden they're going to believe it.
Well, yeah, I don't think there was any mainstream Democrats who called for Platner to resign after the first allegation.
What?
Yeah, and the first allegation was a conservative, and that's why. I did a video on this. The second one was earlier in the summer during his campaign. She was a campaign staffer for his campaign, so then of course they believed her.
Yeah, when the first allegations were coming out, along with the knowledge of the tattoo, Good Trouble made a video, couldn't even pronounce his last name correctly, and said, hey, this is like a great guy. We should get out and support this guy because the Democrats aren't supporting him.
Yeah, he should have resigned after the first allegation.
The Totenkopf and the Totenkopf was enough, but the touching himself in a porta potty and everything just kept stacking. I'm like, at what point, like what point are we just not going to support this guy? What is happening?
They hate Susan Collins that much, even though she doesn't support certain things about Trump.
Yeah, I guess that just shows you how desperate they were and how little research they did on his background.
Well, they did the same thing with Tim Walz. I mean, he lied about Tiananmen Square. He got caught up in a lot of shit too. He bragged about carrying arms on combat fields when he'd never seen a combat field. I mean, he lied a bunch.
Didn't he brag he was friends with a schmurder or some shit?
Well, yeah, on the debate, he's like, I became friends with a school shooter.
Yeah, school shooter. That's what it was. It's like,
I just got done watching the main Senate debate. It was a fucking clown show.
Dude, that's the best they have. That's how sad Democrat Ben is.
Did you see it too, Tucko?
Yeah, I watched it. It was awful.
It's probably worth betting for Susan Collins right now because it's 35 cents for the poly market for Republican to win compared to 65 for the Democrat.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Anybody hear how Mickey Shirelli or Cheryl in New Jersey refused to put the flags, the half staff, in honor of Lindsey Graham?
Oh my god!
Isn't Lindsey like a 35 or 36-year-old military vet?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, he won a Bronze Star.
I didn't like the guy, but like, show some fucking respect, dude.
Yeah.
He won a Bronze Star.
Yeah, he was a military vet and a public servant. It's like, no matter what party you are, you do the half staff to respect a public servant and a military vet, period.
Wasn't he also like a foster child too?
Well, yeah, not fostered.
I believe so.
He fostered his sister. Like, his parents died when his parents passed away. He was already in the Air Force. And then when it was in college, and when he got in the Air Force, he adopted his sister and raised her because she was younger.
Oh, that's right.
That's just pathetic. Our flags everywhere were half stabbed all over the place, up and down every street.
Well, Sarah Rodriguez, the Wisconsin lieutenant governor, has dropped out of the governor's race. So you got another Democrat dropping out of a race because of mismanagement, being called out for mismanagement and inaccuracies of her campaign.
Well, the good thing in Michigan, if what's his name wins the Senate, the guy on the Democratic side, if he wins, it makes a good chance that gives a good chance of Republicans pulling that seat because he's far left, and Michigan is more of a swing state.
Well, would that be a flip if the Democrat wins?
No, there's already a Democrat in there, but Al Saeed's far left. The Democrat that's in there is more moderate establishment.
I'm just saying that the possible races that the Democrats can win right now that I'm looking at are Texas, sorta. Not really.
No, it won't happen. Texas isn't going to happen. I live here right now. Tallarico is down, and we don't even have to make up stuff for Tallarico. He's got so much. We've got so much good video of him saying stupid shit to replay that. Yeah, he's not going to beat Paxton. Not going to happen.
God's not binary.
Well, yeah, I'm just looking at North Carolina seems like a base safe bet.
Well, right now it says I looked on call sheet. They've got Republicans holding the Senate at 85%. They've got Democrats flipping the House at 65%. But that doesn't count all the new map drawings and anything else going on in the House. So we actually have a decent path to still hold on to the House. It's hard, but it's there. The Senate is in favor of the Republicans by a good margin.
I mean, you guys have to think. Oh, damn, W. Curtis. Just to say, you guys have to think about it this way: that if the Democrats get one chamber of Congress, that nothing will happen. No legislation will ever get passed.
I mean, no legislation is getting passed now. It's kind of like same, bro.
Yeah.
True, but
because the Republicans need to grow a spine and have Leader Thune removed because he is a feckless majority leader.
Because right now, the Democrats have all said that their first thing that they want to do is impeach Trump. And I've stated that if they do that one more fucking time, I will switch my party registration and vote Republican.
They're going to impeach Trump. They're going to stack the Supreme Court term limits, and they're going to destroy the filibuster.
I'm literally on the edge.
Fetterman is this close.
They wouldn't be able to do that. They could try to do all that, but they wouldn't be able to do it because I don't think there's no way they'll get a two-thirds majority, and Trump would obviously veto all that shit. Supreme Court stacking or anything.
Well, even if they tried to expand the court, Trump just doesn't have to appoint anybody.
Yeah, I'm just saying that that's why the Senate is important, Tucko, because if they win that, then he can appoint whoever he wants, but the Senate can not accept.
Yeah, so even if they vote to expand the court, okay, fine. You want to put a bunch of new conservative justices on? You got it, buddy. So they can't do that. The only thing they could do is bust the filibuster up. But then at that point, it doesn't really matter because he can just veto anything that comes to him, and they don't have enough to override a veto. So ultimately, it's just going to be same, and that's why. So the math on them killing the filibuster doesn't make any sense, because if they kill the filibuster, and then Trump ends up vetoing everything they have, the filibuster's dead. If they then lose in 2028, they just handed the fucking Republicans a weapon they can use.
Well, the reason why Leader Thune needs to remove the filibuster, what he needs to do is the Senate needs to reinstate the previous motion question, which is what they still have in the House, which would stop all the filibustering. Because why you don't see any filibustering in the House? Because if they want to do a filibuster, they have to do 30 hours of debate on the floor. And so they
No,
would
they
think
well, there's
twice
no yeah, but
before
there's no filibuster. There's no filibuster in the
Well,
House because there's no
not
such thing as cloture.
no. Well, not as white. They can force a 30-hour debate on the previous question motion. They can do that in the House.
Yeah, but that's not the same as a filibuster. Like in the end, at the end of the day, the Speaker of the House drives what goes to the floor and what doesn't, and it just gets voted on. Where in the Senate, you have to vote for cloture to close debate in order to get something to the floor. That's the main difference.
But what I'm saying is if they actually made them have to start doing a standing filibuster and not just be able to raise their hand and filibuster, they would think twice about doing it because they would actually have to do 30 hours of debate versus just holding up the vote.
Yeah, no, I don't. I mean, I don't think that would. I don't think that would even really matter, right? I don't think that would. I don't think that would matter. I think that if you want to actually get to a point where you can get the Save Act passed, you're gonna have to put it through some type of omnibus.
Well, what I'm saying is if you do a standing filibuster at the end of that 30 hours, then it's a simple 51 vote majority.
Well, it can be. I mean, someone can be up there for 2 days, 3 days,
Well,
and
yeah, well, it's till they get through all 100 senators is what it is. So
yeah,
or they can set a timeline.
twice.
What I'm saying
Remember,
is
it's twice. It's not once. It's twice. It's debate. It's twice.
But if they actually had to stand up there, they would think twice about it because the thing is do they really want to waste all that time if they don't think they can change minds? But also it forced them to actually go on the record and argue to the people what they're actually it would actually make them to go on the record of why they don't support it.
Yeah, but right now Republicans don't even have enough votes in their own caucus for the Save America Act.
No.
It would lose. Even if they went through and did the talking filibuster, went through all of that, it would go down in flames. Like they don't have the votes, and that's why this isn't Thune's problem. Thune does not have the votes. The votes are not there.
We could get the 51, but
Well, Mitch McConnell's not voting. You lost Mitch McConnell. You lost. Have they confirmed?
What do you mean?
I don't know because I haven't heard confirmation yet that he's healthy to leave.
Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Mitch McConnell.
Did they confirm Lindsey Graham's sister?
Well, Lindsey Graham was actually supporting the Save Act.
Yeah, I know, but did they confirm the sister? Because until she's confirmed, she's okay.
Confirmed.
Okay.
Yep. He's absolutely confirmed.
Yeah, well, sworn in, I should say. I should say sworn in.
Even if it went to a vote, and let's say they voted for cloture, it wouldn't pass.
Yeah, they don't have enough.
Yeah, it's not getting past cloture right now. You need 60. And
even if it got past cloture, you still couldn't. There's still not enough Republicans voting for it.
You've got 51 votes
between Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski,
with JD Vance voting.
Yeah, but I think they fall short of 50. I think they get to 49 or 48.
No, what I think they should do is use Lindsey Graham one to pass, and maybe with his passing away, it could actually get a couple of those on the fence to pull apart to do the vote and for him.
Can I ask how it's beneficial?
What's up, Banana?
How's it going?
What, the Save Act? How that's beneficial?
Yes.
The fact that you will catch people doing criminal activity and are voting before the ballot makes it in, and you can't find the ballot because there's secret ballots.
Well, here's what I'll say.
Well, I mean, can you point to like an instance of election fraud, like in the last?
Yeah. We had a Chinese student do it, and they literally said they can't take his ballot away because it's a secret ballot, so they can't find it.
A Chinese student?
Yes.
If people think there is here's how it would help. Is because a lot of people would say, okay, now that there's a requirement of voter ID, I feel more secure in my vote, so I actually go vote. It would actually get more people to show up to vote because they would feel that their vote's secure, whether it is or not.
That's definitely not true.
The vote went up here in Georgia after they
one
passed
says-
ID
no one
laws in
says,
Georgia.
Okay, now that I have to
Texas-
give my ID,
in Texas,
I'm gonna go vote because now I have to give my ID, so now I'm gonna vote. That
Okay,
is just,
when after Texas required voter ID, our participation in voting went up because people felt that the voting system was more secure because people had to show ID.
or it's because year on year our population grows, so voting numbers will obviously increase every year.
No, I'm talking about people who had either registered and never voted before, people had not. I'm talking about people that had registered but not showed up to vote, started showing up more to vote. Our voting numbers increased after they required voter ID.
Can I get some like stats on that?
I
I don't-
barely voted in California because my vote was basically irrelevant. They would
Oh,
like
you gotta
harvest
know.
900. They would harvest
That's
like
because-
900 ballots to like outweigh mine.
That is true, but I feel like
Tucko,
that's does
come
not do with
on.
ID.
No, it's true. Like you don't have to have an ID in California to vote at all, and a ballot harvester can pick up and take as many ballots as they want. There's no signatures to match, no nothing. It's trash.
So it's not about just having the state typically lean, not lean, be like convincingly Democrat. Does that have to do with
No, I
anything?
mean, well, I would agree with that, right? I would totally agree with that. However, if you look even at the last mayor race, like Spencer Pratt is basically losing by a few points to the other Democrat. Nithya Raman was down in the 20s, nowhere to be seen. And then you wait a couple of days, and the ballots come in. They're all from downtown, which is not even an area in which she ever represented, where all the homeless shelters are at. And then she ends up outperforming the leading Democrat.
Dude, if you think there's election fraud, you guys are in power right now. I don't understand how you can't find examples of it.
Here's the problem, though, Banana, is that by what structure are you supposed to find the fraud when you don't mandate IDs in many states?
By investigating the numbers, you have all
No,
you have all
investigating
the control of the
investigating
government
what
right now.
numbers? It's a secret ballot. Investigating what numbers? That doesn't make any sense.
Finding corruption is not. You don't have to look at the. You just have to look at the areas of votes. And
Okay, so now what metric am I going to use to find that corruption?
If they're not
I don't know, but
checking
you're the one that's
IDs or
pointing it out, so you should have an
No,
idea.
and I'm telling you, I would need to know, right? I would need to know who is in fact voting.
So your
And
life
if I
on the
don't
line, you
know
think
who
that
is
there was-
voting
you think that
because
there
I
was
don't
election
require
fraud
an
in California
ID.
last year or last
What?
election cycle.
What?
So you're saying that if you had to put your life on it, you would put your life on the fact that there was election fraud in California.
I didn't say fraud. That's
Then
not
what
what I
are you
said.
saying?
What I'm saying is that you have a very permissible structure for people to do whatever they want. There is no election integrity in California, none whatsoever. If you have a driver's license, you automatically get a ballot sent to your house, automatically, regardless whether you're a citizen or not. They leave it up to the person to not vote if they're not a citizen, but that
That's
person
not
has the
true.
capacity. Yes, it is. It's called
Your
motor
vote doesn't
voter.
get counted if you're not a citizen.
Okay, so how are they supposed to find that out?
When your vote gets mailed.
Okay, and when they mail it, tell me exactly what they're comparing that to.
I don't know, but I know for a fact that they're not letting random people vote. That's not how this is.
I asked you a question. How are they supposed to know?
I'm not.
If they're
I'm not
mailing
sure. I
ballots
don't live
to
in
any
California,
person that has a,
but I know
if
for
they're
a fact
mailing
they're not letting
ballots,
random people vote. That's just not
if
how it
they're
works.
mailing, I'm not saying they're random. If they're mailing ballots to every single person that gets a license, you do not have to be a citizen to get a license.
Okay, so let's say you're right. Why would Trump or any major right-wing politician not have pointed this out?
No. People have been pointing it out for years.
You
It's not
have
new.
all three branches of the government. Why don't you do something about it?
I mean, this
No,
is
because
even
they're trying to do something about it, but Democrats are going to filibuster.
So do you want me to look up what you just said? You said that everyone in California with a driver's license gets a ballot.
I want you to Google California motor voter.
They actually they automatically register every person that gets a driver's license to vote. They automatically do it.
Like, it's so hilarious. You know what's funny is that California's voting rules are so bad, not even Democrats believe that they're that bad.
Okay, and now see, here's the thing: is it's not against the law for states to allow non-citizens to vote, but federal law is different, and that's where the problem comes in. Is because most ballots work for federal and state elections.
So it literally says you're automatically registered to vote if you qualify to vote. That's what
Yes,
it
and
says.
you know what qualification you have to have?
Yep, U.S. citizen and above the age of 18. Those are the two
Really?
qualifications.
Okay, so now so what forms of ID does California accept?
I don't live in California. You tell me.
Yeah, you can use your fucking gym membership.
You okay? So you were talking about the motor voter driving license. So I'm not sure where you're going
Yes.
now.
Yes.
So that has to do with specifically the ID of a driver's license. That has nothing to do with the gym membership.
No, my point is to register to vote. You can do it with a gym membership in the state of California.
Okay, that's fine, but that has nothing to do with it. Your
That's
original
fine.
claim.
You think
Well,
that's
no,
okay?
I'm just not
No,
gonna.
I mean, you
I'm
think
not
that?
gonna,
No, you honestly, in your mind, you think that's okay?
No, I'm not even gonna touch on that because you just completely deflected from. You know, I just called out the fact that you lied about the previous argument, and
I didn't lie at all. What are you talking about? Where?
you said if you have a driver's license in
Yes.
California, no matter
Yes.
whether you're a citizen or not, you get a ballot sent to your house. That's
Yes,
not true.
every single license, every single
No,
license
it's
that has an
provided that you're.
address gets
It's
a ballot.
provided that you're a citizen. It's provided that you're a citizen.
No. Okay. How?
You can
No.
look it
how?
up. You can literally look it up.
Listen. No. I want you to listen. How is it that How are they going to know I'm a citizen when a birth certificate is not required in California for a driver's license?
I don't run the system, but
No,
the system says
you don't get to make little fucking charges at me and little quips and call me a liar and not know what the fuck you're talking about.
because you are lying. You said that every
How am I?
single
How?
person with a driver's license
How?
in California automatically
No.
gets registered to vote. That is
Yes.
not true.
No.
It's
I
only
said
if you're a
they said they
citizen.
get a. I
You can
said
look
they
it
get
up.
a mail in, and I said they get a ballot.
That's
I
not.
didn't
well,
say
that's
register
not
to
true.
vote.
So
I
you
said
lied.
they
You
get
can
a
look it up.
ballot.
You can
I
look it
said
up.
they get a ballot.
Okay, well, you can look
That's
it up.
what I
You're wrong.
said.
I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm not
they
gonna,
do.
like, this
Every single
This is a yes
person.
or no question. I'm not gonna engage in this.
Okay, well then don't engage and just shut your cockholster. I don't care. But
Well,
every
you
single
can stay
person gets a
misinformed, but you can
mail-in
look
ballot.
up. You can look up what.
Every
you can look up the
single
correct.
person gets a mail-in ballot who has a driver's license. That's the law.
Just go on any AI and look it up. Google.
What
I don't
state
care.
do you live in?
ChatGPT.
No. What state do you live in?
I don't
Lord.
currently live in the U.S., but I used to live in New York.
Okay, well you don't really count
I'm
then.
coming back. I'm doing a year abroad in college, but I'm
Okay,
gonna be back in like a month.
you do a year abroad in Section 8.
That's where he's doing it though. Australia.
Stay there. Don't ever come back. Stay there. Don't ever come back.
Damn, what happened?
New York.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust AI on shit.
Do we want to? No, we don't want to claim him.
And I would say
It can be
this,
stateless.
What happened to Banana?
and another thing is why would we trust? Even if it says all you have to do is say check a box that says yes I am. Since when do we go on the honor system and believe everybody's going to tell the truth?
Yep.
When they're not actually checking your citizenship, they're just allowing you to check a box and sign your signature that you are.
That's
Like,
it. Every address gets a ballot. Every single one. That's how it works. And if he doesn't, and that's how it's been ever since C-19. That's when it got changed. If he doesn't like that, that's a fucking him problem.
Well, and that's the truth, because in California, it is not for local and state elections. They do not require citizenship.
Nope. That's why we have to have real IDs and shit, because they stopped caring about citizenship for IDs. They stopped caring about it. So now everyone has to get a fucking real ID. Because states like California treated our system like crap.
Yeah, and the problem is
shit.
unfortunately, we have federal elections along with state elections, and they don't separate the ballots.
No. They all go into one pile.
And so if a state allows non-citizens to vote in state and local elections, which is their prerogative, but they don't have a separate ballot for federal elections, then how do we know that those same people aren't voted in federal elections? We don't know.
Well, yeah,
Not
there's
that they are, but it's hard to prove without somebody having to show proof of ID
Well-
or proof of citizenship.
Yeah, there was a city official that wanted them to. In California, one of the city officials said about doing it. There's a councilman at one of their meetings.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, that's what's hilarious about California is that the voting laws are so fucking bad, not even Democrats believe them.
Well, I'll tell you the best thing that happened in Texas is back in 2021, we passed a law outlawing ballot harvesting, and the Supreme Court ruled this year that it is constitutional. So I'm waiting.
Yep.
I can't wait to see what the voting numbers change after this being the first election that ballot harvesting is officially outlawed in Texas.
Holy fuck. Democrats fund the dumbest things. That Major Watson that was talking shit about the administration while in uniform and went on the steps of the Capitol has raised $320,000 for legal defense and other stuff.
Banana Brain just offered you $1,000, Taco. Did you see that, Taco? Sorry.
What?
In chat, he said, where is it? Hey, Taco, if you let me back up and prove me wrong, I'll personally give you $1,000. $100, my bad.
$100? Like, dude, $100 isn't even worth like a moment. Like, I don't like. What are you fucking talking about?
Taco,
I get what you.
why can you prove him wrong when he doesn't even know what he kept on saying? I don't know about that. Then why are you calling somebody a liar when you don't even know about it? You don't even.
Yeah, no, it's fucking, it's hilarious. Like, no, what it's so fun. Like, if it's just on the person to not turn the ballot in. That's how it's been since C-19.
Yeah, but if you're going to call somebody a liar, you should know how a system works and know to fight to prove that you're calling them that they're lying.
No, we've been through this. Like, I've been through this on this panel 100 times. And I said, "Oh, you can't use a gym ID membership." I'm like, "Awful, pull it up." Oh wow, health club membership. Yeah, dude. Like, it's a joke.
Oh, Minnesota's even worse. You can take one person in Minnesota can vouch for 3 people that they're U.S. citizens and get them to register to vote without an ID.
I might try and register to vote in California. See how it goes.
I mean, I don't see why not. You have people in China who get fucking California unemployment benefits.
You go to Minnesota, have a really good friend. Go, you can walk with your friend up to voting booth, and that friend can say, "Hey, I vouch for this person. They live here in in Minnesota. They're a U.S. citizen, and they'll allow you to register to vote."
Fucking really? Damn.
And you can. I pulled that law up. It is the truth. That is not misinformation. You can pull up Minnesota law. That is their law.
It's wild to me that there's such a big uproar about show an ID to vote or get on the roll. It's wild.
Yeah, and it's like, come on, anybody, they say, well, certain people don't have IDs. I'm like, well, you need an ID to open a banking account, to get a job, to drive a car, to rent a house, to get an apartment, to rent a hotel room. So people who don't have IDs are probably not caring about going to vote.
Well, here it is. Snopes, the fact checker, says, inspecting the rumor, California accepts gym cards as ID for voter registration. And when you go down here, it says, based on documentation from California Secretary of State, which is responsible for managing voter rolls, a newly registered voter can present a gym membership card to poll workers as proof of identity and residency the first time they vote in a federal election.
The first time.
Yeah.
The first time.
Very first time.
The very first time. Like, it's fucking, it's crazy. Yes, that's how bad the laws are.
Hey, Hat. Yeah.
And I'll tell everybody, one thing you learn in poli-sci is even if there's not really enough so-called F to cause a vote change, just the perception of it will depress voting outcome. Because if people feel like their votes are being watered down, they just won't show up to vote.
Oh yeah,
he just did.
Hey, Half, can you pull
Mhm.
up, because I'm in California. There are fail safes in California because it's a big state. Multi-tiered ways that they check whether citizens are voting. So it's not just the licenses. It's not just the social security numbers. It's a bunch of things from it's a complicated system, and I think it's called something like multi-tiered system. Which
so how would they
states
track?
have.
So how would they track harvesters' ballots?
Check what?
How would they track harvesters' ballots?
You ask that question, but I mean that's not the question I wanted to ask. But you know.
Yeah, well, no, I mean it's supposed to be by some signature form that like no one's ever seen.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
love
I mean, you
signatures, but
could go from downtown LA down over to West Side
down into the South Bay, across over into Long Beach and San Pedro, you could collect 20,000 ballots and all turn them in yourself, and all of them would count. Like how are they tracking that?
Well,
That doesn't compute with logic.
what doesn't compute with logic though is pull up the list of how they would. There are ways that that wouldn't be a crime that there would be incentive to commit, because the jail time, the punishment for that, all for someone who isn't a citizen yet, when people who are going through that process would rather not get caught doing that and become a citizen, or not be on the radar of law enforcement.
Okay,
So they're not motivated.
No one's prosecuting people. I mean, you have law enforcement officers in Northern California that are site releasing assault with a deadly weapon. Like, you think anyone's worried about an election fraud charge?
Yeah, there was a lady in Massachusetts or New Jersey who had been living 21 years with a stolen identity voting, who was here illegally. Then you look at the guy, the Des Moines, Iowa school superintendent that was here illegally, who was registered to vote both in Iowa and Maryland, who had been voting, who was here illegally. So no, not everybody thinks that they're going to get caught.
It's not a non-crime. It's probably been, and you could look this up maybe on, I don't know if it's FBI or DOJ, but for the past 40 years, how many people they have caught and who have actually seen prison time for voter fraud, right? It's a crime that has always been estimated maybe nationally 500 to 1,000 people that they can ever catch, maybe in an election year, that committed.
Well, they can catch, not necessarily they're doing it. That's people they can catch.
I don't think they suspect that many more than that are doing that.
But what would that be based off of? Because there is no impetus in which to find the fraud. You can't, like, it's not possible for someone to say out of one side of their mouth saying that elections are predominantly secure, while out the other side of their mouth saying, well, no, but we're not going to have any structures to figure out where the fraud is. That doesn't make any sense.
I think the belief, and maybe I'm wrong, is that the fraudsters are on both sides, so it's going to even out.
Well, I can't again, but I'm not looking to assign blame, right? This is not like, I'm not making a political statement. What I'm saying is that in 2016, you had people complain that, Russia, installed Trump. And then in 2020, you have people on the right who are saying that, it was like illegals or whatever that installed Trump. So why don't we go ahead and secure our elections, and then everyone will know that they're just fine. Like, I didn't vote for Trump. Like, this is just logical. It's not possible for me. Like, no one's going to tell me, you know what, we have the most secure elections that have ever been secure. And no, I have no interest in making sure that people are who they say they are when they vote. Like, those are not.
Right.
That's
I
illogical.
think a country of our size is going to have thousands of people undoubtedly committing voter fraud.
That's fine. And they should all be prosecuted. And I want the structure to be able to catch them.
I think, hold on, Hale, 1 second. I think especially with now we have AI to contend with. We have, God knows what's going on with tech. There is a lot that the DOJ needs to be up on and looking into all of the stuff. I want them to be looking into this. I'm not against having voter ID. I just think that it should be paid for. I don't think people who have ID and then need a new ID before an election should be asked to pay for it. That's my only issue with any of that.
So just out of curiosity, should I have to pay for my background fee when I purchase a firearm?
Yeah.
Why? It's an inherent right, just like voting is.
The only thing is because we have poll tax laws in this specific area. Is it someone? Hold on. Hill keeps yelling at me. If someone has their name changed through like a marriage the year of an election, I don't think that they should then have to get a new ID to then match those papers
Yes.
specifically for an
Yes.
election.
If I purchase a firearm, that's what I have to do. If
No,
I
you
go,
don't
if
have to do. Wait, hold on. No, but if someone gets married 4 times, I don't think they need to keep getting new ID just so that they get new voter registration.
yeah, no,
forms.
they should. It's called being a grown up.
Yeah,
No,
that's how you
no,
have
Yeah, no, it's called being a grown up and being
hold
accountable.
hold on. Paying for one gun license, I don't have an issue with, and I would honestly rather you not pay the gun license at all than having all these people have to pay for new IDs for new, voting crap. I think if they're going to
Yeah.
change the law 2 months before an election and go, oh, everyone needs new IDs and they're going to cost, it means a lot to some people that they have to pay an extra $150 or $75 and take off work to go to this. All of that is money to people, and we have poll tax laws, and I respect that.
It's you having a piece of identification you can use
But
for
these
other
people
things
have
is not a poll tax.
identification. They have
No,
licenses. They have
no.
passports.
What I'm saying is that the Supreme Court has already said having to have ID and paying for it is not the same as a poll tax.
I am not
It's already
against
been
people
decided.
having ID, but to change kind of right before an election and say your ID now suddenly requires
Yep.
Another piece of ID right before the election. If it was in an in-between year, I wouldn't care.
No,
Right
you
before
can
the
you
election.
can you can
Years.
take
What do you
your
mean right
ID
before
and
an
your birth
election? It's
certificate.
always going to be right before an election.
Yeah,
Always.
it's always
No,
going to
it,
be then.
no,
Wait,
no,
that's not
no.
an
It's,
excuse.
no. 2 months before November
This
is
wasn't
right
brought up
before an
just
election.
two months before. This has been brought up over a year and a half ago. It was 2 years ago. What do you
But
mean?
no, but those are 2 different time periods. I understand how time works.
It's not an excuse. Just throw that excuse out with
I
it.
didn't say it was an excuse. I
But
say
also most states
give it to them for
offer
free if it
free
doesn't
IDs.
matter.
Yes, most states offer free IDs to people who make below a certain income.
That's great. So I'm for that.
And 2, you could also, as far as the marriage thing goes, bring in your marriage certificate or your divorce decree, which would have your birth name or your married name on it to prove that you are who you say you are.
I'm fine with everything but the fee on top of it, as long as it's not. Don't charge people for that.
I could not be
Then-
more against
then
any of
that's
that.
fine.
I mean, I want voting to be extremely prohibitive, like as much as possible.
I know
personally.
that's silly. We have to get you
Why?
back from
I'm
that.
tired of a
Everyone
bunch of
must stop
people
with
who
that.
contribute nothing to society getting to
How
decide how
come
the future of our
everything
country
about
goes.
America you don't actually like? You're always like America, except for like the 8 aspects of America you want done with.
What-
Like the fact that people can vote, and like you're like, oh no, that's the bad part of America. We should only
No,
have like
it's not.
10%.
No,
of
it's
people
it's about civic responsibility. Like
Yeah,
I'm
you should be
sorry,
able-
but
you
like
should be
it should
contributing
not
to
be so
society.
easy
Voting
to
is a
do
civic
from your fucking couch.
responsibility.
We have a bunch of candidates who promise a bunch of free stuff when nothing's free. I think that word needs to be banned. You should not be allowed to use that
If
word.
people have ID that they have already paid for, I'm just saying I don't think that they need to get it. To me, it's like a double tax. I don't like it. I
How
don't
about-
even want
So what
Tucko to pay for his
happens-
gun license.
All right, cool. So what happens when you have a huge amount or a huge population of people that are given IDs without having to prove that they're American citizen?
No, I want them to. I don't mind them needing the ID. I said that. They need ID, and I want them to prove that they are. I'm with you on that.
Okay, well that's not what's happening though.
Well,
that's the
fine.
problem.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
so that's the problem. So
Yeah.
this is the remedy to fix that problem.
Well, no, money.
What
that's
do you mean? Yeah, but no.
Because it seems like a money grab. Money doesn't prove.
Wait
you're
a second. This
citizen.
doesn't
How's
have
it a money
anything to do
grab?
with money.
Every
talking about
state
money.
with an
We're just
ID
talking-
law.
No, we're not talking about money.
Every state with an
That's what
ID
we're
law
talking
gives a free ID.
Oh, yeah. So I'm for that. Go get the free ID. Yeah, I said I am not against
Okay,
the
so
ID.
pass the SAVE Act then.
I'm
what's
not
the
in
Yeah.
problem?
Congress, honey.
Let's. How about we add
What's
to
the
this
problem
shit?
then?
Pass the SAVE Act. If you're going for a position in government, you need to pass a civics test and a budget test because a lot of these fuckers don't know what the fuck they're talking about on either subject.
Hell yeah. And we should tax the bottom 2% 30% easily. Can I get an amen?
Please
Can I get an
explain.
amen?
The SNAP benefit recipients, like, did you see that they're trying to say if you're a green card holder or trying to be a green card holder, you won't be able to get it if you're on any kind of SNAP or Medicaid?
My
Okay.
point,
I can't believe
by
that's
the
not
way,
already
when
a
I
law.
say that is I'm trying to light the fire underneath people's asses who have been just abusing our systems for the past several decades. So when I talk about that, you know, it's because you guys see a bunch of abuse. I see a bunch of abuse. I'm tired of seeing the abuse. And you know how you stop people abusing things? You punish them for being the bottom feeders of society. Now I'm not saying if somebody's like injured, amputee, you know, broken from the waist down, not them. I'm not talking about them at all. I'm talking about the people who are just leeching and then blaming billionaires for the fact they're unsuccessful, even though they kind of just chose to be there. Let's be fucking real. That's a lot of people.
But
Huff,
I'm
before
on
you
board that
guys were
green card
saying that,
thing because if you think about it, go try to move to Australia and tell them, hey, I'm going to come there, but I need to be on Australia's social programs. You can't. You got to prove that you can support yourself, that you have a job, and that you have a decent amount of money, because you can't get there. They allow a certain amount of people through a certain amount of people that through certain programs on it, but the majority of people who immigrate to Australia, you have to prove that you can support yourself before they'll give you the ability to come there, because they're not going to allow you to go straight onto their welfare systems.
So
before I got on, people were saying that they don't have the votes for save enough from the Republican side. So why are they not jumping on it? What's
We're bullying right now. That's
what
what we're
reason are
doing.
they giving? Like, what's their
We're bullying right now, Queen.
Yeah,
That's what we're doing.
they're stupid right now. I mean, some people are just
the legislators. That's what we're doing on this live right now.
yeah.
What's up,
Oh,
guys?
you're
I just
telling
got
them.
here.
So they
Yeah.
haven't given any kind of any reason, like the ones who are the holdouts.
Let
I mean,
me
it's
double
always
check.
the same. I mean, the two you're gonna have Lisa Murkowski and
Collins and
Susan
those guys?
Collins.
Okay.
Because that's just because they're basically Democrats.
Yeah, they're
Hey,
just
the
right.
Hawk, I just got here.
Don't call
Is
her
there
a
any-
Democrat. I don't want her.
Is there anybody on the panel that disagrees with what you're saying?
No, who's not a Democrat?
Collins.
Of course she is.
Yes,
Yeah.
Collins is a Democrat.
She has more of their ideologies.
She's voted against every piece of signature legislation the Republicans have put forth. Like,
Well,
While-
that's on you.
While introducing legislation to codify Roe v. Wade.
We're not in a cult and we don't control our people.
Well,
I got.
I don't know what to
Like,
tell you.
honestly.
Queen Bee,
the Dems don't like her.
Are you in conflict with the prompt?
Am I in conflict with the
talking
prompt?
to,
There are a bunch of
Wilson?
issues up here.
Okay. Tom Tillis, Lisa Murkowski, and Susan Collins. Those are the big three that were opposed.
And did they all give a? Did none of them gave a reason? Have they said why or different reasons? Or?
Don't care why.
I know that, but I care.
Vic, why are you being so hostile? I was just asking if somebody was
You're just
against
like
the prompt.
you're
I
jumping
think
in,
that
and
that's
we're
the
having a
thing.
whole ass conversation, Wilson. That's why.
I know. I just got here.
So just sit down and listen for a second, then and jump in.
Okay, mommy.
Yeah, that's right.
I think he likes the abuse. Yeah.
No, I actually don't appreciate it.
All right. I misread
I'll
the
look
room.
it up.
My
I
bad.
just thought you guys.
Well, Tillis saying that decentralized U.S. election systems couldn't handle it before November. So I guess the timing of it, he was opposed to trying to get it done now and have it all in place by election.
Yeah, but it's been like Unrealness just said over a year that it's been fucking sitting there.
Yeah.
So
There has been plenty of time.
they have
House has
had
passed
plenty
3
of
versions.
fucking time, and bro, listen, one more fucking time, bro.
So wait, we got 3.5.
Fucking dare you.
3.5 months till the election. Okay.
And because it's not a bipartisan bill, Murkowski and Collins aren't going for it.
Okay.
I'm ready
I'm
for
really out of the
Collins
loop
to
on
go
a
and
lot
get
of stuff.
replaced.
I
Like,
need to catch up this weekend on politics. I had a family visiting for over a week.
well, we fucked up Iran. We've taken out some British trains. We're still hitting them right now.
Nuclear site.
When I left, like-
power plants. I'm watching it on the TV right fucking now, bro. It's fucking it's amazing.
And this is because
Loving
they
every fucking-
reneged on the thing.
MOU?
Them.
Yes. They Yeah, they took out a
I
cargo
fucking
ship.
warned him, Vic, twice.
Oh, took out a cargo. Okay.
Yeah, a cargo ship sank, in case people don't
That's not
know,
even
in the
me,
strait.
bro.
The
So,
market's been
Crazy
down
time.
now.
We can just
Boo.
watch war live on TV. Like this is a crazy time.
yep.
Well, that's been going on for a long time.
No, I mean
Vic, are you a
like
MAGA Republican?
Nah, like you can actually watch the drone strikes happening. Stuff I used to watch on what I called Sipper YouTube. Now Trump's just like, fuck, the American people want to see this shit.
Transparency.
I don't know if that's a great thing, but okay.
Now, I think the only thing that he could have done better was maybe put a subscription service to it. You know, get some money to pay the debt.
He did with his tweets.
Do you
on
think that's
social.
where the money would go? The subscription service.
He put up a
Maybe they
subscription
use it to
service.
pay
Well,
us
yeah,
for
you
that.
make it within like the government, so that way no one can claim bullshit behind it, and it goes to paying down the debt.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. I just don't
He
think
did
we
a
do it.
subscription service to his True Social posts, $100K a month.
they really. I've been saying it forever that they should be hosting pay-per-views of public executions of the most violent people in this country. Just
I don't think that would ultimately. I mean, I get
50.
it. I
Hunger
listen.
Game their ass, bro.
Hey, yeah, there we go.
Oh my god.
Put them on an island. Put a bunch
The-
of cameras up. Stream that shit, and all the proceeds go to the families of the victims and the victims if they're still living.
We can secure Little St. James and put all the worst of the worst out there. Last one surviving, we'll give them a special execution.
Guys, don't
We're
yell
talking
at
about
me.
like
But what's
convicted
DSA?
child touchers and stuff, guys. Okay,
Democratic
don't lose any
Socialists of
sleep.
America.
Just take them all out.
Don't let your empathy get in the way here.
There's a
Hunger
name
Games.
for
You
them
got
now?
to
Okay.
you actually
Yes, there
got to
is,
get
Queen.
food for a
Okay,
year
okay.
instead of having to fight for your food. You actually get like your own supply of food for a year. If you are the last survivor of every, batch
They
that
were-
gets dropped, and we drop them every month. So every month you got a new fucking batch
Yeah.
fighting for supplies, fighting for food, fighting for clean drinking water. And whoever's like the last survivors will make sure that you get fed for a year if you can survive the year.
I did just watch. If anyone has seen the movie Battle Royale, that's a great movie.
Just drop them off on the island like naked and afraid, and it's like whatever you can find, there's your weapon.
Hunger Games. That's
I love how everybody's so concerned with the wars right now, but they don't really understand what actually is going on when it comes
Why
to
don't you
it.
tell us?
I don't understand what's going on very well, so
Well-
I'm not pretending
well,
to.
so-
Jesus.
Wilson, do you think the war is justified?
She's so intense. My
Mother,
God.
he thinks that I'm pricey. That's crazy.
Well,
He hasn't even
yeah,
heard
but
detail of it.
like the thing is, do you think it's justified or not justified?
The war with Iran?
Yeah.
It's really tough, man. I'm gonna be honest. with you.
What's tough about it?
I mean, it's hard to know at the end of the day. Like,
Okay, they signed a document in 1968 saying they would never go for a nuke, and we've done everything we can do that's not military wise, like sanctions. They're sanctioned to high hell. We've done every fucking thing you could do. So what's the next step that you would do if you don't like the war?
no, I agree with you, man.
Have
It's-
there been civilian deaths there,
Okay,
or
I
just
just want to
military?
respond because the girls are just getting in my way.
There have, but I mean, if you could show me a war that hasn't had civilian deaths, I'd love to see it.
I don't have like I haven't.
Yeah, they put schoolgirls in a military building and it accidentally got a target and leveled.
I
So
love to respond if people don't cut me off.
There's been no additional civilian casualties that I'm aware of, at least.
And I'm not
Yeah.
a fan of Iran at all.
I'm
nah.
not a fan of the war by any stretch of the imagination. But the reality is, when you're dealing with someone that has a ideology that is completely countercultural to yours, it's not the same as like dealing with a good actor. Like, you're not dealing with a good actor in this situation. You're just not. Like, if I do diplomacy with you and I go over and I say, hey, let's do a deal where we do a bipartisan relationship with me and Ukraine, or like some country in the EU, right? Versus America versus the Middle East. The Middle East, and especially Iran, is not going to give you the same bipartisan understanding, because their entire system is run by ideology that is screw America, screw the West, right? So
Dude,
like
totally agree.
it's not the same. It's not the same ideology that we're all looking for, right? Like you can't say like we did a deal with them in 1968 or 1969. Like, hey man, we're just gonna figure this out as we go. You know, like oh well, hopefully they are men of their word. The caliphate and the regimes of the day are gonna say, you know what? I'm just gonna tell you what I believe, and I'm just gonna do it. You gotta trust me, bro. It's a trust me, bro relationship.
No, I totally agree. Do you know who Stephen Decatur was?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I'm familiar very briefly, but go for it.
Yeah, no. So Stephen Decatur was the first Commodore of the United States Navy. And after the War of 1812, when we had gone back to the Barbary Coast to deal with pirates who were essentially kidnapping sailors and stealing our ships, he got a giant settlement from the four nations that were under the Ottoman Empire, and got an agreement for them to stop doing things. And that's because they were flattened the first go around. And when someone's ideal is just to be unalived and go get a bunch of virgins, the only thing you can do is just go ahead and unalive them. That's your choice. That's the only course of action there is to take. I mean, so ultimately, you have to flatten them. We've had plenty of civilian casualties in every conflict. I would say we have less now than we ever have, especially when you look at places like Dresden that we bombed the living shit out of in World War II, or Vietnam, or Korea. They've gone down, and the key is just to slaughter as many IRGC as possible, and to keep doing it until the place goes quiet and no one's making any more noise. That's really the only way. That's just the reality of it. People have to grow up and stop being so fucking naive. How you win is killing the enemy. That's how it works.
I think the deeper thing is, and I think a lot of people on the left get this wrong about Israel, is that that country has been under siege from the surrounding countries since its inception, where those countries weren't trying to protect Palestinians. That would be very noble. In 1968 or 7, when those countries attacked Israel, they were going in there to take that land for themselves, not give it to Palestinians. And they have kept Palestinians trapped there. They have only given them money to off themselves. If they offed Israel, they could have allowed a country to be created, certainly during the Clinton years, when Rabin and Sadat were trying to have a peace deal, and those leaders were assassinated for trying to, on both sides, to create a peace deal and to create a Palestine. Palestine has been tried 4 times. I wish it had come to fruition. I wish those countries allowed Palestine to exist, but they did not. They let those people perish. They let the children perish. The border of Egypt was a wall was built so that those people could not escape there, to escape the violence there. And they blamed Israel for all their problems in all those other countries. And part of the reason that Israel, of course, is like, wants us to go after Iran, and I'm no fan of Netanyahu, but Netanyahu was created by this insanity. He's became a terrorist because he was surrounded by terrorists. Of course, that's the kind of leader that was created there, because they did not let any other leader flourish in that area. So that's part. Yes, that I don't think we're there because of Israel. I don't like that narrative. We're there because of Israel. We're there for our own interests as well. And I don't want civilian casualties. I don't take that lightly, but it's it's tragic. But I don't think after the attack on October 7th, I don't think Israel's taking that shit anymore.
Yeah, freedom is never given.
And nor should they. Like, honestly, nor should they. Like, what I think is interesting is that no one in the region will take in Palestinians. No one in the region will.
They won't know.
One of the most secure borders ever is between Gaza and Egypt.
right?
They try to fucking
Boy, did
kill
they build
everybody.
a
They try
wall.
to
They
overthrow
weren't having it.
everything. They're
Yep.
they're psychos.
Yeah, no, I mean, especially like what's hilarious is that if you've ever seen the lines of the 1948 borders they drew for Israel when they created it, have you ever seen the lines? The vast majority of the territory that was supposed to be for the Palestinians went to Transjordan at the time, and that's why to this day the Palestinians hate the Hashemite dynasty in Jordan. So I mean, like Israel has been so put upon and so screwed over in so many different ways. It's wild that anyone can see it differently. And usually, even if you don't know what's going on in that part of the world, what I always say is this: if the Israelis put their guns down, they would get rolled and get slaughtered.
Yep.
If the Palestinians put their guns down, there would be peace tomorrow. That's
The
just
goal
facts.
of all those attacks wasn't to create Palestine. That's why I laugh at the, from the river to the sea and nowhere for Palestine. The goal was to get rid of Israel, not to create Palestine.
That's right.
Yeah.
Clear as day.
But hey,
spot on.
I got the merch for anyone that wants it. Freedom is never given. You got a pint glass. There's a whiskey glass. There is, let's see what else I got. I got a hoodie. Oh, you got a big ass hoodie here. You got t-shirts.
Super soft. I loved it. I wore it last night. Showed it
Yep.
off. I'm wearing my t-shirt tonight, actually.
You got Tri-Blend t-shirts too, which are the softest t-shirts you can get. So it's in the bio link. The link in the bio is the link tree. Just look for the merch link.
Check them out. They're awesome.
Yeah, I need a stay moist glass with a finger pointer on it, like just a
God.
really cheesy ass emoji.
Fourth wall. I mean, we can design it and you just got to make your fourth wall. Like I can help design whatever you want, even with the wifey, and you just make the fourth wall account so you get all the proceeds from it.
I gotta make a video tomorrow. Anyways, yeah, maybe we'll think about it. I was thinking about merch stuff, but that's like way down the road for me. I don't want to think about it just yet.
You got a larger fan base than I do that's more dedicated to you than they are to me.
Well, I don't know about that, but there's things I have planned.
He's
YouTube
humble
stuff.
too.
YouTube stuff, more things, just in general, video stuff coming up. Like
He's waiting till he gets to be like equal with Benny Johnson.
No, I'll never be that big.
Can I just tell you, I cannot fucking stand that guy.
Yeah, Benny's a little too hyperbolic for me. He's a little too much on the Trump bandwagon. Like, you need to deviate a little bit, brother.
Yeah, no, he said I listened. I had to drive forever today, and I listened to him for a little bit, and he was the most insufferable, annoying person I think I've heard on the right. A lot.
Yeah, isn't he questioning Mitch McConnell being alive?
I mean, I think everybody's questioning that.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody is like, yeah, no, Mitch is doing great.
Alive?
That picture was totally real.
He wasn't. And I'm like,
Well, I will say the sports section was a valid that day sports section cover of the sports. But then I've heard reports that sports section is only online. The physical edition does not have a sports section in it no more. So I don't know what to believe.
Tyler Robinson did it, bro.
I don't know. I'm still holding position. That picture looked
you
like
guys
AI
are really
to me.
running a weekend at Bernie's thing with McConnell.
Dude, everything's a fucking conspiracy right now. It's just
Listen, that's fine. We could have the weekend at Bernie's for like 2 weeks. Y'all had it for 4 years with Joe Biden. It's okay.
Well, I mean, come on. You had
I wish we could pull off something that well.
Feinstein was in. How long was Feinstein out and then comes back in a wheelchair?
No, but listen, take the win. You guys are doing it better. Feinstein, it was sad. She was in a facility. It was like,
and she came back.
We don't know what's going on. People are taking pictures. They're saying they're taking calls with him. Everyone's in line. I love it. I love that everyone had a 20-minute phone call with him. They don't even vary it. I'm like, that's like mob mentality. It's like a mafia group got together. Everyone's. I like it. I like it. I do.
Mitch McConnell is one of the most effective legislators in the history of the United States.
I think he was the leader of the Republican Party for the last 20 years.
Mitch McConnell did the fucking hard work. I know a lot of people don't like him and a lot of people hate his guts, but I'll tell you something right now. What he pulled off with Merrick Garland was just chef's kiss.
Yeah.
It was chef's kiss. And a lot of people don't give him the respect for that. And they really, really should. Can you imagine if we had the guy who was investigating Catholics and was investigating religious people was sitting on the Supreme Court? Like how awful that would be, because he was attorney general. Like you really saw who he was while he was an attorney general. And if in fact you are going to meetings and you have the FBI infiltrating Catholic Bible studies to take a temperature to see if they're going to be right-wing zealots, you are a disgusting individual.
Wait,
And
Garland.
yeah, there was an entire memo about it.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'm Catholic, but I think Catholics should be investigated. Listen, I think everyone should be investigated. People aren't investigated enough.
I don't know about all that, but
Yeah, I get that. Like, I feel like probable cause might
you
be.
should not be investigated because of your religious faith. That violates the Constitution so hard. I shudder to think.
I don't think that was the only thing that was shifty about the Catholic groups at the time, but okay.
No, he got busted. He got busted in a hearing with a memo. He got popped with it. It was Holly was the one who had the memo. He got a hold of that memo and read it back to him, and he had to like walk back 16 different directions. I had no idea. I can't believe it. No, that memo is wrong. I can't
I'm
believe
gonna
anyone would
fact
do
check
that.
this. I don't trust anything.
Yeah.
But I liked that McConnell game, and ever since, only Dick Cheney, when he hit that guy in the face hunting, and then 3 days later got that guy to apologize to him, that was gangster. I was
Absolutely.
like, that is a tough trick to pull off, and he did it.
He did.
I was like, is that guy on TV apologizing to Dick Cheney? That was the peak of Dick Cheney power. It was like, wow. It was impressive.
My issue with
I do have to say,
McConnell
I do love how his daughter got mollywopped in Wyoming, and I'm really glad I got to help do that.
Boo.
my issue with McConnell is just some of his voting recently for sure, but it's the fact that he's like lights on, no one home. Obviously, had a stroke twice on live TV.
100%.
You know, it's like we can't. I mean, yeah, maybe he's done some good things in the past, but like we got to push forward. We got to do something.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. No, I don't. I by no means think that he should remain in office. I don't think that's the case at all. But before I necessarily disparage the man too much, I think people have to really understand is that the reason why the court is not completely fucked is because a piece of shit like Merrick Garland does not sit upon it. Like we dodged a massive bullet with that.
I think I liked Garland. I think
No.
I don't know where everyone is on age limits, but I think over 75 is maybe where some gnarly things. We have had Feinstein, Biden, McConnell, I'd say Trump. The people are stroking out on TV all the time now. It's like become the norm, where I'm like, I think they're having a stroke again. I said that sentence more than
I
once.
say this, and it's really unpopular. I fucking cannot stand boomers. They're the most narcissistic fucking people that have ever existed in our history. Like
Well,
that's the one generation I have to say will not be missed at all.
Well, I think people used to have like shame about like, oh no, get them out, and now they're like, no, just prop them up. We'll keep them in,
Oh,
and
yeah,
then it's
no.
like they stay in, and I'm like, 70, and now it's like there are a lot of 80 somethings in positions of power, and I'm like
90 something.
Yeah, that is
Like Grassley.
I mean,
Wasn't Grassley
technically they're
91,
winning
92?
races though, right? I mean, nobody's running against them, to be fair, but and
Ugh.
they're in fortified areas where nobody will. The only way you'll get primaried is if you fuck off too hard. But for the most part, nobody's challenging these people because you can't challenge them.
Yeah. Chuck Schumer's how old? Eesh.
I'm sure he's got to be 80.
Man, I miss the old Chuck Schumer. Don't you guys miss the old Chuck Schumer? Like,
I'll check right
Yeah.
Mhm.
He was reasonable.
2000.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
he was
guy was,
reasonable.
that guy
even
was,
know
that guy was a badass
The
back in the day.
difference. It's so sad that I'm like, can we cap it at 75?
Now we got
Nah,
Chuck Schumer
Chuck
grilling,
Schumer is
grilling
75.
burgers with cheese on top of them before they even get a char.
Chuck
Like,
Schumer's
oh,
only 75?
That's a
He's
rough
got-
lower than
75.
fucking Shannon Raid,
I
bro.
reckon you
Shut
go.
up.
I'd call it.
Wait,
call
you
it
guys-
70.
175.
I'm an old movie buff, and this is like a very random movie. It's called Wild in the Streets, and Shelley Winters is in it, and like randomly Richard Pryor. But the plot is that young people take over the government, and they're like teenagers in Congress. I forgot what they vote the limit to. They let like a rock star run the country. And they sneak acid into like the fountains in Congress. There are movies in the 60s where clearly all the writers and people in the movie, everyone was on acid. It was before like nose candy was all over LA and it was just weed and acid, clearly. And you just have to watch the trailer of this on YouTube to get the experience. And Shelley Winters is the mother of the rock star that gets elected. And
yeah.
My friend made me watch it. It is insane, but it's no crazier than what's going on now with the opposite, where too many old people are in Congress, and this is where young people are take over Congress.
Depending. I mean, sometimes age is a number. Like, okay, question. Who's the older person, Tim Waltz or Tom Cruise?
You're going to say Tom Cruise is older than Tim Waltz, right?
Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise is older than Tim Waltz.
Surgery, though. Let's be real.
Yeah,
Also,
sure.
Exactly.
Tim
yeah.
Waltz doesn't have good genetics. That's horrible.
Also, one has lived a life of immense wealth in Hollywood, and the other is in Minnesota.
One
Square, right?
Yeah, one does something to take care of his body, while the other one was like me and got the hell out of acting like he was in the military and doesn't taking care of his body.
Their body as a general rule.
He does his own stunts as
But
is crazy.
age is just a number. But 75 is like when you
you gotta
start to
go.
deteriorate, it happens. The brain.
Yeah, but there's some 75-year-olds I'd rather have than AOC.
I like AOC. I didn't like her in the beginning. She's growing on me.
She's terrible. She's the walking epitome of what should not be.
You're not her crowd. I'm gonna give a wild guess and say this isn't her crowd.
Betty, you know me. I've had
No, I mean, no,
plenty
but come on. I mean,
conversations with
she said that the planet was going to die in like 7 years, 8 years ago. I mean,
I
I'm
don't know.
sorry, but like that was the dumbest
But
shit
don't
I've
you
ever
feel
heard.
like we're dying?
No, I mean, no, but I'm talking about the planet. Like, realistically,
Oh,
that was
okay.
the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. And I'm sorry, you can't go to a place wearing a dress saying "Eat the Rich" while that dress costs like the
I think
ticket's
Eat
like
the Rich-
25
okay.
grand, and like the
Okay, I
dress
love-
is like 20 grand. I mean, come on, she's a meme.
Whatever. The Eat the Rich dress is kind of stupid, but I'm not like hating on her for it. Like,
I hate the performative nonsense where she like pretends to get arrested and shit too. That's annoying. Also, it's just like most socialists. They're just champagne socialists. I mean, really. I mean, a lot of these people are affluent.
Eat
You
the
look at like
Rich
Mandami.
dress at the
They're
movie.
already coming from a gigantic surplus of fucking wealth. I mean,
You
what
know
are we
who
doing here?
I love as like the rich socialist? Like, I'm a Jane Fonda fan. Like, she's rich, but she fucking in her 80s will like she's still going to marches
The
and
traitor.
like I'm half her age and I can't fucking get out of bed on the weekends. And
yeah,
she's
the
like
traitor.
she's not a fucking traitor. She was
She's
30.
an actual traitor.
She is not an act-
She
she would have
sat in a
gone to
North
jail if she was
Vietnamese
an
gun
actual
emplacement.
traitor. Oh,
She
please.
sat in a North Vietnamese gun emplacement during the Vietnam War.
was-
That is giving the government that's giving an enemy aid and comfort.
She didn't know
She
they
was
were taking a
definitionally.
picture of her. Oh, please.
Okay,
Even the military got over
ignorance
that.
ignorance is. I don't care how stupid you are. Ignorance is no excuse. She should have
I
been
care
tried
how
as a traitor.
stupid someone is.
She's
I'm not holding that.
disgusting.
That's a 50-year grudge. Calm the fuck down with that.
No, it's
bullshit.
not. She's fucking disgusting. She's a
I mean,
vile piece of
whatever.
land.
Like Janet yelling.
Trump said he wrote love letters to Kim Jong Un. I don't even blame him for that. I'm like, okay, he's an idiot.
That's not even what he said.
He didn't
Like
say.
you're misrepresenting. That's so dumb. That's like the same shit as like good people on both sides. That's not what was said. Good God. You guys, we cannot rehash
He didn't say
this
they
shit
wrote
from,
love
from
letters to each
10
other.
years ago.
Please tell
What are
me
we
the
doing?
exact quote. I don't want to misquote him. Please quote him correctly.
No, you listen. I'm just saying
No,
you
no, no.
misrepresent what he said.
What was the wording that was incorrect there? Please tell me.
Did he say that? Just out of curiosity, is that what he said specifically?
That is
he was
as
writing.
exact as quote as I could without reading it.
So why would you even say it if you don't even know what the quote is?
I think that's a fair quote. So I'm asking, what's the misquote?
You think it's a fair quote, but you just said that you don't know if that's a quote.
Because I'm
Which
not
is it?
reading it off. You
Why are
said
you
it
even
was
saying
wrong
it then?
so
Why are
short.
you regurgitating trash? Why are you
I'm
even
not
saying it?
regretting. He said it, and I said I don't even think it was that bad that he said
You know what
it.
that reminds me of is like, who was the prime minister of Japan when he poured the food in the water and they zoomed the camera in and they're like, look at Trump throw food in the water being disrespectful.
I don't even know that
And they
story.
cut the part out. What's that Japanese guy's name? The prime minister of Japan back then. And it shows him actually dumping it out first. You
Oh
know
my
what I'm talking
god.
Uh,
I don't remember.
I know what
There's
you're talking
so
about.
many of these bullshit things that people
Yeah.
talk
I'll
about.
get the quote on realness.
Like,
It's
Lord.
Give me a minute.
Does
But you
quotes
have to, like,
really
I just
matter?
quoted, and
I
Like-
need
you
you to
know the
not quote
quote.
shit unless you're absolutely certain. because you just
Quotes
sound
can
like
be
an idiot.
really bullshit. I mean, Renee Good said, I'm not mad, as she proceeds to be mad at ICE doing their job while stomping on the gas to go forward.
But you
Like,
are
come
quoting
on, quotes
correctly. She
don't
did say,
mad.
I'm not mad.
Yeah, quotes don't mean shit if they're literally doing the opposite, because her action said she was mad at ICE operations and mad at ICE.
Well, a gun was pointed to her. She probably changed her attitude in a moment.
Drive Baby Drive was a pretty good quote, all right? It showed the intent.
I'm just projecting how I would be
Yeah.
like, oh, now I am mad. I am mad now.
Drive Baby Drive merch is in the merch store.
There you go. Perfect plug.
I do know women. I was divorced and I'm married. I know to the extent, not everything. But like, I go based off of actions because Trump says stuff and then we see some actions that are a little bit different. Also, like, I saw a video. Why are parents having their kids at a pride festival with furries, letting them pet them like there's some kind of pet?
Right to jail. Right away.
Yeah, like, what the fuck?
Right to jail.
Well, the one that really, who the fuck was that one cop? It was a guy brought in someone that admitted to the cop in front of the cop. They had all the evidence that they were talking to a minor and talking to a minor to do things that are highly illegal. Yet the cop just tells them to leave. Like, what the fuck? I hope the officer gets fired. Did you find what you're looking for?
I did. We
Okay.
fell in love. He wrote me beautiful letters. I don't know why this changes anything. I didn't even say there was whatever, but this somehow makes a difference. So there.
This is like right before Rocket Man, wasn't it? Let me see if I get the whole thing here.
I don't want the whole paragraph of his speech.
He said he has a red button. I said I do too, and mine works.
Wait, what is that?
The
Donald
nuke
Trump's
button.
quote to Kim Jong Un.
Oh no, they've spoken many times. They wrote letters.
Oh, I
Yeah.
know, but I'm saying the quotes after that.
Trump was the only president in modern history to cross over into the territory of North Korea.
That's
Bro, his
why
ass
I-
just walked right in. It was
By
insane.
the way, I use this as an
Like-
example of like something I thought was like weird, but like okay, like the Jane Fonda thing.
Yeah, everyone else looked over the border as if it was like an old school
Nothing about
battle.
Jane Fonda is ever okay. Nothing.
I love Jane.
That's fine. I will love when she passes on to into the next
Ew.
life. Yeah,
Boo.
she's a traitor, and that's what happens to traitors.
She didn't trade anything. She wasn't a trader.
She was
Her-
sitting in a North Vietnamese gun emplacement, taking pictures and telling jokes on a piece of enemy hardware.
We don't know that she
that
was
shot-
telling any jokes. She didn't speak
No,
their
she
language.
was, because they were all laughing. There's video of it, and
Because
there
they
were-
trapped her, they tricked her into that picture. You don't think that? You think she was actually telling a joke, and they were like, "This Jane is quite the comedian."
She was a communist who hung out with Tom Hayden. Yes, I have
Mhm.
every
She was married
absolutely.
to
She knew
Tom
exactly
Hayden.
who. Yeah, I know. She knew exactly what the fuck it is she was doing.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and any citizen that was at the Ayatollah's funeral should not be let back into the country.
Yeah,
Who
Jane
was at the
Fonda
Ayatollah?
met with,
Yeah, no.
she
Jane was
met with
at the
North
Ayatollah?
Vietnamese officials during her visit there. Not
Yeah,
just
she
the
was
president.
against. She was
Should be
against.
sent to
There's a difference
Gitmo.
between being
Yeah.
against the war and being a traitor.
The only reason she was not strung up is because of her father.
No, she was
Yeah.
never under any threat of being. There were people that were imprisoned during that time, and she was not one of them. She wasn't
And yeah,
arrested.
no, and exactly because of her father, because of who her father
No,
was. Who was her
no.
father?
Her father was Henry Fonda, Oscar
Yeah.
winner. She was
Yes,
also an
Oscar winner,
Oscar
very
winner.
famous actor, very
She
powerful guy in
also had 2
Hollywood.
Oscars herself.
Well, yeah, I mean, after fucking Barbarella.
She didn't get an Oscar for Barbarella, you dummy.
Yeah, she did not. But she got one for On Golden Pond. She got one with her father.
Yes, and she got one for Coming Home. Oh no, not Coming Home. The other one. Wait, I don't want to look it up. Oh, what's the movie? Clute. She got an Oscar for Clute.
Yeah, no. She's a vicious, disgusting slag in every regard. That
Oh my
aircraft
God.
emplacement shot down American pilots. She's an absolute, just horrible individual.
Oh my God, you guys.
No, 100%. When she leaves this earth, the world will be a
She's a
better place.
30-year. She was anti-war. She was 30 years old. Her and her husband took a picture because they were talking to the other side of the war, and they took a picture of her with them. She didn't trade secrets. She didn't go make a speech that she was rooting for the other side in a war.
She was doing propaganda for the North Vietnamese.
She wasn't. She wasn't.
How is she
That
not
was
doing propaganda if she's out taking
no,
photo ops and smiling and wearing? She was wearing a North Vietnamese
because
helmet.
propaganda would mean
She was
that
wearing a
she
North
orga-
Vietnamese
no.
helmet. Hoff, pull up the picture.
Because they
Pull up
needed
the-
to put the helmet on. They put the helmet on her head.
Yes.
Well, she was either
propaganda,
a willful
Tucker,
idiot, or she was either willful or
propaganda.
stupid,
Yeah,
or
she
she
was.
was a
show
useful
it.
idiot.
No, she was
Look
dumb.
at it used for North
There's no
Vietnamese
win.
propaganda.
No, Unrealness is correct. She was dumb. But her doing a photo shoot would mean that she organized a picture. She didn't even know that picture was being taken.
Show the picture, Hoff, so everyone can see the picture
So
of
that
what,
is a
of
very
what Jane Fonda
different
did.
statement.
Yeah,
Because
I want to see how. I
No,
wanna see the
she was
framing of this
being
photo.
traitor
used
knows
by
what they're
them for
doing.
propaganda.
No, she
Yes,
was not.
and she was very well, and since she was a card carrying communist, as was Hayden. Like,
Do you
that
think Jane Fonda, the actress, organized that picture?
Look at her.
100% state.
Mul-
Look at her eyes.
Yeah,
Give me a fucking break.
She knew a photo was being taken of her.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
And I mean, because there was multiple photos. See, photo there,
Oh yeah, this
then
is a
photo here.
This is a photo.
Like,
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
want to see all
Like,
of them. Hoff, show me all of them, please.
There was multiple photos, and back then cameras weren't stealthy like now. You know the photos being snapped.
This does not look like a photo op on Jane's side.
Bro, look at her face. What are you talking about? That's the exaggerated
He's fucking
expression.
acting.
She's posing.
With this half cock, like she like has a
does not look like
smile building on her cheeks. Can you zoom in on that photo? Can we enhance?
is
It's
almost
2026. Enhance
smiling.
that. Enhance. Oh yeah, dude. Look at that,
Now
dude.
the
She
guy
is,
behind her might know something's up.
bro. That is a photo op.
No. There's more. There's more.
Like, I don't know if they have any more on here, but she definitely knew that they were
Now,
taking the
picture
photos.
that's in a different that you just showed, that looked like she knew she was being photographed.
Like,
But that was not in that location.
that was in multiple different places. Like, she was all over
Korea
North
is
Vietnam.
because
anymore, but she was
is a leader meeting with another leader of a country. That's not the same thing. That's normal diplomacy.
I didn't say it. That's not.
I was
what
talking to
said.
Cred in the chat. Like, you can't be that dumb, bro. Come on.
No. Like, so yeah. So pull up. Yeah. So
I just sent you some Hoff. There's like the ones that I found.
yeah. No, there's multiple of them. It's not like it wasn't like a one-time thing. She was doing it all over the place. And she's like looking into the sight of the anti-aircraft gun emplacement and shit. I mean, give me a fucking break. She knew exactly what the fuck it is she was doing.
Oh yeah, these are 100% staged.
Like,
this is a photo.
There are tons of people around. Like, this is a fucking photo op.
There's
That's what
like
this is.
4 right there.
She is willfully being used as propaganda for America's enemy. She's a fucking traitor in every regard.
Like, the second you hear this snap of one photo, why didn't she take the helmet off? Why didn't she say something?
I don't know that she didn't.
Clearly not, because there's multiple photos with the helmet on.
No, here. I'm gonna send you a link. I'm gonna
Are
send
there
you a
any
link
with
of a
the
video.
helmet off?
I'm
Hop,
just
are
trying to
there
figure
any
out
with the
why you're
helmet off?
defending Fonda so much. I'm just confused on this from
I
the
just don't think
fundamental
that
level.
she knew she was being used for propaganda there.
I think
Hold
I
on,
think she was being used. I think she was willfully doing it based off of what I just seen. I think that was obviously
I don't think she
willfully.
was being forced to put a helmet on or anything.
I don't think she's
like
being
that.
forced either. I think that she was willfully being a traitor. So I agree.
Hoff,
I
were
don't think
there
it's
any
being forced.
pictures in that location of her without the helmet on, by the way?
No.
I'm sending you another one,
Jane
Hoff. Here.
Fonda was not on the bingo
Here,
card.
I'm sending you a video, Hoff. Look at her shaking hands with the fucking enemy of the United States. I just texted you a link. Look at her shaking hands and smiling with video with fucking video cameras. Show the video. You're trying to tell me she had no idea what the fuck she was there for? Or she was
I
doing
believe she
this
was
like she
shaking
was just
hands.
stupid. She was just some dumb broad from Los Angeles. Like
I
no.
think she was part of that hippie anti-war movement.
All right. Might as well just take and get a restriction.
is.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, Vietnamese soldier that kills Americans. Yeah, hey, how's it going, everybody? Oh my gosh, look at all of you. You guys are so amazing.
And they would be like, hey, we're here on our peace mission or bullshit like that, and she fell for it.
Oh wow, an
nobody's saying
anti-aircraft
she's
gun?
smart.
Like she
Nobody's
knows that's a
saying-
fucking gun. She
Nobody's
knows
saying
it's a piece
she's
of war
smart.
material. I mean, she's that stupid?
Fucking nobody's claiming
But
she's
she
smart,
knew
bro.
exactly what she was doing. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, I'm
She knew what
sorry.
she was doing, but she's not smart. That's not they don't have to line up.
I think she's smart now. I don't think she was as smart then. I think she's influenced by her husband too much, which she has said.
Oh, is that what it
100%.
is? Her
I think we
husband?
spent way. I agree.
It was
Actually, you know
all
what?
her-
I agree.
It was
We're
all her
going way too
husband.
long on this Jane
Well,
Fonda
he
thing.
was in. I forgot what he ended up in trouble for. Tom Hayden.
I don't know, for probably just for being a
And
rich
he
ass.
I mean,
was,
would you rather
was
change
such
the topic?
He was such a communist that when she made money off the exercise videos and they got divorced, he took her exercise video money. Some communist.
He's an egalitarian. That's why. He's a communist egalitarian.
All right, let's
Talk about the DSA and how they're a failure for the Democratic Party, and I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Who are the people in the DSA? Who is that? What group is that?
Zoran's one of them.
DSA has had a very substantial career in the private sector.
Well, I mean, no. First off, like what I don't understand is how did Tom Hayden force her to be in an anti-aircraft gun emplacement when they weren't married at the time she did that?
Was he with her on that trip? Were they dating?
I don't even think they were dating. This was she did that in '72.
I'll check. I thought that was her Tom Hayden era. Hold on.
Okay, so far AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Zoran, a Pennsylvania State Senator, Nikhil, Claire Valdez, that's in the New York State Assembly, and then another name I can't pronounce that's also in the New York State Assembly. And they had many more that won in the primary against sitting members that are in the Democratic Party that have Democrat Party support, just got ousted.
Yeah, just keep promising free shit, and it'll get you a lot of useful. This is why we need to tax the bottom 2%, 30%. You should not be allowed to vote unless you're a net taxpayer, and you should be able to run a mile within 10 minutes in order to vote.
Put that on the 10 minutes. That's not going to happen.
You have to. Okay, that was a little extreme. Okay,
Taco, I mixed up
you have to.
husbands.
You have
She
to at
was
least
with
be
her
able to
other
name the
husband,
three
Roger
branches. You have to go.
I'm sorry. What, Queen?
You have to know at least
She was
how many
with
articles
her
in the
her
Constitution there
previous
are.
husband, Roger Vadim. He was
Yeah.
the filmmaker, the one
Yeah.
who directed Barbarella.
Oh, wow.
You should be able to walk a mile in 7 minutes, or pretty close.
I'm pretty
to it,
sure
yeah.
Vadim directed.
When I was in high school, I could walk it in 10, so I'd probably be okay.
That's speed
but still.
walking. I believe in you
Yes.
guys.
Yeah, I
It's
could.
okay. Hey, look. There's another election. All you got to do. You got plenty of time. You just got to get your ass in shape.
Did that group name themselves the DSA? I've been
Say-
out of the loop.
Say what?
Like, Where did the name the DSA come from? Democratic Socialist.
The Democrat Socialists of America?
Yeah.
Democrat Socialist name has been around for many decades.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's not like
The
not
of
like
America is just a little badge they put at the end because it's in America.
Oh no! I thought like they came up with this name like in the last week, and like this group, like that group, like is like, oh, we're the DSA or something like that.
No, they've been around for quite a few years.
So there's no formal like mayor.
They have meetings.
No, they have a platform and a
They have an
website.
org, they have a message. They have
Yeah.
a whole mission.
Hold on.
They have a mission.
Mostly starting in 2017, and they elected 15 people at that time to state and local offices, and then they had a total of 35 members in office eventually. Then 2018 was the bartender, along with Rashida. Because AOC is nothing more than a bartender.
So how's it going in Washington? Because we've seen the headlines in New York. We have the 11 billion of money gone. They were bailed out with like Albany's money. I think it was like 8 billion over the course of 2 years out of Albany's money because they believe in government bailouts, I guess, or state bailouts. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, what has Zoran accomplished so far, other than being so brave to turn down a pay increase? I mean, I don't know of anything else. What has he done?
Nothing. He hasn't legislated those.
No,
Nothing.
Their robberies, I think, were up on the transit system. They're minus 11 billion coming up.
Yeah, rent freeze has just lost him $11 billion.
Yeah.
And the highest rent that the state's ever seen. But yeah, pop off.
I want to know how they're going to transfer ownership. I can't wait for that.
Yeah. The piss poor people that can't afford better places are going to take over and do well with the place if you give it to them.
No, it's going to. He's basically creating slums. That's all he's doing. That's what's going to happen. If people can't, first off, it's going to limit the supply already when people eventually die or move out of their rent controlled places because they can't increase the cost of the place in order to actually facilitate the requirements that Zoran Mandani has instituted for the place to be rentable. So these people are just not going to rent them out, and then they're gonna just write those off in their taxes and let them decay because they can't afford to actually do the upgrades because they can't ask anybody for any more fucking money. It's a vicious cycle. This has been attempted many times over historically throughout the world. I don't know what the fuck people think this is a good idea for. This doesn't make any sense.
I'm
You
not
want
a
to make
Mandani
housing cheaper?
fan.
Free up real estate. Like, don't remove all the restrictions. Allow people to build shit.
And then they call it progressive when we're actually like going backwards. It's wild work.
Yeah, your investors are going to leave because why would you build something fucking
that,
new?
I'm not sure that this is the worst thing. I got to see it play out. I
It's
don't
not
love
working out super
him
great so far.
I'm not. I wouldn't have voted for him. So like.
Betty,
In
if
order
you
for
owned
them to
if
balance
you owned
that
a
deficit-
property, would you not be extremely livid that the mayor of that city that you live in just decided to hand the ownership of your property over to somebody? That wouldn't be the worst thing for you?
Well, I need to read over again because I'm from New York, but
How
I'm not
can you
living in New York.
maintain a building and keep it up to code if you're not able to charge people adequate amount of money in order to upgrade and keep that thing, running smoothly?
What I've read
How-
so far is that there are stipulations to cover certain elements of increases.
So the taxpayers have to pay for it?
So
No,
mo-
no,
Yeah,
no.
that's tax
No.
money.
So far, this looks like a win for taxpayers. The landlords aren't going to lose money, and
Who's paying the money to the landlords to keep up the upgrades on it or the maintenance on it? That you just were getting ready to.
They
You were
can't
just getting
increase the
ready to
cost
talk
of the
about.
housing.
Just
So where are they getting the money
because
to make
landlords
the
aren't
fix?
getting just because landlords can't charge whatever they want doesn't mean that taxpayers have to an imaginary rent increase that's not going to happen.
No, I'm
If
not talking about the
someone
rent
says
increase.
that
I'm
you
talking about
can't-
the
It's not-
maintenance on it. I'm talking the
Yeah.
maintenance on it.
The rent's frozen, so yeah, that's not going to increase, right? Who's going to pay for those maintenances or the upkeep of the building if they can't increase the prices to actually pay for those maintenance?
But what was
your air
ha-
conditioner
but-
goes out, your stove goes out, and how are they going to be able to pay that when you
But-
can't ever actually
but
react to the
that's not-
market where you have it when inflation is
But
guaranteed?
we're
Yeah,
acting
inflation
like-
is guaranteed, right?
So if inflation is
So my
guaranteed,
sister is one of these
oh
people
my
that
God.
owns an apartment in the city. I know multiple people who own the city. They are still in the clear of being able to cover all this stuff, their maintenance. They cover
That's
their maintenance.
anecdotal, but
This
that's
is
anecdotal.
what's the
Well,
name of this
sorry, I
place?
know real
What?
people, but
I
the
don't think you
idea,
do.
the idea, but yours is anecdotal too. You're saying
It's
what
not, because I
happens
can
if
see
this.
the $11 billion revenue loss. I can see that they took $8 billion from Albany and other places of New York in order to cover their deficit over the next 2 years. I don't need anecdotals. I can look at the stats that are happening right now.
No. You're predicting that everything is
I'm not,
going to go wrong with this.
I'm
You're
not predicting anything. I'm seeing what's happening in real time. Nobody's going to invest in
you're
the
saying
city
that
if
it's
there's rent
all,
freezes.
you're saying that it's all negatives and no positives.
Yes, rent has never been higher in the city of New York ever.
Okay, but none of this has been implemented yet. So how do you know that it's all negative? Most things are not all
People
negative.
are reactionary. People don't typically wait for the shit to happen to make their decisions. They see what's about to come up and then they make their decisions from there. They leave cities. Why would you wait for it to happen before you leave if you know what's going to be the inevitability? Why would you do that?
Absolutely, especially people that have been through socialism, aka communism, because that's all it really is. It's just it's a pretty little bow to
This
stick
isn't a
onto the
communist
communist.
rule at all.
Handing somebody's property over.
This
to
isn't
just,
handing.
That's not
property
redistribution.
over. Does anyone understand
Did you
what
not watch
any of
his?
these things mean?
Yeah, Betty, did you not
I
watch
don't
his
even like
fucking?
Mamdani, so I hate that I'm even in this position. But
Okay,
so,
but Betty, like
No one
what
is
Don was
leaving
just
New
trying to ask you, what's the penalty if the landlords aren't able to upkeep the property? What's the penalty?
the same as it is all the time if a landlord can't upkeep their property.
No.
Wrong.
What do you think?
It gets handed over. It gets handed over to the government. The government seizes it.
He said it very clear. He plans to seize it if they can't maintain the upkeep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or transfer it to the tenant, I believe, was in there as well.
He said, we'll just transfer to either an NGO
tenant.
or some sort of, or just directly to the tenants. And you could see all these people behind him licking their lips and just going, yay! It was
Just
pathetic.
drooling, salivating at the mouth.
Yeah,
I hate that he
pathetic,
makes
dude.
speeches with all those people behind him. That's like, it's such a small thing, but it drives me nuts about him.
It's
That he
propaganda.
needs like an entourage, like he's a fucking rock star with those people behind him. But anyway, he needs to get approval from the governor, who is not a socialist, for most.
She's already given him the $8 billion from Albany.
I don't mind that, but I don't think she's gonna let him give property to. I don't think she's going to give him all aspects of what you're saying. I'm gonna check it and read more about it.
If she's smart, she won't, because it would be a really dumb idea. But so far he's getting what he's wanting.
Well, I don't think all his ideas are bad. Just because
handsome idea.
What do you think about the government
Sonia.
ran grocery stores? How do you think that's going to do for the bodegas and the regular?
Someone
grocery
called me
stores
mommy
surrounding?
earlier too. That was
How's
funny.
that going to work out?
I don't think the same way that Whole Foods doesn't overrun all bodegas. I don't think those are gonna overrun bodegas.
What the fuck's a bodega anyway? Can we just call it like a corner?
Wait
It's
a
a fucking
second, you
corner
really
store,
don't
guys.
know? Wait, hold on.
It's a fucking
You
corner
really
store.
don't know? You've watched enough New York TV shows and to
I'm
know
sure.
the
Yeah, I've
the
heard the term.
bodega is like it's open either really late or all night, and it's the little grocery store that has the newspapers, the magazines, the cigarettes, the candy,
corner
basic
store.
chips, but like tiny, real tiny.
Okay, so even smaller, like a little teeny.
Carrie Bradshaw on her coming
Little
home from
convenience
her
store,
all
yeah.
nighter, and you know.
Right, but
Okay,
it's not even
yeah.
just that. It's just regularly owned grocery stores. How are they going to fare against taxpayer-subsidized food stores? How are they going to fare?
The same way they fared when Whole Foods and Amazon Fresh open up. Like all of this.
Yeah, but that's free market, Betty. That's people that this. Okay, so when Amazon, or it's now Whole Foods, well, it's always been Whole Foods, but it's owned by Amazon, whatever.
It is now, yeah.
They've always had high prices, right? So the bodegas still have people that will frequent them because it's just free market. It's just, hey, I'm going to go to the place on the corner because, quite frankly, whatever it is that I'm looking for is cheaper there. So it's still the people making the decision. The government isn't stepping in and saying, you have to have free shit on the shelves. You have to not make any profit anymore. That's basically what he's doing. He's going to open up these state-run grocery stores, and then he's going to insert artificial competition. That's
What
going to
No, it's
be
not. It's not even
very hard to beat.
competition. He's underselling. He would be
Yeah,
underselling
it's not
goods,
even.
which
Yep.
no private company could compete with because
What
it's
I'm
being
hoping,
subsidized
what I'm
by the
hoping,
taxpayers. And eventually, those other places will close, and then those goods that those stores are getting will dry up, and you're going to create what they call bread lines. There's
Yep.
history of this
Food
happening in the
deserts.
past, Betty. We have history of this.
I don't
Unreal
believe
Yeah.
this is going to
food
happen in New York
deserts.
City.
No,
I'm
it's not
just,
because it's going to be subsidized by the federal
Yep.
government because that if that were to be spread throughout this entire country, it'd be fucked. But the only reason why it'll last a little bit longer than typical is because it's going to be subsidized by surrounding areas of the city. That's how it's going to work.
like
Just
I
like they
said,
just took $8 billion from Albany over the next 2 years.
I don't think it's going to happen in New York City, and here's
The
why. I
Jesus,
th-
bro.
what I think is that it's going to be, say, most areas are going to have, say, the government run place, the bodega, and the low cost grocery stores, which in New York City, Associated, Walbaum's, Trader Joe's will survive, and fewer of the very expensive places that have been gouging the city. Now, without it playing out, I'm not saying this with 100% certainty, but I'm saying I think what they want more of, so that they don't have to go to the place that's gouging them, a Whole Foods or Amazon Fresh.
They
Not
already
to
That
can
is the
go
not to
dumbest
somewhere else.
person I've
overrun
ever
those
seen. We have the most
places.
progressive tax system in the entire. What are you talking about, Cred? You're just saying random talking points in the chat. Seriously.
I know that's
What
the
the fuck are you
moron that
talking about, dude?
he keeps sending me to go to Bill whatever the stupid live all the time.
You're saying
I
the
don't pay him
dumbest
any
shit ever, bro.
mind. But like the only grocery stores that are still operating that the government had any control over are hybrid stores. That is it. The ones they take full control over as he wants, they shut down. They can't afford it.
Is that actually the term? They call it a hybrid store?
Yes, they call it a hybrid store.
Oh my God.
The government,
These fucking terms are so silly, dude.
yeah,
Wait,
the
what's a
government.
hybrid store?
The hybrid store is the government owning the building and paying for like the building and electricity, but then another place comes in and they run the grocery side of things.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Unrealness, your woman's in the queue.
Oh,
Just
Oh,
joking,
fuck.
man.
Which
Oh
woman?
no, I think we all should just maintain our brain cells.
Yeah,
for
Gen
now.
X pop. Gen X
Oh,
pop.
hey, Gen X.
Cred's up here on Realness. We got Cred up here.
I don't think I know Cred.
I don't know Cred.
Oh,
Hi,
you-
Cred.
well,
Cred. I was gonna say crud. Sorry, cred.
Yeah, I haven't
What
heard
are
that
you
before.
what are you trying to holler about down there in the comments?
Well, I think that there are some really good points that are being made. I am a Mamdani fan for the most part. And some of the things that Unrealness, though I don't really respect his analysis, there's some of the things that Unrealness is saying that are correct. But I think that the quiet part that Unrealness or any Republican doesn't want to talk about is that let's take the Albany paying off the budget. When Mamdani first presented dealing this ridiculous deficit that he was given when he took office because of Eric Adams, who was a crook,
Who was a Democrat? Just
sure,
be
a
very clear.
Democrat beloved and in Trump's pocket, but we'll sidestep that. So let's talk about just the deficit. So Mamdani presented two solutions to handle that deficit. Are you guys, everyone
Can't
remember
wait
that?
to hear it. Please tell it. Please
No, I
tell
mean,
us. I can't.
are you
No, I
aware
don't.
of
I
what-
don't. I don't know. No, I don't know.
Okay. Is there anybody who does know Unrealness? Do you know what it was?
I only know the one that is the one they have now.
Right,
I didn't
okay.
know the other one.
So the two proposals that were presented was a 2% income tax on the wealthy of New York, and then the last resort was a 9.5 property tax on the working class. So he presented this. Those were the options. That was just the budget math that was done. Was we're gonna either tax 2% on the wealthiest in New York, or we're going to do a 9.5 property tax on the working class in New York to try and cover this deficit that he was given. So neither of those are great, but the 2% on the wealthy is far less harmful, right? Like less people wind up getting hurt by that option, especially people that you guys are claiming to care about, the working class in New York.
No, but it was on their wealth. It wasn't income.
I'm almost done.
But that tax was going to be.
I do want to hear what.
No, but that was going to be a wealth tax.
I do
that was
want
be a
to
wealth
hear
tax.
what you. I do want to hear what you think about this, but like, just let me finish this off. I'm about to land. I promise. So the wealthy refused to pay the 2% tax. They just refused. They used their political might and their wealth to just go, we are not doing this. And Mamdani, because he didn't want to, he openly said this, did not want to have to charge 9.5%. He went to Albany and he took a third option, which is not desirable. It does wind up pushing off the cost, but it prevents the 9.5 property increase. So to wrap this all up, because we are under the chokehold of capitalists who refuse to pay a 2% increase to help support the city that they are making money in.
It's just a lie. Like
That's
it's just
not
an
a lie.
outright
That's
lie.
what happened. That's
No,
what happened.
they were not. No, they were not trying to tax income. They were trying to tax wealth. They were trying. He was trying to have a 2% tax on unrealized gains. That's not the same as a regular old 2% income tax.
That's not true.
Yeah.
It was a 2% income tax. It was a 2% income tax surcharge.
Look, cred.
It was
cred.
a two.
Cred.
It was.
Shut up.
You're half right. You're half right.
No, stop. It says it right here. The 9.5 property tax was a last resort. That was not one of his original two options.
That was the
a
second option.
No, that was the last resort. The first two options, the only two options that there were, what was the tax on the wealthy and the state aid in partnership with Albany. Those were the only two solutions he had. And then he attempted to try the 9.5 property tax, and that got fucking.
That's
that
incorrect.
That's
No,
no,
and then
it's not.
all-
I'm
no,
looking
and then
at it.
also-
okay.
There's a no. Seriously.
No, and
we
then
can prove
also
this right
and
now.
also
We can
everyone
prove
knew
this.
Eric
Nuh-uh,
Adams
bro.
himself.
We can
Eric
prove
Adams.
this.
Even Eric Adams himself said there was going to be a budget shortfall. And he said the reason for that was because of how much money they had put into taking care of illegal migrants. He specifically said that. No, like that was it was not a fucking surprise he got hit with out of nowhere. Eric Adams talked about it ad nauseum. So like
Yeah,
to
I'm
pretend
not
that this
saying- I
came
didn't
out
say
of
that.
nowhere and he had no idea. Oh my God, where am I going to get this from? Like bullshit.
No, that's not. I never. First of all, I never made that.
This
I
is why
never
we get
made that
taxed
point.
before, by
I
the
never
way.
made that point. I never once made that point. That he didn't know that there was going to be a deficit. The question is, if you know there's going to be a deficit and you are taking control, you
No,
still
point
have
being-
to pay. Can we at
no,
least
point
agree
being,
that if
he
you
was
take
still
over
going
and
to
there's a deficit, you
maintain-
have to pay
No,
the
the
deficit?
point
You have to
being is
figure
that
out
he
how to
was
balance
still
it.
the point being he was still going to maintain taking care of illegal migrants as opposed to taking care of New Yorkers.
Yeah, when
Who?
you
That's
have
why-
the
that's
top
why there's a
1%
budget
paying
shortfall.
41% of the actual taxes or revenue taxes in the state, upwards of 45%, depending on what year you want to talk about. Let's see. Yeah, it's 41 in 2023. That's at tax.ny.gov. That's where my source is.
I only heard the first. I didn't only heard the second part. I didn't hear the first part of what you said.
The top 1% pays 41% of the state income taxes already.
That again, that does not address the point. That doesn't address the point.
That's why we
No,
should
it
tax
doesn't.
the bottom
Because
2%,
when
30%.
Mamdani took over, was there a deficit? Yes or no? When Mamdani
I'm not
took
saying
over,
there
was
isn't
there
a deficit, but that's because of
Okay,
mismanagement of money
so
that
if you
already
have a
exists.
deficit, is it your responsibility?
Listen to what
if you-
Tuka said. Listen to what Tuco said. The problem isn't that they don't have the money. The problem is that they're mismanaging and spending money really, really poorly.
No, again, there are multiple falsities that are being brought forward right now. First
think
of
the
all,
word's
Vic is
fallacy.
just
Fallacies.
Yeah, you're correct. First of all, Vic is incorrect in saying that Mamdani did not present the two options to the people of New York. This is on video. He literally went on video and spelled it out to New York voters. You can look this up, you can YouTube it, or I can play it because he spelled out these are the two options. He said we can tax the wealthy 2% or we can do a 9.5%.
Well, that's just because he was trying to appeal to all the fucking communist leftists out there.
You can again. That is look.
It
That
is,
is rhetoric. That is rhetoric, and
No,
we can go. And I
it's
can either
true.
say that that is correct or that is incorrect.
The welfare system in New York is heavily abused.
It's
The bottom
regard. That is
2%.
again.
The
Again,
bottom
that's rhetoric.
2%.
Again,
Dude, you've
this
gone
is
on a
rhetoric.
listen. You've gone
This
on a
is rhetoric.
tirade. I haven't really
I want to
spoken.
just talk.
Crud,
It's just
crud,
rhetoric.
crud,
I just want to
crud.
make a
Hold
point.
on. You got to let other people talk.
There
bro,
is a
please.
lot of
Please
abuse
call
in the
him
systems of
Craig.
New York, not just illegal immigrants, but just people in general, because the Democrats have enabled these behaviors. Right? They're giving
Sidestepping
free
the
everything
point.
to people: cell phones,
It's sidestepping the point.
housing, food, everything you could want. They just give out for free. So that they're
Sidestepping the
removing the
point. It's
incentives. Hold on,
rhetoric.
I'm still literally talking. They remove the incentives of people getting to do better for themselves, and they're incentivizing people to do shittier for themselves. We keep promising people free shit, like free bus, free this, free that. People are gonna be like, great, I don't have to do anything because the government's just gonna take care of me. It creates a mindset. It creates because people in general take the path of least resistance. So again, the top payers of the revenue, 41% of the revenue comes from the top 1%. Okay, you have a bunch of people just leeching off the system, and I'm not talking about people who are have a leg missing again, or people who are crippled or have a mental issue, or so. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there's just legitimate fraud and a legitimate just abuses of the system, and New York is literally like the holy mecca of it, outside of maybe LA.
Okay. Again, first, all of that was rhetoric. Second
not
of
rhetoric,
all,
it's true.
again, no, just hold on. I listened to you. That was all.
You want to demonize the people who are actually contributing to the tax system, and you want to constantly prop up the fucking bottom feeders.
I heard
Dude,
what you said.
What are you talking about?
Are you interested?
You're demonizing
in,
the people who are actually paying money into
do
the
I get to
system, and you're not
respond- do I get to
demonizing the people who are
respond? Do I
abusing the
get to
system to
respond?
begin with.
I listened to what you had to
Fuck
say.
me, dude. This
Now
is
I should
insane.
get to respond.
This is
I should get to
this is
respond,
toxic.
right?
This is
Should
really
I get to
suicidal
respond?
empathy
Yes or
at its
no?
finest, bro.
Should I
Crazy-
get to
crazy
respond?
work.
Yes or no? So
Yes, you get to respond with your
okay.
feelings. Go
So
ahead.
then, thank you. I appreciate that. The period of time when the middle class was created was when the entitlements or the things that Unrealness is saying create a sense of neediness. That was the New Deal. Okay, if you want to talk about people being vultures and lulching and leeching off of the system, then you are talking about people who are given homes by the government. You're talking about people that were given free education by the government. You're talking about many of the instances throughout American history where the government has given people a leg up. And again, the middle class was created, and the wealth inequality gap was the smallest during the New Deal, which was called socialist at the time, and which the majority of the people on this panel, I can believe, think was too far left and was a government handout. But the results of that government handout was the creation of the middle class and the smallest wealth gap in this nation's history. That's a fact. You cannot argue that.
I think you're misreading what I'm saying. Here. I have no problem with the systems.
There's just one more thing I'll say, and then I'll go back.
Holy shit! Okay.
I'll just listen. I listened to what you said. You gave me
literally
a lot.
got like
I'm trying to
5
pay you
sentences
the.
out, but
I'm
sure,
trying
pop
to
off.
pay you the respect of responding to all of the things that you said. The last thing is, you cannot sidestep the fact that Mamdani, as a politician, whether or not whatever policies took over, there was a deficit. He presented, as a politician, 2 options to solve that problem. And one of those was taxing the rich. And the rich said, we won't do that. We will not do that. So I would like for people to at least present to me the argument why we should accept people who have more money than God not to get a small increase, so that people who work, like the most of us, I'm assuming the most of us, I don't know what Unrealness does with his life, but the most of us work, why we should take a 9.5 increase in our taxes. How does that make sense? Because you have to
you
do
guys
the math.
voted for the policies that drowned the fucking city. That's why. And now you have consequences that you need to pay, and you're going to have to increase the fucking tax revenue on every single person because you guys voted in those policies.
But that wasn't the policy.
I'm not fucking done yet, and you ain't going to do that shit to
All
me.
right,
I
fair
believe
enough.
you.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
again, not going to do that to me. Sorry. So again, the problem is going to be over-regulation and lack of supply versus fucking demand. That's going to be how you fix the solution. But you goofy motherfuckers don't want to actually fix the solution. You think that the solution is going to be taxing the rich in the state, and all the rich have to do is just fucking leave. And then it will fall on you guys anyways. Because the rich aren't fucking stupid, and the rich shouldn't have to carry the rest of the population that voted in the fucking policies and then think that they're just going to fix the mess that they created through taxing them when they can just fucking leave. So again, deregulate and start fucking building, allow the free market to take hold of New York City again, and it will fix the fucking problem. But y'all don't want to fucking do that. You want to cry, bitch, and complain and say people need to give you free shit. Well, fuck you.
Mother.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Beautifully said, Mother. Beautifully said.
Still not a single point was addressed.
No,
Literally not a
I'm
single point was
I'm
addressed.
gonna address
That's
your point.
unrealness and Mother both.
I'm
just
gonna
addressed.
address your point.
Just for a moment. That'd be
Yeah,
great.
no, I'm
It's
gonna
just
address your
fucking
point right now.
Everyone's taxes
Guys, stop.
raised?
Hold on,
Is that
Betty.
what you're...
Betty. Taco
Wait,
Taco
I
wants
haven't
to address
spoken
it
in
too.
so long. I just want to ask her that one
Okay,
question.
but I'm just letting you
Are
know
you
Taco
proposing
wants to talk
everyone's
too.
taxes be raised and not just the rich? Is that what like you would see as the solution, or am I missing something?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, I
Again,
just
you can't vote for a fucking policy and then vote for over-regulation and then be like, well, these guys got to pay for the shit that we voted for. No, that's not how this fucking works.
Literally, you didn't address a single point.
Literally,
you haven't
I'm not
addressed a
fucking
single
talking
point.
to you.
You have. Well, you should, because I'm the one who made the point. So you should address them.
You didn't
Otherwise,
make
you're
a
just
fucking
running your
point.
mouth.
Again, you didn't make a fucking point. He
I
gave
did
the
make a
voters
point.
two
I talked about
options.
historical fact.
He
I talked about a
again,
historical
he
fact.
gave the fucking voters two fucking options, except for the viable option that would actually fix the fucking
Which is
problem.
what? Which was what?
Again, deregulation and building more fucking units to sustain the increase of population that New York faces is how you fix the problem. When you have an influx, a major fucking influx of migrants into the city, the supply is going to outpace the fucking demand. And when that happens, prices go up.
Yeah, that's
And
not
if you
why. That's not why the
overregulate and
prices
you
are
don't
going up. The
fucking
prices are
build
not
and
going
then
up
you
because of
freeze fucking
immigrants.
rent,
What
ends up happening
stupid.
is everybody ends up living in a fucking slum,
Yeah, that's stupid.
regardless of what the fuck you're trying to do.
Yeah, you're being stupid. You're not
Oh, I'm
using your
being
brain.
stupid.
Yeah, you're not
Yeah,
using your
okay,
brain.
cool.
Have you heard
Says
of a
the
Laffer
fucking guy
curve?
that we need to tax
Yes, I have.
I got
more
to bounce.
fucking money.
Don't fucking call anybody on this
Bye, Tony.
panel stupid, especially don't
Yeah, I'll
fucking call
catch
the
you later,
women
Vic.
stupid, you fucking
Catch
punk.
you, Red
Later,
Dawn,
mate.
Mother, on Realness,
Bye, Pete.
Taco.
Bye,
Later.
Catch
Pete.
you later on.
Have a good one.
Ride that
just, like,
kangaroo into victory.
Yeah, no, I just want to know how it is that the wealthy who already pay 41% of the tax, you have 1% paying 41. Why does that is that not fair share when you
That's
have
about as fair share as it
1%?
gets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, like you're talking about 1% paying 41% of the revenue. Exactly how much more are people supposed to pay? I would also like to add that when he talks about the New Deal creating the middle class, that might be the dumbest, most ahistorical thing I've heard of in my entire life. You have the World War II, post World War II boom that
I was
happened.
just looking at all that. I was just
Yeah, no,
looking at all that.
yeah, no, because the entire world decided to blow itself up. The United States was one of the few countries left standing in the West. So you had manufacturing jobs out the ass. You had money flowing out the ass because people were going back to work. So it wasn't like a situation where the soldiers came home and didn't have jobs. They came home and had shit tons of jobs because the rest of the world had exploded. That's number one. The GI Bill also was a massive boom. Like the New Deal left us in the Depression longer. Like there's not a single economist, not one, that says otherwise. We stayed in the Depression longer because of New Deal policies.
For those who don't know what the Laffer curve is, I highly recommend you read a little bit about it. There's certain people are only going to be willing to be taxed so much before they just up and just bounce. That's what we're seeing right now. What is it? It's 0%. Government takes $0 and 100%. Government takes $0.
No, I'm that.
People will leave.
Yeah, that's what happened with Tucko.
I'm the king of the Laffer curve right now. The reason why I moved, I took my legal residency from the state of California to Nevada was because now they're going to have a wealth tax. Yep. And because I'm a student of history, they say, oh, it's only going to be for the billionaires. That's all it's going to be. Well, in 1913, it was supposed to be when they originally had the taxes, right? And how they sold it in 1913 before they passed it was that it was only going to be the hyper wealthy. It was only going to be people who made like the top 0.05%. Well, is that what it is now? No. Whenever you give government a power, it takes it to the nth degree, which means people who live in California have houses that are all worth a lot of money because the property values are very high, right? What do you think's going to happen to those unrealized gains every year when your house goes up in value? You're going to have to pay a cash tax on that. Well, how do you pay a cash tax on an asset? You have to sell an asset or have to mortgage that asset to pay it. So
remember, that was Kamala Harris's platform. She wanted you to tax. 100%. She wanted to tax you something that wasn't even liquid. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, no,
something that's predicted.
Yeah, the only time I'm supposed to be taxed on something is if we do in economics, it's called conversion. When I take the asset and then convert it into something that's usable. But for me to be taxed on just my overall value for shit I have not touched, that's fucking wild. So yeah, so I was gone. I was the king of the Laffer curve, 100%.
Yeah. Well, the Laffer curve goes beyond just the state lines. People will take their entire money and move it out of the country.
Oh yeah.
Well, and I also
not just
in
this
that
U.S.
whole fucking situation as well. They want to tax something that you have no leverage on, so that you have to leverage that asset so that you no longer have an asset. It's basically trying to get you to sell everything that you fucking have so that the government is what fucking owns you. And the problem that I have, another problem that I have, this New York shit, is the fact that if you want to sell your property in New York City, the government gets first dibs. The fuck? And then they get to put a fucking lien on it for 90 fucking days. And if you go get another offer, the government can still step in, determine what your property is worth, and then pay you that. And that's what you'll fucking be left with. So when the fucking government get to tell me how much I can or cannot sell my fucking property for? Oh, never?
Well, under communism, they do, I guess.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fucking, like that shit is so. I don't know how socialism or socialistic policies. I have no idea how they survive. Like I've never seen an ideology completely and totally disproven as unworkable in every regard with every people possible, and people still clamor for it.
Well, they change language, bro. That's what it is. They change the language, and they know how to weaponize their useful idiots.
Yeah, no, but even if you change language, like it failed in the African continent, it failed in the South American continent, it failed in the European continent, it failed in the European continent more than once. Especially like East Germany and West Germany is a really prime example. Two peoples, two same value systems, a united language, the same in every regard. One under socialism, like completely languished for decades, while the other one worked well. And the only difference between the two was socialism versus capitalism. Like we have like that's like a laboratory test of it. And the fact that people still clamor for this shit is wild. Yeah.
You look at it even further. I mean, you can go all the straight away. You can go to straight communism of North and South Korea. One of my favorite images is still that night image of North and South Korea.
Oh yeah, the lights in South Korea.
I was just about to pull that up.
The lights in South Korea and the fucking darkness in North Korea. Yeah, that's wild.
This is communism versus capitalism. On display. You can't fucking lie about it. You can't use your fucking woke language to try and argue with this. This is a picture taken from a fucking satellite in space.
Well, look,
Nobody's
South
saying
Korea
that like
actually has
capitalism
power
is
and electricity
I have
and
a
an
question
economy.
about.
perfect.
And North Korea ain't even got enough money to keep the fucking lights on.
I
The
have a
only
question.
light is in Pyongyang, which is their capital. That's probably Kim Jong Un's property.
I have a question about Mamdani. So, if he wants, if landlords can't keep the maintenance up and the government gets that property, but isn't it a similar thing that when someone can't keep up their bills on property they own or their mortgage, the bank
Property? You're
takes
talking about property tax?
not
Right.
no
The bank
whatever
That's
they
called a
takes it.
tax lien. That's a
no
property
no no
tax
no
lien.
no follow.
The
Don't try and anticipate what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
I know what you're
What I'm saying is, then the bank takes over your house. You lose your house. The bottom line is when you can't pay the bills on property you own, someone
Again,
gets your
Betty.
property.
Again, so here's the thing, Betty. It's not that this is being caused because of you. It's being caused because of the government. This would be like the government telling me that I can't go to fucking work, making it so that I can't pay my bills. And then when I can't afford the fucking mortgage on my house, the government was like, oh, well, guess we get to take your house now because you couldn't afford to pay the fucking bills. In this case, you have people living in your property. Now the government is telling you, oh, well, sorry, they don't have to fucking pay rent. But guess what? You still have to fix leaking roofs, broken toilets, leaky drains. You still have to pay for all the maintenance and you have to pay for your property tax. But guess what? You can't make any revenue off of this because we said so. So how the fuck are you going to keep up paying your mortgage, keeping the property tax, as well as maintaining the fucking property when you have no income or revenue coming in from that property when you're used to actually being
I
able to
wasn't
have
on that
income?
side of that. I was genuinely asking.
Yeah.
That's
That's
how
what
it
it
works.
is.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Dracaris
yeah.
in the chat. Calm the fuck down with
you
the
need to
Betty BS.
deregulate.
I
You
was
need to
asking a
deregulate and
question.
allow other people to come
What
in and
the
spend money and build new houses.
the
That way, there's
reason
competition.
the
When
reason
you
I'm
facilitate, when you allow competition
Mhm.
to naturally happen, because they're going to put in a new apartment building across the street from an old apartment building.
Yep.
That apartment building now has to compete against that new apartment building,
Yeah.
keeping the prices reasonable. But what the problem that New York is having is not taxing the rich. It's money mismanagement. It's a big one, but it's also just putting an insane amount of red tape in, blocking anybody to come in and invest new properties, new housing.
What I'm saying isn't the that Mamdani has the solution, but I think people, even with businesses, are seeing like people own, say, a mom and pop store, and they're renting from these big banks in a lot of these cities, and all of a sudden this bank goes, you pay $3,500 a month. We're raising the rent to $20,000, and they go, we've been renting and paying our bills for years, and all of a sudden, all these businesses owned by these whatevers are, and I don't know how they do it or how they make money, but for 1 year, we'll have nobody renting because nobody could pay such an exorbitant. They were used to paying, the $3,500, and they're not against a rent increase. They just can't pay triple what they were paying the month before. And so
Again, it still boils down to
I'm not
supply and
rooting for the
demand. It's still supply and demand because that wouldn't increase unless the supply was higher. I mean,
But
it is multifaceted. I get it, but
but
I'm
here's
saying that there's a predatory, behavior on the other side that ruins communities and ruins towns and cities.
Here's the issue though. This is not a situation where you have a store that is selling a particular product.
Yeah, I'm saying like I don't
This
know
is
what
about
the
people.
Mamdani is.
So what this is about are people who are landlords, right? You're a landlord. You have like a unit and you rent. You lease apartments. But here's the difference: the government is telling you what you can charge for rent. Right. But then also, by the way, make all these repairs to the building. There is no way to recoup that because those are rent controlled. The rents are frozen.
And
So what you're saying
regulating
is
new development.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, hey, we're going to freeze your rent. By the way, we want you to come out of pocket to make all those repairs on this building because we say so. You're putting them in a position to where they're either going to lose, they're going to get foreclosed on, so the state can take it, which quite frankly is the point. The point is they're trying to run these people into the ground so they can take over that property, because the person that he works with who handles housing, she said, this is what she said. She said private property is white supremacy.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's where I
Oh
am
my
like,
God.
that's
Mhm.
yeah.
No,
Oh,
that's
you
what she.
didn't hear that? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
real. Yeah.
So all I'm saying is that the whole point of this is to break landlords, to make them lose their places, so then they can come in and steal it and take it over.
Yeah.
That's where it's different from a different store where they have a product that is not regulated. They can charge whatever margin they want on that product to recoup whatever their
Well,
overhead
that's
is.
why I think Mamdani as a governor would make me much more nervous as a mayor, because I don't
Yeah,
think the
but Betty,
governor.
this is New York City. This is our financial
No, I know,
mecca.
but with all his and these people who are with him are also ridiculous, as is that woman who I know said that. And
Yeah.
so I've lived in rent controlled places, and rent control, the landlords don't lose money off of that. Even when they fix something, that is covered by whatever
But
rent
only
they
if
pay.
they're but only if the property's paid off. Like a really good example is someone I know who owns a place in Santa Monica. His place is rent controlled. It's
Yeah.
down off of 6th and Idaho, and in his particular situation, it is rent controlled.
Right.
But for him, it's okay. He owns it outright. He
Yeah.
can afford to dip into the pocket and to do that.
Yeah.
But if you are someone who is paying a property mortgage on that R4 or R6 or whatever that property is, they're not going to make it. Like, and that's where
conflating
and
Section
that's
8?
and
I'm
that's where
confused right now.
the issue
Wait,
is.
unrealness what?
Are we conflating Section 8 housing where
No.
it's subsidized by the remaining of the rent subsidized by the government? Or are
No,
we
no,
talking
I'm
about actual?
Yeah, I'm talking about rent control. So like in the city of Santa Monica, there is the city tells you what you can rent your place for based off of its specs, where it is. It says you cannot rent it for any higher than this. And as long as they stay in that apartment, they keep that rent control for life. You have people who live in like the mid 50s in Midtown New York, who are like off of 55th and Lexington, which is like a really nice area, who live there, and they're paying like $1,200 a month on a place that should go for far more than that, because they've been there since
5,000,
Jesus was a
6,000.
corporal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like so the issue I have is that if the only product they have is not something they can control the price on, and then you're going to encumber them with overhead, like that is ridiculous, right?
It's a
That's
failing
beyond
recipe.
ridiculous. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
And
it's
and
a
that which is
recipe for
why
disaster.
which is why if you go to places in Santa Monica, you can drive down the street and you can very obviously see which buildings are rent control and which ones are not.
I'm not opposed to rent control. I think every big city does need rent control. Not only rent control.
No, they need to
obviously.
build. They need to build.
That the problem with
That's so true.
building has problems too. I don't know if you've seen this in LA and New York, but because they're not controlling the LLC situation and the many people who own, like we're talking about people who own a building, own an apartment. They have a reasonable amount of wealth. But when LLCs, 60 Minutes, you can find it on YouTube. They did a great special on this. They are an LLC. You can't trace who the individual owner is. People who own and companies 70 apartments, but it's an individual, but they own 70 or 80. That's
What's the
immense.
problem with an LLC?
Well,
So what
hold
is
on.
that
So-
like? Can we get right to the point?
This is all just so crazy to me.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Give me a second, Redstone, so I could
Too much
clarify.
money for all this shit.
Don't be rude.
Like
So
$2,300 just for 4 bedrooms here.
hold on, because they do that, they don't have to rent them. They leave buildings and buildings open. Now, in a city, what that does, see, 20 years ago in New York, buildings were mostly full. So you'd go to Tribeca, you'd see the buildings lit up. Now you'll see 80% of a beautiful newly built building, and the lights are off, and the businesses around are starting to go out of business. Bars, shops,
Yep, the
restaurants.
first sign of
Yeah.
economic fucking disparity. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
so
why aren't they renting those places?
because they don't have, they have so much wealth that they don't have to. They'll use
No,
it for their
because they are
Oh my
under
No.
because they are under rent control, and
No,
it doesn't make
no.
no
Tucko,
yes
I'm
yes
sorry.
yes
I'm
yes.
throwing down the card of I come from a little bit of wealth. I know wealthy people,
Yeah,
and I'm from New York. And you're
That's
starting
awesome.
to sound like a dumb hick. You're starting
I'm
to sound like a dumb hick. I'm
Taco
sorry.
He
is
comes from
dumb
wealth. He
for
knows what he's
dumb.
talking about.
Rent
That was the
control.
wrong fucking name for Tucka. I'm gonna tell you
It
that right
is
now.
because in many of these cases, not all of them, that there are rich people who own 60 apartments and they
Yeah.
don't give a fuck. You think
Okay.
they're landlords that are like,
That was
oh,
awesome.
brother, I guess I'll.
That was beautiful.
Masculine fucking slag. Shut your fucking cock holster.
Like, who
You
even
wa-
says that? Shut, slag,
I just
shut
said
your
it to you.
cock
You,
holster?
yeah,
Like,
you
is
just
that
you
like
just
a,
You did
like,
call him
like,
out.
who says that? Like,
shut
what
the
the
You
fuck
called
up.
him a
You
hick.
sit there and call me a fucking hick. You worthless
Because you
fucking
are
slag.
making arguments like
You're a dumb
everyone is this
fucking.
lone landlord. Who
You're
is
so
it?
stupid, lady.
Who do you think everyone's Mr. Furley on Three's Company?
Oh,
Like waiting
That's
for Jack
you.
Tripper to pay the rent? Is that what you
I don't
think
even
is
know what that
going on
means.
here?
Yeah, but
LLCs
hey,
own
Curtis, do you want to just stay up here? Curtis, you've done more than enough. If you want her gone, let me know.
No,
Betty, here's the
I'll
issue.
go. I'll say good night. Good night,
Bet-
Huff. I love your
man,
life.
she's running.
Beat it.
No, now I'll stay because
Right,
the running fucking.
No, you're not gonna
Man.
stay. Get the fuck out of here.
Get this broad out of here.
No, like
Yeah,
honestly.
I've been a landlord for a while. And here's the problem with when people start having this argument. All the years I've ever been a landlord, I've never had one tenant ever pay me on time every month, and maybe 10% not try to slide out like the last 2 or 3 months without paying anything. I had to file on somebody on June 1st. Like, there's no money in being a landlord until at the end you sell your house.
In today's market, you're absolutely correct. But hey, as one of the very few, apparently, I've never missed a single payment as a tenant in a rented property. Not once ever. I have a perfect, perfect renting history.
Same.
Yeah, that's extremely rare.
That's
No,
why
like,
he's unreal.
I'll wear it with
It's
pride.
unreal. It's unreal.
No,
In my current apartment.
What's hilarious
Don't ever
is
become a landlord.
no, like what I think is funny is that the fucking I want to go to Miami. That fucking whiny ass bitch calling me a fucking hick. Like,
That's so like to call you a dumb hick is like just so
What?
silly. Like, yeah, like that's just dumb.
Hey, Unrealness, you need a broker? Let's get you hooked up with a broker. Let's get you a loan and let's buy a house.
I would love to, man. You know, it's I already did and sold once, but right now it's not too bad. I think we pay like I think it's like 24. We have like 4 bedrooms. Like renting is like $2,400. It's 3-car garage. It's not terrible.
Yeah, there's some cases
Okay.
where renting is beneficial over
It's
owning.
not bad.
I paid $2,100.
It would be a good idea though.
I got 3-car garage, 2,100, 5 bedrooms upstairs, and then the finished basement now.
Oh, that's great. That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
Dawn, in North Florida, Northwest Florida, it's way cheaper to rent than it is to buy.
Now, granted,
Yeah.
I'm on a VA loan, so my interest is lower.
It's just
I already
wild
think
that
so.
she wants to sit there and say that ghost apartments are based off of because they're just super wealthy and they can have the money to sit there and do nothing. When like all of the but all of the ghost apartments are in rent stabilized areas. Like
Well, yeah,
that's what
wouldn't
makes
it
that's what makes her claim so fucking dumb.
Yeah, they're just empty.
Yeah, and what else is dumb about it is the fact that if these are just money hungry, wealthy people, wouldn't they rather rent those apartments out so they could collect the fucking money?
Yeah, why am like what's the point of holding on to an asset? And I'm just going to pay the tax on it and lose money on it. It's fine. But no, no worries. I just want to pay the property tax on it, and it's just going to sit there and do nothing. These are rent stabilized apartments, and most of them have fucking repair bills for $50,000 to $100,000 in order to rent them. So they hold on to it and they hope shit fucking gets better. That's what they do.
Hold on for dear life.
Dude,
Yeah, guys, I'm really worried about our country. Like, if this can happen in New York City, the Big Apple, if this can happen there, we're in serious trouble. This is a bad thing.
Me and Taco just went through that fucking housing bill the other day. This is what concerns me. Why the fuck would we put in legislation and sign into fucking law that if the government decides to do this shit, that the American taxpayer is going to cover maintenance costs?
why would they do that if this wasn't like a plan
That's
that
the
they
main
were
reason why
gonna
I
try to
enjoy renting.
install nation fucking wide? Like this is a fucking plan. We are dude, this is coming from the inside. And this is a bipartisan bill, guys. That fucking bill is basically the socialist fucking outline for making the American taxpayer pay for fucking rent, whatever, fucking stabilized apartments, and seizing it from the landlords, and the taxpayer will just cover the maintenance costs. This is fucking crazy.
Oh, and not only that, can you imagine the people who would get those who will get those repair contracts? You know, it's going to be people who are hooked into fucking local politicians,
Yep,
and like
exactly.
a $50,000 repair bill will move to like 100 or 150. Like
You know,
that's the fucking score.
it basically just cut that fucking executive order that the president wrote, the housing bill, trying to make it so that big corporations can't step in and buy mass swaths of fucking like apartments and shit. So basically, they legislated against that executive order and put the American taxpayers on the fucking hook when they start to seize property from landlords. We're going to be the ones paying the fucking maintenance. And that's in New York City, too. So taxpayer in Idaho now have to cover maintenance costs for land or apartment buildings that is being seized from our fucking taxpayers, our fellow Americans.
What up, 250?
This
That's
is
crazy.
fucking. This is fucked.
Yeah, this is fucked. I'm really worried about it. Like, I don't see the outcome of our country going in a slightly opposite direction anytime soon.
All right. There's too much blackpilling going on here right now.
I know. I'll stop. Everything's gonna be
Well, no,
fine,
New York
guys.
did
We
this
got
before.
Trump in office, baby.
Everything's going to be great.
No, but New York did this before. Do you guys remember Mayor Ed Koch?
I do.
Like he ran that place into the ground, turned it into a complete shithole, and then Mondani came, or you had Giuliani came in, fixed it, got it cleaned up. New Yorkers are dumb. They get rid of that. The place goes back to hell in a handbasket. It'll hit bottom with Mondani, and then they'll wake up again. And that's what it'll be. Like New York has
Yeah.
been on this forever. Whether it's nothing new. Like they did
Yeah.
it for all through the 70s, into the 80s, and into the beginning of the 90s, and then we've been fucking dumb for 25 years. Let's clean it up now.
Hey,
They
Hop,
get it cleaned up.
I'm gonna bounce out of here. I got to do some white boy stuff tomorrow. I'm gonna play some pickleball. I'm gonna hop on a paddleboard. I'm gonna hop on a paddleboard. Probably gonna make a pizza. You know,
Paddleboard's
maybe watch
amazing.
a movie.
Paddleboarding is
Just
amazing.
It is, dude. It's really good.
I'm gonna paddleboard out. I'm gonna go out on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Wait, not gay. What? That's not gay. That's just white people stuff.
No,
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
gay? Is there
Curtis, that's
anything
not
wrong with
gay.
being gay? Yeah, what's
Hey,
wrong
be
with being
kind.
gay?
Curtis is the top gifter. Be kind.
No, so what do you do
Thank
it
you,
in
Curtis.
surf?
What's
Realness?
that?
Do you do
What's
it in
that?
surf? Do you do it in surf?
In surf? Yeah. I mean, I ate shit last time, but yeah.
Have you surfed on your paddleboard?
No, I haven't done anything on the
So
wakes or anything
fun.
like that. Yeah, I want to. I want to.
Yeah,
But I
I
ate shit
love
on
surfing my
still water,
paddleboard.
bro.
Oh, okay. Well, surfing on a paddleboard, it's so fun.
Yeah, I would give it a try.
That
I
sounds
need
like
to
a
get
good
my
time.
balance right. If I can't paddle in still water without eating shit, I think I need a little more practice.
Well,
Well,
I
no,
don't think you have any like surf up in Idaho, do you?
We have waking. It's pretty big here. Wakeboarding. It's
Oh,
huge.
wakeboard. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna. Oh, yeah. Well, if you're ever so what's cool about a paddleboard is that it has that big fat ass rail, so they're pretty easy
Yeah.
to. They're meant to be up on, and most people when they surf, their issue is trying to hit the board with both feet at the same time, and so. So like if someone does paddleboarding, I'm like, dude, that's how you learn to surf. Is start with your paddleboard, use your oar as like your skag, and dig into the water. You should do it.
Bro, I got
It's
a
good times.
big ass
we need you to make
paddleboard.
some instructional videos on how to surf.
I have it's
I
a
love
10
surfing.
foot and 6-inch paddleboard. Dude. It's gigantic.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That
Like I'm
thing's a
trying to eat
boat,
lunch and
brother.
like sip some wine on my board, bro. That's what I'm trying to do.
It's a
Yeah.
boat
No,
at that point.
no, the best is a skimboard. When you start surfing on a skimboard, that's a lot of fun because
Yeah.
you can do all kinds of tricks and kick the board around underneath your feet. That's good times.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh
Hell
yeah.
yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for having me, bro.
Are
Godspeed to
you
all. I'll see
are
you
you
next time.
dual streaming? Are you dual streaming onto YouTube yet? Are you dual?
I plan, if not tomorrow, then Monday. So we'll see.
Okay. All right. I think it's a perfect time because it's like 5 a.m. Pete is live. Why don't we go raid Pete? Dillygaff that was on the panel. Why don't we go raid Pete?
Good dude.
Sweet.
A good bloke.
It's
All right, guys,
perfect
good night
timing.
or good morning.
I'm gonna go up in there while I do a little bit of gaming before I get some sleep. Curtis, you're amazing. Everyone else in the panel is amazing. All y'all in here are amazing. I have links in the bio. Go check them out. Therefore, if you do want to do any gifting, there's plenty of ways to gift up there, including the Give Send Go. There's merchandise and there's link for other social medias because I'm dual streaming this onto YouTube. I don't try to say too much like that during the live because they restrict it. But at the end of the live, I can tell you all this. So right now it's dual streaming on YouTube and you can watch the entire, we were live for 6 hours and 45 minutes. So the entire 6 hours and 45 minutes is on YouTube in a DVR setting when the live ends. You can go back and watch the damn thing. So if there's a snippet of someone that is crashing out that you want to grab, by all means, go get it. I appreciate y'all and I will see y'all in Pete's live.
And when I heard strange how your heart break, especially, and that instead of you know famous passed away, whatever, there was legitimate. Country saying that